Hello everybody and welcome back to another day 5 here over at the WePlay Academy League. My name's Zurfer and I'm joined by my friend and co-caster Ted. And Ted, mate, now things are really heating up. We're really getting into the swing of things over here. Are you excited for yet another day of Counter-Strike action?
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like at this point some teams are starting to get into some minor struggles. Some of them, of course, bigger struggles than others, and some of them are starting to give us an idea on their intentions of even going all the way and potentially being really big contestants for winning the entire tournament.
Yeah, we're kind of seeing the true colors of a lot of these teams, and well, everybody showed their true colors yesterday, and we're going to go through those results in a quick little highlight reel. Ted, yesterday, Quick was the team of the day. As we start off with game number 1, it was Spirit Academy taking on Eternal Fire, and man, oh man, this game over quickly.
Yeah, I don't think we expected anything like that, especially after Eternal Fire picked up their first victory the day before that. We were kind of looking at that vertigo thinking, okay, Spirit Academy been shaky, Eternal Fire probably on the uprise right now, but nothing like it. Spirit, they played a phenomenal game. Artfrost playing his best game of the tournament so far as well with the AWP. He was hitting some nasty shots, and as you pointed out, the game did already end before we'd even realized it started.
Yeah, man, Spirit Academy, they looked so strong. It was just individual fights, really, that they were winning. Eternal Fire could not get going whatsoever on their T side. Didn't pick up a single round, and it just ended in a 16-0, the most dominant showing so far in what was kind of described as a must-win game for both of these teams, who were going to be battling it out towards the, maybe middle and lower part of the group. And then we moved forward. We thought, all right, first game was quick. Surely we're not going to see a fast one, and this one might be a little bit more competitive. ENCE Academy, we weren't really sure what to see. Of course, they had a close game versus OG Academy on Overpass just before this one, and well, man, they looked very strong on this CT side, considering how shaky it was against the OG boys.
Yeah, absolutely. And proved to us that this Overpass the day before that against OG was maybe a moment of misfocus, maybe them underestimating, getting caught off guard, or just OG playing a really good second half. It doesn't really matter what it was, and they played a phenomenal game yesterday. And if it wasn't for a couple of rounds, by the way, as this one that we're witnessing right now, that lost 1 versus 4, rather 4v1 on the pistol round of the second half, it might have been, and it could have been a 16-2 probably, and they allowed Apeks to win a couple of rounds but still closed it out in a fairly convincing fashion.
Was fairly convincing there as well. This game was definitely one that we picked out to be the highlight of the day. Of course, Navi Jr. and Astralis Talent, last time they faced off, it was 22-20, really close. And this time, Navi Jr. started out on the T side, absolutely running the show and running over Astralis Talent. Head trick, bringing one of the most standout performances that we've seen from an Opper. His clutching ability was absolutely immense, doing the majority of the work all by himself, as you're seeing right now. An impressive first half that really inspired. And then we move forward to our next game, and our second last game of the day, a little bit closer. We kind of started getting the closer games towards the very end of it, but it was actually Young Ninjas taking on OG Academy. And Young Ninjas, we kind of tipped them to be one of the top dogs in this group, but they got toppled by a very strong T side from ENCE Academy, 9-6 first half, and then continued to go close, but OG Academy eventually just pulled away in the end.
Yeah, that was the best game from Shaik, by the way, as well, from OG Academy from the start of the season. The Oper, for the first time, showed his impact. For the first time, wasn't too shy, and OG, as a team, played a really good game, and this is something I like from them today, or rather in this season. I like the fact that they're not relying on Marex to hard carry, but speaking about hard carries, well, there was just one hard carry in this game of Big OMEN Academy and ENCE, and his name was Aqua.
Yeah, Aqua putting up a stellar performance here. ENCE Academy unable to really get the job done here. And big OMEN Academy, I mean, we seen MOUZ NXT, they lost their first game to Prospects the other day. Big OMEN Academy now are one of the only teams that are left unbeaten. It's themselves and I believe Navi Jr. is the other one, but maybe Big Academy definitely the favorites to maybe not drop a map throughout this entire group stage, as you know, the close games, or you know, the ones that we think might be close games, they seem to just be passing these tests with flying colors.
Yeah, absolutely. And a big factor about it as well that they're in Group B, right? I'm not saying that Group A is maybe the strongest one, but you don't have MOUZ NXT in your group. You don't have teams like Astralis, you don't have teams like Navi Jr. Yes, you still have some solid competition, but what I'm trying to say is that Big Academy, if they continue playing like that, we might see them actually go for an unbeaten run through the group stage. There's a little bit of an abridgment. Obviously, Big Academy picking up the default victory over the withdrawn Young Gods. But hey, Jack, that was how things looked yesterday, and we're gonna take a quick look at the table after yesterday's day. Obviously, Navi Jr., as we pointed out, top of the table in Group A. No losses so far, 4 victories ahead of MOUZ NXT that did drop 1 map to 0-0 Prospects, who are right now in the 4th place. Over at Group B, though, it's pretty much the same story. We have one team that's above everybody else. That's going to be Big OMEN Academy. And then we have the runner-ups of OG Academy and Young Ninjas. And then at the bottom, we have Apeks that are struggling just a little bit.
We still have 2 teams, though, one in each group, respectively, that haven't played any games. And of course, that is Fnatic and Furia, the 2 Fs. So we'll have to, you know, just keep them in mind for when they actually start playing their games. You know, that could really, really change the dynamic of a lot of these groups. But as we jump forward and look forward to the schedule today, our first game coming up is going to be our reigning champions, MOUZ NXT, as they take on Eternal Fire, looking to bounce back from that disappointing 16-0 yesterday. Big OMEN Academy will take on Apeks Rebels just after, and that will be followed by Spirit Academy taking on Astralis Talent in a very much must-needed win from both of those teams. Must-win game. Young Ninjas, they do get the default over Young Gods, but they will be playing a little bit later. They'll be taking on ENCE Academy. And then Astralis Talent finishing this off with the 0-0 Prospects game coming up as the final one. And I'm looking forward to that one as well, because there's a lot of teams, you know, kind of down towards the lower or kind of mid-table in the groups that really need to get the victories out. They cannot afford to drop points, so to speak, against, you know, teams that are currently around them. But these teams that we're looking at right now are quite the distance apart. I mean, Eternal Fire 1-3, MOUZ NXT 3-1. What I would say though for Eternal Fire is they might be inspired a little bit by Prospects getting that victory over MOUZ NXT, because it just proves that they aren't, you know, impossible to beat, and it can be done.
Yeah, you know, in the end of the day, we're all human, but yeah, the margin is a little bit big. We're already going through the veto, by the way. We're not going to see the first nuke of Season 5 today, and we're not going to see the first tension. We're going back to Mirage. By the way, Mirage, I think it's an alright map for Eternal Fire. I feel like MOUZ NXT really want to prove to us and to everybody else that their Mirage isn't as sloppy, because going into the tournament, I feel like everyone has really big expectations, especially after the last couple games that they played, the last couple BO3s that they played against some pretty solid tier 2 sides. And you know, beating teams like Fnatic, like Enterprise on Mirage right before the start of WePlay, right before the break, was kind of impressive. So them struggling against Astralis, them losing against 0-0 Prospects, I feel like it's infuriated them just a little bit, and right now they want to show to everyone that Mirage is still one of their really, really safe choices, and it's still a map that they can dominate on. And for Eternal Fire, we've actually seen them play Mirage only once. It was against Astralis Talent, and by the way, they did put up a pretty decent fight. I mean, they got 13 rounds of them, and we know that the Mirage of Astralis Talent, yes, it could be a little bit 50-50. It depends on the day, but it's still fairly solid. So Eternal Fire, hopefully, are going to be able to put up a pretty solid fight here.
Yeah, well, actually, they've played it twice as well. So, you know, Eternal Fire, they actually got their win against Prospects on it. Yeah. So, you know, they're currently 1-1. They might be, like, they've given their closest games or the best count of themselves on this map. And we'll see what they can do now as we tighten that screw in the bomb. We load up the van one more time. And we are going to be jumping into the action already. It's map number 1. It's game number 1 of WePlay Academy League Season 5, Day 5.
Yeah, pistol round already starting. City side for the boys in blue. That's going to be the Eternal Fire trying to burn all the mice. You know, these mice, they've proven to be quite speedy. Quite quick to escape. A lot of smokes invested from the T side, by the way, and there's going to be a couple players trying to run through the top connector, smoke a quick one for one, and now they slow things down just a little bit.
Another 1 for 1, but elsewhere, M-Stars drops Shuey, and now the man advantage intact, make that a second. Cyber drops Yimfat, the only player to pick up kills so far for the MOUZ NXT lineup. Shane is going to have to do it all alone. The issue is, he doesn't have any armor. He was the man that was putting the investment into the utility. So he will not be favored in the majority of these fights. The jump spot out there gives that information away. Does have the bomb on his back, and he can afford to make his way back, but the issue is he has been heard, and now the Eternal Fire Academy players can get into position, play this 2v1 nicely, but Shane has found the first, looking for the second. M-Star makes sure that he doesn't get taken down before that pistol gets a little bit too messy.
Yeah, they managed to cage him in. It was really important for M-Star to get the kill. If he goes down, it's going to be a really tough 1v1. I think that he still had around 40 seconds to work with as well. So, yeah, good try from Shane, but Eternal Fire onto a really good start. And Jack, I don't want to be bad. I don't want to be toxic. I'm just going to say they've already won more rounds than they did yesterday against Spirit Academy.
Yeah, you couldn't help yourself. You couldn't help yourself.
No, I'm sorry. You know I do love our Turkish brothers, but the banter is the banter, and it has to be done.
I wouldn't expect it any other way from you. I wouldn't expect this round to go any other way than Eternal Fire's favor, but the Force Spy is making things very difficult. The pistols causing so many problems. Those pesky pistols, man. Now, Yimfat towards underpass. He got 2 from here last round. This time he's got an upgraded Deagle. Cyber able to drop the bomb, and now goes looking for that second player there, and he's got him as well. He might have just recovered the round from slipping out of their grasp. Yota is going to be able to get into a position as well to cover for his teammate Shuey, not able to cross without being spotted. But the M4 just better than the MP9 in nearly every single way. And the T's with a perfect chance to pick up their first round, and this one would be an awful way to start things off with Mirage for the Turks.
Look at the repositioning, though. Cyber, he's played it perfectly, but Shuey's got the read. What a nice clutch from him. I'm calling it a clutch because he did it all alone. That M4, the 3K from the IGL. And let me remind you, Jack, the only Mirage that so far MOUZ NXT have won actually against Astralis, it was thanks to Shuey. It was him dropping a 26-15, 1.33 rating, his best map by far so far in the tournament, and he's done it again. But we're gonna jump in the TeamSpeak of Eternal Fire to see how they recover from this one.
Sana bir şey diyeceğim birazdan.
Yatın ben zıplarım. Mid smoke.
Connector'ı ben
Window
smoke'ladım.
sanırım. Yok window geldi.
Util A. Util A. Oynuyor.
CT smoke.
Saklıyorum
Rampa
seni
oynuyor.
işte.
Çıkamaz.
Çalas
Bakıyorum.
saklanıyorum Emre.
Çıkarım,
Emre
çıkar.
saklanıyorum.
Çıkamaz. Çıktı.
Rampa yakın.
Flash'im var ağaçta.
Out.
Attım.
Yaktı beni.
2 palas,
Düşürelim.
site, 2 tane
Düşürelim.
rampa.
Gerekirse save kalalım. Adam ticket üstü.
Öldü bir. City önü. City önü. City
Bakıyorum.
önü sağınızda lan. Vallahi bassanıza şunu.
Öldü. Default
Nice
aldı.
try. Nice try.
Bir tane.
Good damage, truth be told, by the Eternal Fire lineup in that one, but it was the Force Spy. They had everything invested, so it is going to be an eco for the next round. But going back to the round prior to this one, I mean, when you're coming up against one of the top teams in your group, if not, you know, the best team, when you're losing the Force Spy rounds after winning the pistol, that's a problem in itself. You know, you cannot be giving away rounds, you know, too sillily, because a team like MOUZ NXT will definitely punish you. And, you know, you can say, oh, well, you know, Astralis Talent, they got them close. Prospects, you know, they were able to beat them. And I was like, yes, okay. But it was because those teams started so well. Let's not forget, MOUZ NXT went 5-1 down and 9-1 down, but they were able to pull it back. A little bit of an issue there.
We're good. Oh,
Yeah.
what happened?
Okay. MStar's got 2 kills.
Okay. He's a time traveler. I've seen this one before. And Cyber is actually good in a double 1D. Okay. I'm not sure what's happened there, but, well, apparently they can bite back. I mean, we were just praising MOUZ NXT for being good at those scenarios and being able to punish everybody because of their individual skill. And Eternal Fire were like, shut up, we're good with the pistols as well. A decent recovery from them. And now taking a look at the money situation on the MOUZ NXT side, they're actually going to go for the first tactical timeout. I like that. I feel like, especially after the way that you've had really big struggles on your game so far on this map, I think that you've realized how important it is to get at least a competitive start. MOUZ is normally a team that can finish off their opponents pretty quickly if they start well, but their problem is that it's just impossible for them to be consistent in that endeavor. Like, most of the time, they're going to be, like, warming up, like, 8-9 rounds into the game. And a lot of teams are actually not going to let you recover into that. And right now, we can see those rusty moments. We can see that not everybody's focused 100% just yet. And that's the reason why they're having that tactical timeout. It's kind of like a wake-up call.
Yeah, you'd hope so. You know, that they are going to take that wake-up call, because, you know, there is a real issue here for MOUZ NXT, although it is very early on, and that issue is Navi Jr. are currently ahead of them in the standings, and if you want to go straight into the playoffs, you're going to have to actually top the group. So unless you want to go through the play-ins, yes, you'll only have to win 1 best of 3 if you finish second, but you definitely want to be in the playoffs straight away. You don't want to leave anything else up to chance. They had to do it the hard way last time, going through the lower bracket. They did eventually win the event, of course, but you definitely don't want to make things harder than they need to be. Oh, M-Star. Oh, how has he gotten out of connector there?
Everything's aligned for him, and everything's aligned for Cyber as well. C6 is gonna join in with another as well. And it's the quick double kill for Eternal Fire, striking down and falling back. And you can see how they've opened up the distance now. Shane is gonna be able to respond briefly. But there's still a man down. They will still need something more. MHL's found one. MHL with another. Okay, the Tech 9 can bite back. And now Yota, he's all alone towards the safe bomb side. They can pressure him.
Pressure him they do, and Yota will crumble there. Cyber on a fast flank now. I don't think they're going to be expecting this, but MHL planting towards default. He will at least get the bomb down. Cyber sees only ahead and takes it off. It's a 1 versus 1. Yimfat now looking for an emphatic victory that would put MOUZ NXT in the lead, as we see creeping his way out. Cyber just leaving no stone unturned. Of course, it is planted towards default. He spots it out now, knows exactly where Yimfat is. There's a Molotov there that can go right onto the bomb. Smoke is going to extinguish it. He jumps over. Perfect flash. Cyber should have enough time for the defuse, and indeed he does. Eternal Fire retake the lead, 3-2. Bomb plant is going to help MOUZ NXT in a certain instance, but the money is still going to be a tiny bit of an issue. Maybe just Eagles once again.
Yeah. It's the bomb plant kind of allows them to go for an eco now and have a proper buy in the next one. And actually, Eternal Fire going for the tactical timeout, I like that. I feel like now you need to realize that even though you win that round, the money is not in a perfect state. You want to make sure that you keep everyone alive, and they're kind of trying to figure out what MOUZ NXT are going to throw at them in this one. This is the chance for Eternal Fire to actually have a good start. By the way, I want to highlight the fact that Cyber has been really clutch for them. If we had to compare him to the old system of the first team, I'd say that he's doing exactly what XF used to do in Eternal Fire. X-Flout, obviously. He's pretty much the last guy. He's the anchor. He's the one left in the clutch, the lurk on the D side, and he's been fairly useful in those clutches, right? Even yesterday, like on Vertigo, when they were pretty destroyed, he was the only guy that was actually finding some positive impact towards middle. So he's been doing all right so far.
Flash goes over as the T's try and make their way down to the safe side to get a bomb plant down. Yo, with 3 quick kills. The flashes are good for both sides. Everybody is completely blind, but Wakadia is going to come to his senses and take down the final 2. It's a 2-round advantage now for Eternal Fire, and that eco over and done with as quickly as possible. AWP in the hands of MHL, and you feel that he has to be one of the players to have a lot of impact for MOUZ NXT. He usually is on this CT side. Maybe, just maybe, they have to kind of lean on him a little bit to maybe pry open this defense, starting things off here.
Oh, some aggression towards under. The boost is going to be good. There's the first kill. Now they realize that though MOUZ, they need to respond to that. But look at that. They have no one to contest. Finally, Exertion is going to find one in return. MHL finds another in the meantime. And Impact is going to be able to drop Cyber. So now it's the man advantage. Early aggression towards middle dispatched. But there's still 2 CTs that are unknown. One of them has been spotted just now by Shane. Now they're trying to figure out the whereabouts of the second one. But MOUZ, they can slow things down right now. They have the information. They have the man advantage. They can group up and play this one together.
Zizix, he's just going to walk out onto the angle. The timing isn't going to work out on his favor, and then Yimfat walks out the ramp to take him down. There's the op dropped, and Yata finds himself in a 1 versus 3. Now he has the cross here for Yimfat, as we now see if he is going to take him down. And he actually does get that kill, so jumps across. MHL is watching him get all the way back, and it is going to be the 4-3 scoreline. Now, still in favor of Eternal Fire, but it is very, very close indeed, and there is one more buy on the cards now for the Turkish side.
Yeah, they can reinvest into this one. Although this time around, there's going to be no way to BP, so they'll have to operate only with the guns. An MP9 as well for Yoda, so not even going to have the full package. You just have to deal with the DLC. By the way, 3 of them are using the M4A4. Actually, you remember yesterday we ran a survey in chat who's using which M4. I actually didn't see the results. I just told people to type 1 and 2 in the chat. I didn't see who's using it more. So, you know, guys, let us know which M4 you're using.
I think it was actually more towards the A1S when I went back to have a look at the games.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, it's probably a given, right? I mean, A1S is a lot easier to use. The AK very difficult to use, but Exertion makes it look quite simple there. Controlling that spray, picking up that first kill. Yimfat holding for maybe some CT aggression that's coming in. He needs to get his gun out, and does. Shane absolutely ripped off it. Now, Cyber's pushed all the way through. He's dropped down towards under. Exertion didn't hear it whatsoever, and Cyber's got a free kill out of that one. Knows that B is clear, is calling for the rotation of his teammates to come on over, but Eternal Fire still only have 2 members here.
Yeah, Yoda all alone towards the back of the side, has support from jungle, but he needs to hold on, Jack.
Molly's right in. Yoda looking for the first kill, and he's going to be able to find it. Spots out MHL, trying to isolate these 1v1s, and he's trying to do so expertly. Gemstar lines up both and knocks the 2 remaining MOUZ NXT players down. It's a 5th round once again. It's so back and forth. It is so scrappy in the first opening few rounds of Mirage, but it's Eternal Fire coming up with the goods in the majority.
Yeah, and once again, it was that solo play towards the B-bomb side from Cyber that was the round winner for me. I mean, not only they split aggress, not only they get the kill into Palace, but then they push towards B-apps, they clear the entirety of that part of the map, get the kill towards under, and they can see where Exertion is holding, right? You look like a player that initially wanted to go later on in connector, so they're like, yeah, probably they're playing towards the A-bomb side, and Yoda, even though he gets only 1 kill in that scenario, he just stays alive, he just holds on for his teammates to rotate, and they make it work, same as in this round. This round was a pretty easy clean off, obviously, just the eco for MOUZ NXT, so nothing too interesting to expect from a round like that, but Eternal Fire onto a lovely start now. 6 rounds already on the CT side, and MOUZ NXT struggling just slightly. No way to BP or MHO in this round, which means no party, but you still have the AK-47s.
Yeah, MStar having a pretty good game so far. 14 and 4. Of course, he had a little bit of a stint with the main team for a short while I believe xCloud was out with a broken arm.
Yeah.
Played in 1 or 2 events. Now, YNFat, oh, he has actually just dodged that molly there. I feared for him. It didn't go deep enough, so he is still alive, but his health is being chipped away at quite a considerable amount as MOUZ NXT go out and take mid control, but it's Eternal Fire just playing from the sights in this round.
Yeah, they've opened up middle. They've let MOUZ NXT cooperate with it, but this is a really big change, and you can see MOUZ NXT, they're actually really quick to capitalize on it. This is a really good reaction, not wasting any time on realizing which parts of the map are free, but not realizing where the AWP resides. A lovely moment of repositioning from Dioper, and a free kill. YNFat goes down in another round where MOUZ NXT will have to play with the man disadvantage, but it's going to be the A split, walking into a 3-man stack though.
Yeah, the 4-player rotating over now as well. Well, he's considering just checking his flank through the murder hole. MStar now sees, of course, that it isn't broken by design. They try and make their way out on the A site, and they've been shut down completely. 3 quick kills. MHL only gets away with 1, and Eternal Fire will be laughing all the way to the bank with another CT round. 7-3, and MOUZ NXT's economy in a difficult position once again. They might have the luxury of a few upgraded pistols and a bit of utility, but they're going to go for yet another tactical timeout, which spells trouble to me, Ted. You can see that MOUZ NXT are really struggling to adapt to Eternal Fire's game plan here, and it's worked out so far expertly for the Turkish side.
Yeah, I actually want to commend Eternal Fire on the fact that they've realized really well that the previous rounds and the amount of pressure that they were putting towards middle is probably going to make MOUZ NXT fight. MOUZ NXT isn't that kind of a team that's going to be like, okay, we let go of middle. They've beaten us there. No, middle is such a vital part of their game plan on the T side of Mirage, and you know that they're probably going to continue playing with it. So now for the first time, you actually let go. You know they're going to invest most of their players to potentially try and fight middle. So they're just like, you know what? We're going to play from the back of the sides. Let us wait. Eventually, they're going to walk into us. And, well, this is exactly what happened. Once again, MOUZ NXT, not only they lose the round, but not getting the bomb plant as well is going to be a little bit of a problem. Ooh. I like that.
He's beating the Molotov. Cyber continues to go for the jump spot. Flash out towards middle. Radia now hasn't seen MHL there, I don't believe. Might have just spotted him. Making his way into the smoke. MHL gets that kill. Wakadia needs to get away with his life. MOUZ NXT have only picked up 1 kill. Shui, has he got a timing? Cyber has heard him. It's a nice idea from the MOUZ NXT IGL. He's being very crafty there. Very, very sneaky to get out, but is not going to be rewarded for his cunningness.
Yeah. It feels like MOUZ NXT actually were onto a good start, and then they lose this round against the Pistols, and it feels like we're watching the Astralis Talent and 0-0 Prospects game all over again. And once again, feels like they can't really focus into the game. It feels like Eternal Fire just have their number written down, and it's really scary how competitive other teams look on Mirage against MOUZ NXT. I don't think we had that last season. I don't think there was a map where you could say, okay, MOUZ are experiencing some major issues, because I think those are issues. I really do feel like maybe this is one of the most uncomfortable MOUZ NXTs I've seen in a long time, or I haven't seen the team look so uncomfortable on a map. Still early though, they can still recover.
Yeah, but I think you're definitely onto something. I mean, the pressure is definitely beginning to show, and the cracks as well. Now it's a little bit of a B pop coming out here. Sizzix puts a stop to the first player trying to make his way out of the apartments, but will not get a second. MHL is going to take him down. The molly's right in. Wakadia has to get into the smokes to safety, and he will do so. Yota now offers his support a helping hand in a time of need, but Wakadia loses his life eventually. YNFat and MHL, the 2 players left standing as the rotations are coming, but they're still a little bit away. Yota alone, and he is going to be found. 2 versus 2, a minute left on the clock. The bomb in MHL's possession, but they want to get a little bit more control of the site before they punch the numbers in. And actually, it is going to be a reposition from MStar, so Cyber might not want to play just yet.
Yeah, bomb is gonna go down, but you can see how anxious they are. They have no idea what's going on. They have no idea where the CTs are coming from. And all this time that Cyber is waiting right now is just gonna make MOUZ NXT get into their minds even more of it. Overthink it, overpeak it. Maybe forget about M-Star being a possibility to come out of kitchen, and he might actually get a free kill onto the Oper here.
Oh, MHL not looking the right way. He loses his life, and Yimfat needs a big 1 versus 2. The element of surprise for the first, and gets the second as well. Yimfat with a massive clutch. Now goes looking for that AWP. Is going to be able to find it, but man, that was such an important 1 versus 2, and Yimfat is able to come up trumps for his team.
They needed that. From a mental point of view, that was a massive round from Impact. I mean, we were speaking so much about the mental barrier that MOUZ NXT are experiencing in the first couple rounds of their games most of the time. Well, this is the kind of thing that helps you fight with it. They're like, yeah, okay, some of the things are not working out. A lot of these rounds are close, but we can still win the clutches. And that helps from time to time. And look at that again. They're just going to send it out B.
There's only one player here, really. The MAC-10's going to try and cause some chaos on the site, but it's the M4s that stand tall. Defense put up, a wall put up, and it's the Turks that are manning the border right now, making sure no MOUZ NXT players get over it. There's a team kill in the mix, but it won't really matter because the 2-man advantage is in their favor. MHL finds the first. This would be a massive 1 versus 3 if he could pull it off, and he connects on the second as well. Now Sizzix might feel the pressure just that little bit. MHL just takes his foot off the accelerator a little bit, slows it down, but Sizzix, he has the cross completely. This is such a difficult angle to take from the apartment. Sizzix definitely has the advantage, but he might get a little bit antsy here. You can see he's just peeking out, making sure he's not going back. He is going to go for a reposition, afraid of maybe the flank. This might play into MHL's favor.
Yeah, MHL's playing this one really intelligently right now, just giving the CT some time to get into his own head, to try and overthink the way that MHL is going to approach that, and he's being really silent about this one. Does he realize where he is, though? He spotted him, and what a nice reaction. MHL with the 1 versus 3. This is what you need. Even when nothing's working out, even when you're struggling, the individuals that you have on the side of MOUZ NXT, they can bail you out, even from positions like this one.
He does so well to get it from the 1 versus 3 into the 1v1, and then a wise man once said, do not interrupt your opponents when they are making a mistake. And that's exactly what Sizzix does. He walked right into MHL. The reposition really cost him there. And he just got into his own head a little bit. You can understand the thought process behind it, but MHL has played that one expertly. And it's another clutch scenario going the way of MOUZ NXT. But you have to think, right? I mean, 2 of the rounds were massive clutches. So this really could have been a 10-3 scoreline we're looking at from Eternal Fire.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of shoulda, coulda, wouldas.
Yeah.
And in the end of the day. But you know what, Jack? We care about the absolutes. Like, I'm talking absolutes.
Yeah.
But yeah, in the end of the day, when you have a team with those individuals, this is a part of the game. And I feel like this is the kind of a situation where they struggled to actually perform against 0-0 prospects, because they did manage to come back into the first half, but you didn't have those individual moments of brilliance that we're really used to when watching a team like that. And it's nice to see that even from from a team point of view, things are not necessarily working out as they should. There's still some players that are able to step up. MHL is currently on a 14 and 11, almost top of the server. Top of the server is M-Star, 17 and 7. He's had a wonderful game. But MOUZ NXT are slowly but surely starting to crawl their way back into this one. And now Eternal Fire are only on the pistols. So potentially MOUZ get another chance. They get a chance of redemption for round number 3, if I'm not mistaken, or 4, that they lost against the pistols. So yeah, you can actually get at least a 9-6 half out of this one as well. Or you can fluff it against the pistols. That's an option.
Oh, you love tempting fate, don't you? You really do. Well,
they're walking into the pistol stack.
We have seen it happen, and we have seen them lose the pistols already in this game. So anything is possible. You know, I don't like to doubt your reads or anything like that, Ted. Maybe, just maybe.
Oh, they have
This
no
could
one
be a
going
problem.
palace as well. Yeah.
Well,
Or no.
That with the first player. Yo is down. They found a second. Now they're realizing there might be a few more players that have yet to rear their heads on this site. But every head that has made itself known has been taken off. Cyber. Maybe looking for one kill. There's the first. Ooh. There's the second. The 5-7. Making a real case for Eternal Fire in the round. But dealt with. Sizzix. Now with the Deagle, low HP on Shane, but it won't matter because Exertion is going to be able to hit his first bullet. 6 on the board for MOUZ NXT. A really nice recovery, to be honest. This one could have slipped away massively from our reigning champions, but we're looking like we could be on course to get an 8-7 half here. And MOUZ NXT then swapping over onto the CT side could be absolutely massive. Beautiful 2K there from Cyber.
I feel like you can kind of feel for Eternal Fire, by the way, because like we have that point of view, that perspective where MOUZ NXT recovered because of their individual skill, and then we can have that perspective that Eternal Fire actually they deserve to win the first half, and if those two clutches actually went their way, this could have been a really one-sided first half. Whereas now the most one-sided they can get is a 9-6, and oh, take a look at that double push. Did he clear him out? Oh.
They don't clear him out, but they line up as well. All the way up. Shane looking for that opening kill. Well, towards Ticket. Unable to find it. Oh, the Cyber missed opportunity. Shane, he's going to take him down.
Yeah, it's 3 versus 2 now. Still recoverable for the CT side, but Exertion, he's got such a strong position right now. He just needs to stay alive here. And I think he's heard him. Yeah, he's going to walk in behind him. Surely this round is over. MHO is holding with the AWP. Exertion from the back with the AK. This should be a round that goes in favor of MOUZ NXT, and it will. MHO and Exertion with the final 2 blows. MOUZ, even though there was a little bit of a problematic moment, even though for a second there, it felt a little bit out of control, they managed to recover. Nice 4 rounds in a row in the end of the half. It's going to be an 8-7, Jack.
Yeah, I mean, an 8-7, and considering that we were talking about the possibility of it being 10-3 in Eternal Fire's favor, that's a really good result for MOUZ NXT. And again, just waking up when they really need to towards the end of the first half that they usually do. It's absolutely no surprise that we do see them do it. We're very much used to it at this stage. But Eternal Fire, it's nice to see them actually putting up a performance so far. We'll see what they can do in this pistol, and we jump into the MOUZ NXT TeamSpeak.
Don't hear B. I'm gonna push. Yeah, I'm hiding on Ben. 2 under plus, of course. 2 under. Yeah.
I'm going back window.
Play me ticket, Tony.
I will rotate short if you don't spot anyone.
Yeah. If I spot anyone, I will just nade and then smoke it under my.
They can be under the window now. Dumping.
Okay.
Didn't see anyone. I'm going back to city. Or I will play kitchen. Let's stack in. Or B. I have window.
I don't see any.
I have short.
Left.
Give me if they go, I need to go short.
Can be walking bench, should be. Bombcon, yeah.
I was playing city, guys.
Yep.
Ramp, out.
I'm going city.
Only one. It's Tetris, probably sandwich. It's sandwich. Bench that.
One more
triple.
sandwich. Triple. Blending beam.
Blending.
They should be jungle,
Go
guys. They
city,
should be
go
on
Yeah,
the
they
short.
should be
short.
jungle.
They
Sandwich.
went from mid.
You can
Get
run.
up.
You can run. I will kill behind.
Okay, it's ramp. Tetris.
I'm coming city. We have
Get
no
Tetris.
kills.
Okay,
Tetris.
probably.
Short one. And one jungle. One Tetris, right? Obi?
Yeah, probably.
Let's go out.
Or ramp.
Smoke bomb.
Yeah, no kit, no kit.
Like, no.
Palace out.
Ups. I was sticking.
Palace out.
Jungle and palace.
Oh my god.
Nice try.
Right.
I killed one more.
Oh my god.
I mean, my reaction was pretty much the same as theirs, but I was just muted. Okay, what a pistol round that was from Eternal Fire Academy and MOUZ NXT. They were actually close to it. I actually feel like there's a couple things that we can highlight in that round in terms of MOUZ NXT. I mean, even the understanding of when is it possible for Eternal Fire to be going up bench, up top connector on timing, like the moment when it gets comped, right? It's such a nice timing to say it in that moment. So yeah, it just shows that MOUZ actually have an understanding on what's going on. They know what the possibilities are, but Eternal Fire just hitting some really nice shots and playing this one in a really, really good way, taking jungle control, obviously. But now is the full buy against the Force.
As NXT have already won a round like this, and MHL is going to be able to find 2 quick kills. Shane does the damage, so the body tag is enough from the scouter. MHL is going to reposition for the moment. The flick needs to be good, unable to connect, and he does take a little bit of damage. M-Star up connector, IGL out of the round for MOUZ NXT. Oh, flash over, Yimfat's blind, still manages to get away with a kill, and this one is not straightforward for Eternal Fire Academy at all. Exertion is going to try and work his way out. Bomb planter is down, and it is all left on Wakadia. He's tucked in towards Sandwich. Smoke on the bomb. He has been spotted. Wakadia with the first exertion. One more tag to the body will do. They both will meet, but Wakadia comes out on top. Galil works wonders for him, and it's 10 on the board for the Eternal Fire men.
Yeah, another really huge round from the youngster. By the way, when Wakadia joined in for the second game, because he didn't play the first game that Eternal Fire played in the tournament, it was actually against MOUZ again on Inferno. He joined in for the Astralis match on Mirage, and then for the 0-0 Prospect game that they won on Mirage again. Wakadia has been feeling really comfortable on that map. He actually top frag for them in both maps, so seeing him kind of come back to life in the start of that second half, that's going to be a massive factor if they want to end up with the win. And, ooh, okay. Okay. Pistols?
Surely not. Surely not. Oh,
it's
no.
happening. Yep, it's happening.
Oh, no. Well, luckily for
Prepare.
Eternal Fire, they have control of the bomb site towards A. Nobody is here, so the fake was kind of sold nicely. But still, not an ideal situation. Wakadia really needs both from this position. He has been spotted out. He's kind of trapped. Yota picks up 1 quick kill. He's on 100 HP. He's going to try and run him down, jumping over with the Mac 10. 1 versus 1. Both players are low. But once again, Eternal Fire coming up trumps in the clutch. And I mean, we see MOUZ NXT with some nice clutches, you know, in that first half. Now it's Eternal Fire's turn, and they begin to pull away from MOUZ NXT little by little. That one should not have been as close as it was, but Eternal Fire will not care all that much as long as they get away with the round.
Yeah, too close for comfort for sure, but it's still a round that's gonna, I mean, from a mental point of view, a little bit upsetting for MOUZ NXT because it's another clutch that gets stolen away, but still pretty decent damage. I mean, you look at the T-side money, it's pretty much non-existing. So if MOUZ NXT actually managed to win this round, Eternal Fire won't have anything to work with. And with the minimal loss bonus, they'll probably have to go for a scrappy force and then get reset. So this buy round, huge for both sides. This is the buy round that could pretty much skyrocket MOUZ NXT back into the game, or make Eternal Fire's dominance even more significant.
A lot of heads definitely have been turned so far by looking at this scoreline. Definitely not what I expected. And I'd say there's a few people in chat as well that definitely did not see the position that Eternal Fire are in right now coming. Shuey gets that information. Nobody takes any damage whatsoever, but he spots out a lot of players peeking their head towards connector. Utility being traded. And no real stance being taken from either side. Eternal Fire, they're going to back out of middle here. Clock running a little bit thin, Ted, so they have to kind of make up their mind where they want to go, but it looks like B is on the cards.
Yeah, they've baited out the majority of the CT side util as well, though. You can see there's only one smoke and one flash left, and that's on Impact. He's towards window, so Eternal Fire, or rather MOUZ NXT, they don't really have anything to stop this one, bar their guns.
Well, the big gun, the big green, puts a stop to that first player. Very nicely indeed, and MHL gets the info, spots the player on the cross, looks down for a second, that costs him his life. Exertion gets the next kill as he's still standing tall from bench. M-Star left in a 1 versus 3, tries to tap the bomb. Exertion's going to swing out, and it's been a quiet game from him so far, but he looks to step up in this round, gets MOUZ NXT in 8th, and gets them their first CT1 now on the board. Eternal Fire, they had the right idea there. Well, I mean, they did and they didn't. I mean, they wanted to go up connector, then once that utility kind of went down, just stopped the round completely. And it was kind of as if they didn't have a plan B there, and they just kind of went, all right, let's just try our luck towards this Bravo bomb site. Not gonna come away with anything. And now this is the position that they're in, Ted, like you talked about. It's only Glocks, 1 Deagle in the mix, and 1 flashbang. They have to hope for a little bit of a miracle.
Yeah, that was a huge round from Exertion and MHL. MHL, by the way, did have a good game on Mirage yesterday in terms of he was the only one to actually find some, or rather the day before yesterday. I'm just starting to forget at this point, spending too much time with the old man. But yeah, he actually did have an alright game on Mirage, so I'm looking at him. I expect something good of a showing from him in the second half. Same for Exertion, by the way. I feel like he doesn't really enjoy T side Mirage that much, but CT side, when he's towards short, when he can just roll in between middle and B apps, I feel like this is where he feels really comfortable. So I expect both of them to actually pick up the slack just a little bit.
These pistol rounds are way too close. Like they should not be as close as they are. I mean, you can see there that it was messy towards window from MHL dropping the op. Yo is going to try and get a bomb plant here. He's just going to be safe. 6 HP. Probably won't get anything more from it, but bomb plant is more than enough in that scenario. You can see there was a little bit of panic because MHL, he drops the op behind him. He's left with only the USP, and it's pretty much just pistol v pistol there. There's a world where the Glock gets that kill. They run in, they drop the M4 that's in window out to one of their players. They pick up the AWP, and all of a sudden, they have a man advantage in the round. Now, we'll jump over to the MOUZ NXT TeamSpeak, and we'll see this buy round and what it has to offer.
Flashing mid. I'm flashing again. Ups. He's pushing ups.
It's clear.
Out ups.
Flashing above bench, coming,
Flashing above you. One was top mid. I have cross.
One
there.
Tetris.
Can be under
Mid
middle.
cross.
Default.
Yeah.
I'm already default.
Flashing
above bench.
They're gonna take jungle.
Default, big.
I'm flashing, smoke in front of us.
They're under wood.
Maybe
Default
stairs
dead.
smoke.
I smoke palace.
I don't think he have a city.
Well, I think one city close somewhere.
I don't think so.
We're loading.
I will smoke up some.
CT.
I'm
Let's go
only
retake
ninja.
together, guys. Let's retake together.
Going 3, 2, 1.
Underbar clear. Drops clear. Default clear.
Tetris.
I have ups.
Touches. Dead.
Ramp. Ups dead.
On the freezing middle. 10 seconds.
No time.
Ramp.
Nice shot.
Unlucky.
No time.
I didn't click. Nice game.
Oh, you can even hear there the 10-second defuse, no time. There was actually kits on the site there. Man, that's tough. That is so tough if you're MOUZ NXT. That was your chance to get back in the game. You know, that was your chance to really get back on level terms, maybe push past Eternal Fire Academy, and now look where your money is. It's completely in the bin.
Yeah. That's the moment when you go through a little bit of a resume of the previous round and you're like, yeah, we lost 2 people to that full eco and they planted the bomb, so their economy is actually really good right now. And ours isn't. Well, really good. I mean, it's not really good. The only silver lining right now for MOUZ NXT is the fact that Eternal Fire are in the bin financially as well. I mean, yeah, because of the bomb plant in the round prior to this one, 3 of them are still going to be able to buy the armor with the AK if they want to, but they're not going to have any utility to it. And two of them don't really have the money to go for Kalashnikovs either. So MOUZ NXT, they can still recover. I think what's disappointing in that round is that you pretty much had the advantage in the biggest part of it, right? I mean, it was a 4 versus 3 retake, no T's crossing towards CT, no one towards the side. It was just Tetris, Ramp, and Palace. You should be able to deal with this one. And you did have a defuse kit, but apparently it got dropped somewhere and they didn't manage to pick it up. So yeah, another round that's a little bit disappointing. I mean, you can see in the tone of their voice that they're trying to laugh at it, but it's not that laugh like having fun. It's more of a like ironical laugh, but hey, you get another chance now. This round though, this is everything. It could be.
The flash could be everything. Here it goes in. Shui goes for the peek. Everybody is blind. There's one, there's two. Can he get more? No, stopped. But two might be just more than enough because he has the information. He knows that there's at least 2 more players on the other side. A massive HE tags M-Star down even further. He's down to 23. And he has to back away. He can't afford to stay there and take another nade on the chin. But that was only an MP9. That was one of the lesser weapons doing the majority of the work there. They still have 2 Famouses and the AWP in the equation. This was a really good reaction, and Eternal Fire really just played right into MOUZ NXT's hand already in this round. But it is still in a recoverable position.
Yeah, that's a sick call. In terms of you realize you don't have barely any utility, so Eternal Fire are probably going to try to use the fact that they have a minor advantage, but they don't have the utility to go for mid control either. So yeah, a pretty good call, by the way, from Shui, going for a play like that. A nice piece of aggression, even doing it himself with the double kill. And now Eternal Fire, they're going to stop it for a second, but with only 30 on the clock until the end of the round, they will have to make a move sooner or later. Good news is that the AWP is on the other side of the map. Bad news, there's 3 members of MOUZ NXT towards the Alpha Bomb side.
Yeah, Nympha is tucked in here. Sizzix is going to need to clear him out. The Famas gets that kill, but M-Star is going to just spray him down through the boxes. Now, can they cross? Exertion is not going to be watching it, and they will at least maybe get the bomb down. There's the AWP, finds that kill. They rush onto the site, and MOUZ NXT recover from a very difficult loss in that previous round. Ooh. It's 12-10. Eternal Fire, their money now in a little bit of a sticky situation itself.
Yeah, that's been just going back and forth. And now with Eternal Fire, they need to go for the first buy. I mean, you can't really afford to go for an eco. You don't have the loss bonus. You're not going to be able to invest. So this is MOUZ NXT actually having a chance to bounce back into the game. They win this round, they probably level things up. I mean, it's going to be the full eco in the next one. And Eternal Fire, it looks like they just want to send it towards the B-bomb side. It's going to be the contact pop. They just have the 2 flashes and they will try and catch them off guard.
Oh, that HE could have been absolutely monster, but it did not go deep enough now. The Tech9 is going to try and make their way out, bulldoze their way onto the site, but they're unable to do so. They get away with 1 kill. It is only onto Yimfa, but he gets 3 in return. And MOUZ NXT get a return of 1 more round. 12-11, close to level terms. No money. The issue for the Turkish side in this next one. So we should be seeing it leveled up. And then we really do have a game.
Yeah. By the way, the protocols from Impact have been really impressive so far towards the B-bomb side. It feels like he's really good at dealing with high pressure moments, even when they play really quickly. Well, we're going to see if they're going to be able to do the same towards the A-bomb side now. And there's your answer. MHO and Shane. Shui as well to join in the action, farming the kills, making it a clean one, not dropping a single member here. MOUZ NXT now the money for the first time. I feel like this is the first time in the game when we can actually look at a team and be like, okay, they can actually lose a round and still have the money to go for a full reinvestment. 3 in a row now. Economy's been established, and a lot of these rounds have been fairly clean, by the way. They haven't been losing too many members, so yeah. Nice cash, but you want to make it work against the guns now, and it's at this point, it's anyone's game to take.
Yeah, I mean, it's a nice performance from Yimfat so far as well.
Yeah,
which is good from your B anchor, because usually it's you either get 4 kills or you get 20 plus. It's just the kind of position it is. You either see everybody or you see nobody. But everyone that he's seen, he's really dealt with. MHL, really good tracking, even though he was flashed and able to find the opening. And now they just fall away. They don't have to stay and fight towards middle. They know that Eternal Fire can be out, but they just want to play the numbers game.
Yeah, MHL's been really consistent in hitting those shots, even when he's blinded, even when he's not in the best scenario. 29 kills under his belt so far, looking to make it more. And, well, I jinxed him. Wikadia is actually going to drop him. Chewy decides he doesn't want anything to do with that fight, and he's going to fall back. 4 versus 4 now, and Wakadia's actually dropped him as well. A really good recovery from the youngster of Eternal Fire Academy. And out of nowhere now, they're with a man up, and Impact, once again, he's going to be left alone. He's going to try and rotate back. Exertion, though, is going to punish MStar. Back to the 3 versus 3 we go. Eternal Fire yet to make a decision, yet to commit to a bomb site, but they have only 30 seconds, and they've made their choice. It's going to be A.
The correct choice as well. I mean, there's only Shane here towards connector. Yimfa is still a little bit too far away, and they're fully expecting this B site, or at least just giving up A. They can play for the retake. Make sure that they do not give up B whatsoever. Wikadia, he gets a 3rd kill. A lovely crouch peek. Shane didn't even see it coming. Now, Exertion's half HP. Yimfa in towards jungle. The bomb is down, and Wikadia has positioned himself perfectly. He is not going to be cleared out by Exertion here. Surely he's not expecting this. He's going to walk his way back. Scissors drop. Jimfat. Wikadia with another. It's a 4K from him. You may as well give him all 5, because he is the reason Eternal Fire have 13.
Wow. We spoke about this yesterday, I think. We mentioned the fact that it's really key for any team to have that one guy that's able to kind of explode with a multi-kill in the middle of the round and turn things over. I feel like the best example that you can give is you need to have a Taric, right? An OG Taric when he was back in the Cloud9 days. This is what he was famous with. Like the amount of multi-kills that he can get mid-round with his team is like 1 man down, 2 men down. This is what Wikadia did in that scenario. This is massive. Because not only because it turns around the round, not only because you win it, and it's a really huge one in terms of how late we are in the game, but because mentally you make MOUZ NXT realize they've just lost a 5 versus 3.
Oh, and Wikadia once again, he is not letting up whatsoever. Out towards middle, finds the opening pick and finds the entry. How do they want to play this man advantage? They stay out towards mid for the moment. There's NXT. They are going to take a little bit of a risk. Exertion, boosted over, needs to be careful. That smoke provides a little bit of cover, but it also hinders his vision just that little bit. Yimfa has to go out and try and clear, but now he's out in the open, needs to try and make his way back, and surely the double peek is going to be more than enough. MStar gets this kill. Wikadia has to fight. He was trapped towards Delpan. Exertion swings wide for a second, but gets punished for that one. And now it's a 2 versus 4. Eternal Fire Academy, the ball is really in their court. They can make the play out on B. Cyber, he's taken all this space, and this surely is another round, and it's probably a round where MOUZ NXT don't even send these 2 players over towards B.
Yeah, absolutely. You need to go for a save here. You have no cash whatsoever to afford losing those M4s, or rather the M4 and the AWP. Eternal Fire are going to make their way up to 14. And again, there is this one guy with the multi-kill. This time it's not even Wikadia, it's MStar, who's been having a wonderful game, by the way. 26 and 18. I feel like I think this is MStar's best game so far in the Academy League, by the way. And he's chosen to do it against the #1 team, the team that has won the last 4 tournaments. Well, I say the last 4 tournaments, the 4 tournaments that we've ever done over at the WePlay Academy League. So yeah, massive moment to step up. A massive moment to show as well that you're the most experienced guy up in the server in your team, right? He is the only one in his team that's actually played some tier 2 CS in his yeah, you pointed out it was just a brief stint with Eternal Fire, but he still was a part of the team for I think 1 or 2 tournaments when xFlout was injured. So MStar, he's had a taste of tier 2 CS, and we're seeing that right now. Really good mid round. And it's sick to have that from a player that's normally a little bit more supportive in his role in the server.
Well, the problems arising for MOUZ NXT, and the problem is if they lose this next round, not only do Eternal Fire get onto 15, but there is no money in the bank. 2,400 loss bonus is not going to be enough to get you what you need. So this round must go. And it is going to be a little bit of a slower one from Eternal Fire. Look at this. They know that there is probably a weaker buy on the other side. And they remember what MOUZ NXT did towards ramp. They remember that little bit of aggression. And they're just holding so passively for it.
Yeah, and you know that the utility is not great for MOUZ NXT either, so they'll probably have to go for some kind of an aggressive play, and already we're seeing that MOUZ is gonna try and actually play that one slowly. Yimhat and Shui making sure that they have that bonus smokes and flashes, compromising in terms of weaponry though. The MP9 and the FAMAS in action, Eternal Fire actually not achieving anything. MOUZ NXT are not gonna move a muscle. Now Eternal Fire will have to be the team to make the first move, and there's the initial nades. They're trying to bait out the Yuto, trying to get MOUZ NXT to worry just a little bit. Late middle control, not gonna get taken just for now, just the flashes, just showing presence. But no one's moved the muscle. This round is for the game, this round is for everything, and both teams seem to realize it really well.
The execute is gonna go over. Shane on top of the balcony trying to dodge the flashes, won't be able to dodge the bullet. M-Star gives him a free haircut. Now MHL is going to be watching M-Star making his way out, and he is going to put a stop to him. Shui's been spotted. Cyber swings wide enough just to find that kill. Wakati with another, and MHL is down as well. It's all left onto Yimfat. Now 1 versus 4 for him. He picks up 1 kill. He's been the standout performer, or at least one of them for MOUZ NXT for the moment, but this one is definitely way too much, and he has to concede the round. It's 15-12, but the MP9, is it even that much to save? He has to try and work his way around and maybe get a rifle, but surely Eternal Fire are going to be holding on to these and make sure he doesn't pick up anything more.
Oh, and that's so devastating for him as well, right? Because he's been having a really good game. We pointed out, he is the lurker, he is the anchor, he's that guy that's always last alive. So, or rather the isolated guy on the map. So when this guy's having 26 and 22, and his opponents just continue going towards the A-bomb side, they continue going middle. From his perspective, it feels like he can't really get to see anyone, right? It feels like he can't really get to participate in the round, which is really, really annoying if you're Impact right now. But Eternal Fire, they've been really good in those scenarios, controlling the map, making sure there's no aggression whatsoever, then gathering up, playing together, using all their nades, refragging efficiently, and making MOUZ suffer once again. And look at the buy from MOUZ, 12-15. Once again, they're on the ropes, knocked down, not yet knocked out, but it could happen after this round. And they have only 1 M4, a FAMAS, an MP9, and 2 pistols to fight with.
Going to execute. Look at the aggression towards Palace. 2 players have pushed in, but M-Star, he's going to be able to find that first kill, and the second is Eternal Fire on for their 2nd win ever in the WePlay Academy League. 2 more quick kills, and MHL is alone. He's the man that's pushed all the way through. He has the information that Palace is clear, but he's got no teammates left. A 5-7. Only 2 use to maybe swing this round back, but surely this one is over and done with. Surely we're going to see a 16-12. He misses the first few bullets, but Wakadia will not miss a beat, and neither will Eternal Fire as they defeat MOUZ NXT. And the unstoppable force in this Group A that looked like it are looking pretty stoppable now, as Prospects and Eternal Fire have taken them down in back-to-back games.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the most competitive season of the WePlay Academy League that you've ever seen. The team that didn't pick up a single map in Season 4, not a single map in all their games, just took down the hegemon of MOUZ NXT, and they did it in a really convincing fashion in terms of the difference. We're gonna see some replays, we're gonna see some nice clutches from MOUZ NXT, but the truth is, MOUZ NXT, they're struggling on Mirage Jack. I'm still not exactly sure on how to feel about this one. I feel like I like the peak of Mirage. I like the fact that they were maybe going into this game trying to prove to everybody that the game against 0-0 Prospects was just a little bit of a fluke. It was just maybe an off day for them. But apparently there is some problems on Mirage, and apparently Eternal Fire can bite and they can burn. And well, I know maybe you didn't expect anything like it, but after this game, MOUZ NXT is 3-2. Eternal Fire right now is 2-3 in Group A. And you know what that means? MOUZ NXT, they're far from the first place.
Yeah, they're in really a spot of bother now, because, you know, I was talking about it a little bit before the game, you know, in 2nd position, it's not going to be good enough when you're losing the games, when Navi Junior are still unbeaten. You need to be finishing first if you want to go directly into the playoffs, or else you're going to have to go into the play-ins. Now, I don't think MOUZ NXT are in too much troubled water in terms of, you know, they might miss out on the play-ins completely.
Oh, yeah.
I think they're definitely going to finish in the top 4, of course, or I mean, I'd be very, very shocked if things fell apart completely. But man, let's just talk about Eternal Fire for a minute, man. Enough about MOUZ NXT. Eternal Fire, they were the victors in this first game, and rightly so. M-Star, 29 kills, 97 ADR. Cyber and Wakadia having massive moments to pull their team through. But MHL, he was the man on the AWP to really pull the rounds. There was an incredible 1 versus 3 towards that B-bomb site on the T side, but it's not enough when your teammates aren't fragging. I mean, it's very, very difficult. You know, it was only really him and Yimfat today. The other 3, they had a really, really slow game, and they were punished because of it.
Yeah, absolutely. You could see that Impact and MHL tried their best, but they were really well isolated when they were on the CT side. Eternal Fire did a really good job at realizing where the strong positions are for MOUZ NXT and where the liabilities are, and they abused those liabilities big time. Did it in a really good way. We pointed out the fact that they were really good mid-round, by the way. I want to highlight that. The capabilities, the potential, the multi-kill potential that Eternal Fire Academy had in the mid-round when they were a man down, 2 men down, those multi-kills that we saw from Wakadia, from M-Star, those were massive. And I feel like those are the rounds that, if not turned over, maybe would have won the game for MOUZ NXT. But you know, Jack, we're going to say it again. A lot of ifs, buts, and maybes, but we do absolutes. And the only absolute here is that Eternal Fire just won their 2nd game in Season 5.
Yes, they did. And speaking about second games, we do have another one coming up. It's Big Academy taking on Apeks Rebels. But for now, myself and Ted are going to go for a little bit of a break, but we'll see you in around 5 minutes time where the WePlay Academy League Season 5 will resume. See you shortly. Hello ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the WePlay Academy League Season 5. Short little break in between Game 1 and Game 2. And to be honest, Ed, we needed it after that shocker. Eternal Fire, they were able to take down MOUZ NXT, who look very, very beatable at the moment, and a lot of teams now are going to be fancying their chances. But speaking about unbeatable teams, right now we're going to have a look at Big OMEN Academy, currently 5-0, 2 of them of course forfeit wins after Young Gods withdrawn, but still unbeaten in the server. 3-0, they'll take on Apeks Rebels, which is going to be a very, very tough matchup for the Norwegians.
Yeah. Apeks Rebels, I feel like, especially after they're in an 0-3 spot, they've lost all their games so far in the Academy League. You don't get the easiest, well, I think it's safe to say you get the hardest opponent in a game like that. Big Academy, not only they've won their 3 games so far in the Academy League, but they're on a 6-game winning streak on HLTV overall. So they've been one of the best teams. And if MOUZ NXT over at Group A are having some struggles right now, well, we can say that the runner-ups from the last 2 seasons are doing a really good job. And Big Academy are really looking like a top contender right now, Jack.
Yeah, I mean, they really are. It's going to be difficult for Apeks Rebels to maybe pull off a result here or do what Eternal Fire did, especially because, you know, we look at the scoreline last time they played out. It was a Vertigo. It was a 16-2, a very, very quick game. Big looked quite good on Overpass, taking down Young NIP. Of course, Overpass being one of Big's, if not Big's, best map. And then against ENCE Academy yesterday, a 16-9, a little bit of a closer one on Mirage. Apeks Rebels, they have only played 2 maps in this event, 3 all in all. 2 Vertigo games, both of them losses to 2 of the toughest teams in the group. And then yesterday, the 16-6 versus ENCE on Overpass. But that one could have been a lot shorter. I mean, it was a 13-2 half. You know, we seen that, what, the 1v5, it was actually an ace. It was a 1v4 in the end for Berserk that kind of kept them in the game, but that 100% could have been a 16-2 or a 16-3. So, you know, Apeks Rebels maybe getting a little bit lucky in that regard to make it a little bit closer. And you have a look at the win rates there from the Apeks Rebels side. It hasn't been smooth sailing whatsoever for this side.
Yeah, I feel like I couldn't even name a map where I'd say that Apeks Rebels actually have a massive chance, but this game is a little bit of a Apeks Rebels just trying to show us their best form and just playing knowing that they have nothing to lose, because I feel like this is the David versus Goliath that you're gonna get in that group stage, especially after the recent struggles of the Norwegian side. But the Vito's already coming in through, Mirage does too, and Ancient getting removed straight away. So yeah, we're not gonna see an Ancient, not yet. I'm actually waiting. How much time is it gonna pass before we see an Ancient or a nuke, do you reckon?
Oh, I have no idea. I think we might have to wait a little bit longer, maybe, you know, when Fnatic and Furia start playing, we might see maybe an Ancient. I think we won't see a nuke until maybe the best of 3s kind of start round, and we're going to see Big just pick into Vertigo. I mean, you absolutely destroyed them last time you played them on this map, so why not pick it again? You know, when you're leaving, when your vetoes are quite similar, it is going to be very, very difficult in the best of 1 stage. I think Apeks Rebels, they're going to give a better showing than last time. Do I think it's going to be a different result though? Probably not.
Yeah, I guess it really depends on who starts on which side, because Apeks did have some pretty big problems on the T side last time around, I guess you could say, excuse the pun. But yeah, that T side didn't really look that sharp for Apeks. I'm really intrigued to see what happens if they get to start on the defensive side though. Maybe they pick up the slack just a little bit, maybe they get a little bit of momentum. But yeah, we're gonna see the pre-match stats. Obviously, Big Academy looking like the favorites, looking like the team that's gonna win this one. And Jack, I don't really need to ask you for your prediction, because I feel like 99% of the predictions are gonna be for Big Academy to pick up that victory. But so far this season of the Academy League has been the closest one, and it has been the season of upsets. So I'm gonna leave just a little bit of an open like space in the door for Apeks Rebels to potentially try and make something happen in surprises here.
Yeah, I mean, I know we have seen a lot of upsets so far, but my issue would be the standard performer for Apeks Rebels so far has been Berserk.
Yeah.
And Vertigo it's not really a map that your Opera can have too much impact, especially on the T side. You know, we even see a lot of teams just go without an Opera on the T side and just go for the 5 rifles. Now, your Opera on the CT side, he can do that little bit, but you know, if it was an overpass, maybe, just maybe, I think they'd have a little bit of a better chance. But it's just really difficult to say that, you know, they're gonna come back, because of course we got to watch that 16-2 from Big Academy, you know, and it didn't look good whatsoever. It looked very, very clean, and you know, there was yes, they won 2 rounds, but you know, you're not going to be writing home about 2 rounds whatsoever. Now, could have just been a bad day. It really could have. They have looked a small bit better in the games prior to, or the games that came after that, but have they learned from their mistakes? I'm not too sure. I think it's too close in the day to kind of tell, and too close. The games are not spaced out enough, but we'll see what happens. I mean, I'm all for being open-minded. I don't want to put down any team's chances whatsoever, but man, it's going to be a really tough game.
Yeah, I guess that's one of the toughest matchups that we can get out of both groups. An interesting thing, by the way, because you managed you managed to say something about Berserk. I feel like his impact on the game, like we get a pretty similar situation with Fester and Astralis Talent, right? It's kind of that one guy that does everything, and if he doesn't do everything, well, they lose most of the time. Even when he does have a good game, they still lose. But I feel like Berserk, there is one stat that pretty much tells us the whole story, and it's the fact that not only he is the opener, but he is the guy that's attempted the most entries on the side of Apeks Rebels. So he's, most of the time, he is the guy that's trying to open up the rounds. He's the guy that's trying to get to take the initiative. And yeah, I know that before, like a couple of years ago, and even there's teams that nowadays do that. I mean, JW is still doing that. Woxic is a kind of an opener that loves doing that from time to time. You know, AWPs being the initial like aggressors in a round. I feel like with Apeks Rebels, I'm not really convinced that it's intended. I just feel like they don't think that they have other options that could work. And this is something that I really want to see change. I really want to see them being able to kind of help out Berserk in his endeavors.
Well, a big performance needed from the Rebels. It's an aggression towards middle. And if they decide to flank towards B, this could be absolutely massive. But I think the execute is going to come in just before they get there. However, there are 3 players stacked towards this site. So it is the correct read so far. The Molly's rain over. Berserk will find the first kill, but Sin will take him down. Now, did they decide to go back, or did they decide to just commit up onto the site? They might want to go with the utility if they can. Got a little bit nervous there with the jump over, but everybody will stay above ground so far and not plummet to the streets below. So it is a 3 versus 3. Sense with a nice headshot there. He has dropped the bomb. Hype with that refrag now. Tries to push onto the site. One more player left standing there. Tapeware has been dealt with. And now it's Brave on the flank in a 1 versus 2. Isolates the fight nicely. Gets the 1v1. And now it's only Hype. He has put the bomb down. He has swapped over to the USP, looking for the head of Brave. And he needs to be very brave to take this fight. Hyped, still jiggling around, dancing around. It's a game of cat and mouse back and forth. Nobody able to connect just yet, but eventually Hype does, and it gives Big their first round.
Wow, what a massive pistol round that was from Hype. The 4K to start him off, obviously the big star on the side of Big Academy. I actually wanted to speak about that just a little bit. Do you know that Aqua, obviously, he is a guy that we've been speaking about quite a lot recently, but right now, he's had his strongest event with Big Academy since he's joined the roster. Right now he's on 1.40 rating after the first 3 games in the WePlay Academy League Season 5. This is the best he's ever been in a tournament. And this is his 19th tournament with this roster. Which is kind of a surprise for me, you know, because he's normally that guy that's... We had that talk with Impact on the previous matchup. He's normally that guy that's the lurker, the anchor, left alone, doesn't really get to see that much action, and when he does, it's kind of like you either get 3 kills or you get nothing and you get a little bit annoyed about it. But he's had a really good event, but that doesn't make us forget about Hype, because he's been consistently delivering. Yes, he might not be the brightest star in the shed right now because of Aqua's performance, but Hype, he's been really consistent.
Yeah, the consistency is definitely key. What has actually impressed me as well is how well Sky has kind of fit into this roster.
Oh yeah.
He's looked very, very strong. Of course, there was some questions when it was brought to our attention that Keto was not going to be playing this event.
Yeah.
But
I think it's opened up more space for the rest of the players, by the way. The fact that Keto is not in the roster anymore.
of course, they would have learned from their time with him, a man with a wealth of experience. But they're looking very, very complete right now. I mean, it hasn't been broken just yet. I mean, 3 wins out of 3 in the server, 5 all in all. Nice headshot there from Brave, as he tries to chip away at the money and at the weaponry that Big Academy are going to have in the next round. But it is only 1 from that position, but it is 2 from this position for Big Academy.
Yeah. Hype's 5-0. Nice way to start a game. Money's looking fantastic, and we're going to be playing against the Eco now. That was a force buy, by the way, from Apeks Rebels, and it did look like an Eco. But hey, we get to listen to Big Academy for this anti-Eco.
Zusammen, wohin?
Two step with Arnold, can't you?
Flash. Flash kommt.
Pull out my jumper.
Pull die Jumper.
Well, yeah, two.
Mitte ist Black, Matze. Vielleicht schleichen sie auch durch.
Ja, ich hab's.
Noch eine Flash.
Bin ready.
Ja. Ready mit Smokes?
Ready?
Go Smokes. Jetzt dann. Flash 1.
Verschrücken. Was?
Oben rechts drauf.
Ja, passt auf, dass sie zusammen retaken, ja?
Ja.
Ich
lege.
lege.
Pass Flank auf, bitte. Longbox
Matze hat
Anti-Flash.
Flash.
X seht ihr hier pieken. Wahrscheinlich A-Stack gewesen auf Hanne.
Digga.
Hand mal silent.
Ich hab über die Heaven.
Gut. Werden A gepusht sein eigentlich.
Ja, ich bin bei dir, Matze.
Ja.
Jetzt da frei, wa?
Kriegst du ihn eingehalten?
Ja, hab ich. Ja, Windows frei.
Hat tot einer? Unser Geld, ja?
Ja.
Ist okay, wenn du die Mac behältst.
Ja, ich gucke jetzt halt, ob ich was
Nico
finde.
einfach.
Okay. I'm pretty satisfied with the level of action that we got to witness in this TeamSpeak round. That wasn't only insightful, it was full of things happening around the map.
Yeah,
You love
Apex
to see it.
Yeah, I mean, they don't give away any kill bonuses really, bar 1, so
Yeah, guys, spoke in the chat if you found this round really exciting.
exhilarating, but this one might be a little bit quicker, might be a little bit more entertaining. Plus, it's going to run right through a molly, so he catches VHW by surprise. Sense able to get the refrag. Berserk needs to be a little bit careful. Spot the leg, I believe, is Sin there, and Sin is going to be taken down. Advantage with Apeks Rebels. Sky is going to try and make his way out middle, doesn't properly clear the angle, still manages to land the dink onto Brave. We've got a 4v2 now. Sense dodges that flash. Aqua able to get across with that smoke, and there are 2 players now here towards Short and Ivy that he might be able to take down, and he's got both of them. Absolutely massive. As we get this round into a 2 versus 2, another smoke will allow Hype to get up onto the site, punch the numbers in, but the molly might just get him off the plan for the moment.
Look at the low HP on Brave as well. This is such a tough round to win right now for Apeks Rebels, and Hype, he's made his way out of the bomb side. It's going to be so tough to force those big OMEN Academy players to get into fights, and they have no utility bar, 1 flash and an HE. At least the defuse kit, but a smoke would have been perfect. But actually, there is the smoke towards sandbags, and they spotted the player towards Short.
Now, if the HE goes towards sandbags, it will be perfect. Bomb is only tapped as Hype sprays. Brave peeks over, gets that kill. It's a lovely retake from Apeks Rebels, although Aqua did try his best to really turn that round and flip the script a little bit, but it is going to be finally the Norwegians picking up their first round. I say finally, we're only 4 rounds in, but still better to get on the board early in this game, especially because we know what happened last time these two faced off against each other. But reinvestment coming in from the big academy side, and we've got hyped on an AWP.
Yeah, stop jinxing it that much. I mean, they're on the CT side now, Apeks, so we expect them to put up a pretty decent fight here. Berserk already on the op, as you pointed out. He's gonna go for an early peek towards ramp. Doesn't want to overextend, though. There is an AWP on the other side as well. Oh, someone want to see demos, but Hype knows those demos as well. And, well, the peek is not gonna surprise him. The first op versus op fight goes in favor of the German.
BHW and Brave though, 2 quick kills as the big academy side try and creep their way up the ramp, but they both lose their lives. Now Apeks Rebels, they might just think about playing from the sights here, and that's exactly what they're going to do. They're going to double up towards short on this A site, and they're just going to double up here towards B, but they need to be careful. 2 players making their way out middle, creeping over. It is going to be Brave, the man on low HP, that spots out Sin. He's calling this information. Tapeware has got 1 kill, but Brave, he can't be of much help whatsoever. Oh, and he burns through his crisp, does the damage. He was the man to have all the impact in the round, and instead he's had none. It's a 2 versus 2. Apeks Rebels are smoked out for the moment. The molly on the plant should force Hype away for the minute.
Yeah, but the bomb's already down. VHW on the rotate is gonna pick up the first kill, and now it's Hype. A 1 versus 2 clutch. Full HP as well for the Oper, but he needs to find the first one. Does he spot him? Does he see him? He does now. He knows exactly where VHW resides, and he's gonna land the first shot, and now knows exactly where the other player is. He knows that he was coming in from CT. The bomb is gonna get tapped. Not stuck though. Hype knows it. There's the second tap. Again, it's just the fake, and Hype looked like he had the right idea, but there's not enough time. The round goes for a big academy.
ENCE did not have a defuse kit. It was an unwinnable situation, and it's a big academy getting another round. But, man, Brave had to do a whole lot more there. I mean, you could see the gun barrel. You could see that he didn't want to peek. He was the man. If he gets that first kill, I mean, he tags him down low. Even if he gets that first kill, it didn't matter that his teammate died. It's then a 1 versus 3. Surely that round is Apeks Rebels for the taking. But unable to find that kill, he might have even got a second one if he got that first as well. So, you know, you never know what might have happened. But big academy, maybe getting a little bit fortunate in that instance. They're 4-1 up currently. Apeks Rebels money dwindling just that little bit. They have an AWP on Berserk, but that's about the height of it. The rest of our MP9, so close engagements are going to need to be taken. Height, he is a whisker away with those wall bangs. VHW has taken a little bit of damage, but lucky to be alive and in the position that he's in. Brave starts us off though with a kill.
Yeah, that's what you need from a round like that. Some mid-round aggression. Getting the opening, and now with the man advantage, the weapons don't really make that big of a difference. Now you can slow things down. 1 minute on the clock, and you can see Big Omen Academy. They don't want to give anything away for free, by the way. They're being really diligent with this one right now. And Apeks Rebels, they've actually stacked towards the A-bomb side. If Big want to actually commit A, they're going to be walking into a stack, but it does feel like they're just sending Sky on a little bit of a scouting mission. Hyped is going to be able to drop the AWP. That's a massive kill, and the MP9 is actually close range, but it's going to overwhelm Sky. Do they go for the refrag? Yes, they do. There's 3 people coming in here, but are they going to be ready for the boost?
Surely not. Surely this is a free kill.
No way!
It's a missed opportunity. Sin takes him down, and they know Sense is towards short here. They know he cannot go absolutely anywhere. Aqua swings up to take him down. This round we thought was surely going to be Apeks Rebels. Big, we're playing right into the Norwegians' hand. Tapeware is going to swing through. Sin takes him down. It's 3 kills from him. It's 5 rounds from Big, and it is mistake after mistake for Apeks Rebels.
Wow. Oh, these rounds are gonna hurt. Those are the kinds of rounds that just haunt you until the rest of your life. Take a look at that. They played it perfectly. The initial aggression, the man advantage, they stacked the right bomb side, but then it just all collapses. All the missed shots, all the 1v1s that they give to the side of Big Omen Academy, and big. They capitalized on them perfectly. This is another round that initially could have went in favor of Apeks Rebels, but they somehow managed to get away with. And look at the money. Now it's eco time, and potentially this one goes in favor of the T side as well.
It was a cracker of a shot, let's be real, from Sin here. That was a lovely reaction to find the head.
Yeah.
So, I mean, we can be critical as much as we like, but Sin had to have his reactions on point and did. And Big Academy now well on point to taking at least another round. 3 kills already, 2 more players left to find. Damage here has to be the main priority.
We have an Unleash fan right now. You know what? The default, like the big stickers on the default AK actually don't look that bad. But it's like, surely there's a better skin for the case. Maybe a slate. Yeah, I think a slate would be cool with the white stickers. Yeah. Just change it to a slate.
Yeah, but you see, you know, you can't get rid of this one. You know, you'll have this forever. Do you know what I mean? Because you might get sick of a skin. Like, it happens. It has happened. So
yeah,
happens to me all the time. It's just like, oh, yeah, I like this for a while, but you do like to change it up. This one, it's a memory, man. You'll have it forever. Oh man, the Deagles.
Yeah, I have one AK like that, by the way. With default stickers. Or rather, default AK with stickers. Do you know what stickers I have on it? I think I have Optic, Astralis, and North. And maybe a config, but like the old school config, like from North days.
Yeah.
I think that's the OG AK that I have that I'm never gonna get rid of.
Well, you can't really, can you?
I can scrape the stickers, I think.
Yeah, true. Well, let's see if Apeks Rebels can scrape together a round as we jump into their TeamSpeak. We are going to see a tactical timeout first of all. So
yeah.
We won't be jumping in just yet. We will be after.
Unfortunately, we can't give you a sneak peek into that one because yeah, they're going to be mad at us, but hey, we're gonna listen to what they say during the round. There's a little bit of a replay. The Deagle's trying to do the damage. So far, they've been doing alright, but in the end of the day, is Big making light work of the round, even though they lost a couple of bodies. It's still gonna be alright. You're on the T side. It's a little bit easier to build up the economy, so it's not really such a big deal in that manner. And hey,
nothing is saved as well. Yeah, we're ready to get underway, and we should be ready to see what Apeks Rebels have to say.
Jeg legger den inngående her.
Jeg spiller fremme side bare. Som at vi flere.
Jeg kan låse den. Jeg på mid.
Jeg låser den.
Close mid!
Jeg close mid.
Jeg går vindu. Jeg kommer til feil mid nå.
Ja, kom inn, mann.
200 A.
Jeg spør han ned.
Han var helt fremme.
Okay. Jeg søker.
Det lå ikke big, by the way.
Takk det.
Han har ding mid, tror jeg.
Gå og save her, Rodde.
Ja, vi ser det, ja.
Gå en ledder, du. Så holder jeg bak oss min. Gå en ledder og hold opp ledder. Tekst ikke B. Jeg planter ikke bomba, for de skal chase også da.
Yep, I know. Ikke døra på den.
Ja.
Jeg lobby. Jeg er spent.
Søker inn nå da.
Ja.
Vi feiler big der, så se til at den lander nå.
Ja.
Jeg tror vi spiller dere to.
Wow. Okay, that was the definition of domination. That was done quickly. I mean, apparently that tactical timeout didn't really work out that well, and you could hear that they were a little bit devastated by the way that this round went. At least they can go for another reinvestment now, Jack. But that was way too easy from the side of Big Academy. A clean full buy round.
Even after that, though, something that I do want to bring up is a nice execute there. 4 Molotovs used, and there was absolutely nowhere for anyone to hide on that site towards B. I know there was nobody there, but even if there was, you know, Big Academy just making sure that basically everywhere is covered in flames. And it will be interesting to see if they try that once more. Oh, Tapeware, he spotted out Process.
Oh my God.
How is he winning that fight? Process, how have you done that? Tapeware is going to be kicking himself that he hasn't got the opening kill in favor of Apeks Rebels. And now 15 HP, Process moves forward. Big Academy are going to try and move forward once again on the scoreboard to try and pick up their 8th. But they still are going to play with the time that they have and see if the re-aggression is going to come in. Can't push past this smoke just yet. Will be detrimental to their chances. We're down to 45 seconds. The retake for this round should be on.
Yeah, flashes are perfect. They're going to force him back. They are ready for the repeat, but don't manage to actually get the kill. The Molotovs are going to force the AWP out of position. 30 seconds only. So Big OMEN Academy will have to commit to a bomb site sooner or later, but they are still playing with a man up. Time could be a problem, and back towards that B bomb site we go. And look at that from Apeks Rebels. They've stacked A. They've taken the bait completely. Berserk is going to find a kill. They get one more towards middle, so they are actually going to have a man advantage going into the retake, but are they going to be ready for the player that's already so close and so deep into enemy lines being processed?
Yeah, the issue is, though, he's the low HP player, right? He's down to 15, Apeks Rebels. They're going to go out and clear middle, make sure that they're not going to be flanked. Process is just going to play anti-flash for the moment. Hyped with a nice shot. Berserk is down, goes on top of double to maybe see if anyone more is going to rear their head over the top of that. Smoke flash goes in. Brave takes down that low HP player. Hype needs to connect and does. 2 more players on offer. Will he be able to get anything more? He's being put under pressure. 2 missed shots is going to cost him his life. Sky's going to be taken down as well. The retake goes in Apeks Rebels' favor. They do have the kit, they do have the defuse, and they have their second round.
Whew, that was such a hectic one. By the way, it's really impressive that they managed to get the first kill. It's kind of fortunate that Process was low HP, as you pointed out. I mean, if he's not low HP right there, he probably gets the first kill and it's in a different round. We can see some really nice shots from Hype, but overall it was a pretty difficult fight for him once they closed out the gap. And Apeks Rebels, they managed to win a round that was pretty much detrimental for their chances to potentially come back into the half if they want to. Or, well, of course they want to, but if they have any intentions of trying to put up a fight here. But Lee's gonna leave the door open a little bit. Process gonna drop Tapeware in the meantime, so really early once again. They've lost the opening fight. Last time around they were able to recover. Let's see if they're gonna be able to do it again.
Hyped spots Berserk. Just the gap in that yellow tarp being a real issue there. The Opera was very clued in that that peak was coming in. Brave is low HP. That nade, oh, hurts. Very much so. Brave feeling that one a little bit. Sense he's going to push up close here to Wood. He's going to jump up and try and clear it. Process maybe doesn't realize it as Sense heard him. This is so awkward. What's going on? Sense comes to his senses and spots out Process to take him down. That was a very awkward exchange. But that's a lovely peek from Sky.
Wow, that was the Ferrari peek right there. Didn't really give him a chance, and the smoke should actually seal the deal. This should be a safe for Apeks Rebels. I don't think that you want to go for a round like that. You surely don't have the money for it, and that's gonna be an 8 for Big OMEN Academy. So far, Big have been really good at getting the initial kills, and by the way, this is a really good comparison that we can make between the first team and the Academy. I feel like Big have shown us that when they have utility, anything's possible, right? I mean, they've been really solid with their executes and just making sure that they use their man advantage in a good way later on. And they haven't been quick. They haven't been quick by any means. The only quick thing that they're doing in a round is just the initial peak. They go for the first fight, they get the kill or they lose it, and then they slow down and play their game. Just control the map, group up, execute one of the bomb sites, and hope for the best. And so far, it's been working out really well. They even get rid of one of the guns. It's just going to be the single AK to be saved by Sense. And it's, ooh, yeah, he manages to hold on.
Yeah, it was getting a little bit dicey there towards the end of that one, but he does make sure that the AK makes it into the next round. We've seen that one there. Sense, yeah, Sky clearing out that angle nicely. Oh, Aqua. Thought that was on the head. He was actually low HP. Thought that was a whole lot better than it was, but tactical timeout now for Apeks Rebels. And still, I mean, this isn't a pretty scoreline at all when you consider everything that's going on. You consider where the money is as well.
Yeah.
It's real trouble for Apeks Rebels, and I know they have had a tough start to life, you know, with the teams that they've played so far. Big, this is their second time that they've played them. Young Ninjas, you know, arguably they were never winning, you know, either of those games or any three of those games. The one against ENCE Academy, I'd say, was probably the most disappointing game that they've had, because, you know, although we didn't know what the capabilities were of ENCE Academy, we thought that Apeks, you know, they needed to get a result if they want to get into the play-ins off them. And right now, it's just a case of they can't really compete with the teams that are, you know, towards the top end of the group so far, and it's been very evident.
Yeah. By the way, it's something interesting that I just managed to catch a glimpse of. So far, we've had 10 rounds. The bomb had been planted in, I think, 7 or 8. So yeah, that just comes to show that Apeks really struggled to just deny Big Academy access to the bomb side. And even in the rounds that Big lose, they're still able to get the bomb plant, which pretty much explains why they have so much money in the back. Oh my goodness.
Oh.
All right.
Hyped, showing his ability with some nice flicks, and it's a clean round there for Big Academy. Apeks Rebels, you feel that this one needs to go now. They cannot afford to lose anymore if they want to stand a chance here on Vertigo, but Big Academy, they're just taking their time, really. Hyped does have a nice spawn if he wants to maybe get a little bit aggressive for something. We'll see, of course, what does come into fruition. He is heading towards middle. And I mean, you're full of confidence right now, so you might go for these aggressive peaks. And that's exactly what Berserk does. Opening kill found. Apeks Rebels now can possibly see themselves picking up a third.
Yeah, you needed that. Now, finally, you can play the man advantage, but look at Aqua. I think he's found a little bit of a gap in the defense. Maybe a slight timing. Tape, where is he going to be aware of the possibility? Oh, he doesn't seem to spot them. He has no clue. He doesn't have a clue that they're out middle. Not only about the first, he doesn't know about the second. He doesn't see him. He gets 4x3. Even if he gets the kill into the Oper, they have no idea. And oh no, that's disaster. Hype's gotten the kill. But now the timing won't allow them to be ready for Aqua. He's so deep into enemy lines.
Go back and they'll look for it, and they will actually find it here. Now, Sky gets that next kill. VHW taken down. Surely they just go over towards B, but they don't know that. They don't know that the 3 players are left towards the ramp. Sky is in a whole lot of trouble, and he doesn't realize it just yet. He is going to back away to safety for just a moment. And who sees who first? Sky doesn't turn around. Brave takes him down. Now, surely they're just going to make their way over towards B. They will be able to get the bomb plant down, but they have to take their time clearing out towards the stairs. They have no idea if it's clear or not.
Yeah, they don't believe that it's possible for all 3 people from Apeks Rebels to be towards the A-bomb side. Bomb is going to go down, but they need to make a decision. They need to fight for one of those positions. They're pretty much caged on the bomb side.
Yes, they are, and Berserk passes that opportunity, or rather does not pass it up. Hyped is down, and Sin has it all to do. A 1 versus 3, looking for the player in the back line. Brave not making his way through just yet. Berserk with another one. It's 3 kills from him, and it's back to the same old story for Apeks Rebels. Berserk has a round, and they come up trumps. as the defuse is just going to be gotten off in time. It was a little bit close towards the end, but was not really in doubt there. That was such an important kill from Sense, though, to deny Aqua. If only Big knew that B was absolutely clear.
Yeah. You know what's the thing, though? That's one of the few moments when you're gonna say to yourself, it would have been so perfectly good for Big if Hype wasn't to get that kill onto the player towards window, right? Towards Guardian. If Hype doesn't get the kill, if he goes down or just decides to fall back, then there is no reason for them to be looking towards their backs, because they're going to be like, yeah, we have a guy that's spotting for that possibility. There is no way that anyone's going to be in CT, and Big probably went around. A really awkward one, but so far Big have been good in those recoveries after awkward rounds, and once again is going to be hyped to win that 1v1 fight of the Opers towards ramp. 9-3, not a lot of cash in the CT side bank account, so they need to recover a high low towards middle, but look at how passive Big are, and once again, they just get the opening kill and they're just going to play it passively from now on, just waiting out on aggression. So far, they've been really diligent in those scenarios, and it does feel like they have really no intentions giving Apeks Rebels anything to work with right now.
Yeah, Apeks kind of have to go for some information here. Yes, they've thrown the nades deep, so they've given away that there's 2 people on A, so Big Academy are just going to group up and go together. It's the correct call. Usually there is going to be a 2-2 split unless Apeks Rebels have decided to go for a gamble stack because they had such ramp control. They probably have rotated a few players away. Now, with the pressure being shown, they can rotate a few players back if they want to, but it's not going to happen just yet. Eventually, the rotate is going to come in, but I don't think it's going to be there in the nick of time. VHW dealt with towards Sandbag. Sky with that nice kill. 20 seconds left on the clock. The smokes need to go down to ensure that Big do get a plant. And Sense is pushed all the way through. The flash is going to be good. He is completely blind, and he is found out by Aqua. 10 seconds. Bomb is going to be planted. It's a 2 versus 5, and make that a 1v5. And Tapeware is continuing to walk towards the site here. Finds the first kill. Surely he doesn't continue to go for this one. Maybe a snowball chance of it happening, but absolutely not. Aqua takes him down. 10 rounds already in the first half. And Apeks Rebels, they have already bettered their score the last time these two faced off on Vertigo, but there is a big opportunity for Big to maybe just take it 16-3.
Yeah, let's not forget the fact that Apeks Rebels actually played T-side the last time that they faced off. So we kind of had bigger expectations about this CT side, and well, it is slightly better, but slightly doesn't really make a difference in that scenario when we're speaking about a 16-2 at the first place in their initial matchup. So yeah, Apeks, they need something spectacular right now. They need to bounce back and win those 2 rounds, and they've already lost one of the guns, and well, there's the second one going down.
Caught off guard by Berserk's position. Isn't gonna cost him his life. And the site under control. Ooh. Oh, Big. That is a lovely Deagle shot from VHW. And he finds a second as well. Big maybe begin to sweat just a little bit. The mollies are going to rain over. The util is going to rain over. So it is still an uncomfortable position for Apeks Rebels as well. They have a kit in the equation, so if the kills go in their favor, maybe, just maybe, they might have a chance. But the swing through the smoke, Sense goes down, everybody else falls. It's 11-3, possibly a 12-3 scoreline coming up. But at least Apeks Rebels have money in the bank for the final round.
Yeah, good effort there from VHW. A couple of nice shots. It's nice to see him building up the confidence just a little bit with plays like that. He hasn't been able to kind of perform to the extent that we know he's capable of, especially from his days back in 0-0 Prospects. He was one of the, I'd say one of the best players in that lineup. So far hasn't been able to find the same success, but truth be told, he's been facing off against really tough oppositions. And take a look at that from Big Academy. They're switching up the base completely, and Brave passes the test with an excellent.
Yeah, definitely an A+ there from Brave. Process teammates were stuck behind the Molotov, so there was never going to be any support. It was just going to be an aim duel. And it was one that he came up a little bit short on. He's hoping his team cannot come up a little bit short in this last round. Tapeware, a nice shot with the AWP. Brave will drop Sky, and now Big Academy are down to 2. Down to just one. Hyped misses that shot, and now he's just going to be swarmed by the Apeks Rebels. Brave's going to jump up. Hyped takes him down, but does the damage in the meantime as well. 32 HP. He'll back away with the bomb on his back, but it might be a little bit too much to get his entire teammate, our teammates on his back here to pick up a 12th round.
Oh, baby. Hyped 1 versus 4. I've seen that one on Reddit before.
Will be a 1v5 too. Would be pretty incredible, but the HP, yeah. Oh, he didn't see him.
He's been seen.
No, surely he hasn't. Now he has.
Yeah. Gotta run.
Gotta go fast. Taps the bomb. Oh, spots the player in the smoke. The issue is he's already tapped it once, so he has to keep tapping it, and surely they're just gonna keep trying to peek him. Eventually the smokes are gonna fade, and Hype is gonna be spotted. There's a nice shot, but it's only one more. VHW takes him down 11-4-1/2. Not terrible for Apeks Rebels. Could have been a whole lot worse, but Big Academy are going to be very, very happy with the way that they played, especially Hyped and Aqua. They performed to perfection on this T side, and now we swap over onto the CT side where they were nearly perfect last time out.
Yeah. So far, it's been pretty much the same story in most of the games that Big Academy have played, right? I mean, they haven't really allowed their opponents to snowball, and this is, by the way, this is something that's kind of a signature difference between Tier 1 and Tier 2 CS normally, right? Because, like, in Tier 2, people always win a lot of consecutive rounds, and you see those big streaks, whereas in Tier 1, there's a lot of those, like, round exchange games where people just deny the momentum of their opponents really quickly. This is exactly what Big OMEN Academy have been doing so far. I mean, you can see that Apeks Rebels, even though they were able to win 4 rounds, they haven't been able to chain consecutive rounds yet.
No, they haven't, but Aqua has been able to find a head through a smoke. Hyped drops Berserk Sense, only able to find one just now. Bomb is going to be recovered for the moment. The smoke is still up, but he's losing teammates left, right, and center. Bomb tap, the swing comes out, and Big Academy have played this pistol so far to perfection. Sense, very difficult when you have 3 bodies just wide swinging, you're trying to take you down, and it is the second pistol of Vertigo going in favor of Big OMEN Academy. 12-4. And now, because there's no bomb plant, Apeks Rebels, they can't really afford to, you know, invest the Galils if they were to get that bomb down. So it is just going to be blocked out on this occasion. The perfect idea for these MP9s, or rather perfect scenario.
Yeah. Well, we say for these MP9s, this is the perfect idea for a Hyped who's just looking to boost his HOTV stats right now with the M4. You know, you see the eco, you're hungry. It's not the big apple, but it's still an apple.
One
Jack,
year, 5 a day.
Yeah, do you want to hear a fun fact?
Always.
Do you know that only 5% or only 3% of all types of apples in the world are actually edible?
What?
You can eat only 3% of all types of apples in the world.
On that note,
yeah, the rest are poisonous.
On that note, we'll go into the big team speak.
Einer A. 2 A, ich komm da.
Kannst du flashen direkt?
Ja, ich flashe.
Mit der Flash?
Jetzt.
Eigentlich nicht Seite drin. Mama?
Fisch kommt, einer Smoke kommt.
Und wer, ja? Was ist
Einer VBM. B aber noch nicht rein. Könnt ihr euer Equip halten, Mama?
Ja, können wir machen.
Okay.
Dann jump.
Komm mit B. B ist eigentlich noch nicht drin, ne? Jumps oder? Die ganze Zeit.
Dann jump, ja. Genau, Ober. Hörst du Blitz, Ilias? Nee, ne?
Nee, grad nicht.
Blitz.
Okay. Aber ich würde eigentlich mir jetzt noch mal werfen, Seite, Digga.
Mach, Mitte vor, noch einer Low, Mitte vor. Er geht eher zurück. Er wollte ein Loch reingehen. Einer ist auf VB, einer ist VB.
Ich hab A voll. Das Full AP nicht.
Ja, Tom hat A, rotates B. Hier, einer. Mitte so, down.
Warte, hab ich wieder.
Alarm
Seite, einer close Seite bei mir.
Ah, gerade Nico.
Tot. Noch einer Low war Mitte.
Der hat Tunnel Time können, pass auf.
Weil ich hab den Tunnel gleich.
B auf Retake. Einer hat Low von denen.
Ja. Kannst du mir Gaps smoken? Irgendwie noch? Pass bei dir auf. Oder B.
Dann flash vor mich bitte auch. Erstmal close.
Achso, ja, okay, nein.
Oh, sorry.
Einer hat Low von den Jungs. Kran grad hoch. Achtung.
Mitte.
Hab Kran.
Ja, ich...
Geht gut. Geht Low.
Da Kontakt.
Low,
B-Bombe.
Auch B.
Das Bild. Warte, ich komm nicht weg. Er hat Low.
Ich hab Molotov, Molotov.
Ja, lass mich vor, ich hab Low.
Die Molon.
Rechts.
Rechts. Nice.
Nice.
Hey, Digga.
Hey. Achtung, Molly. Ich hab angeblich Movement und sterbt deswegen.
Wo, Molo?
Nee, Molly
kein
lag
Molo,
auf der Bombe.
Damit du nicht stirbst.
Gesagt. Möchte kein 1G sein.
1G, Digga.
Achso.
Yeah, no 1G is right. Yeah. I was a little bit worried there. He might get ahead of himself, but not to be. But Big Academy definitely not getting ahead of themselves in this game. 14-4. Possibly the last gun round coming up for Apex Rebels now as well. And it is only going to see 2 AKs in the mix.
Yeah, and that round was a perfect example of Aqua being really aware of himself and what he has to do. But, oh, BHW, he's actually going to switch up the pace a little bit. He even thinks about running through the smoke now. I think he lost himself in the smoke, and well, Sky is going to punish him for it. But look at that, Sense catches one with his pants down, tries to go for a second, but the response from Big Academy is immediate. And once again, they have the man advantage. Berserk gonna wait just a little bit. Brave might have a little bit of an opening. Well, never mind. The only thing that he has is a body full of bullets.
Nice dink from Berserk, but he needs to get a little bit more from this situation. Can't connect onto any more big players, and it's a 15-4 scoreline. Yeah, lost in the sauce a little bit there, Ted, the applesauce, and it's going to leave a bitter taste in Apex Rebels' mouth if they come away from this one with yet another defeat.
I surprised you with that one with the apple, didn't I?
Yeah, I'm still blown away by that fact.
You know what's the thing? It's not like I just Googled it. It's a fact that I know from like 5-6 years ago because I watched it like in a Bulgarian TV series. Like the gangster said it, like the bad guy, and I just remember it. And he was like only 3% of apples you can eat. It's like with humans, only 3% of them actually can do something. Blah blah blah.
Okay.
Yeah.
The more you know, the more you know. Every day is a learning day here, and Big Academy are teaching Apex Rebels quite the lesson, but school is not out of session just yet as Tapeware finds that kill. Headshot landed. Smoke goes down, so discourages Apex Rebels from progressing further. Elsewhere though, Big Academy are going to progress a little bit further on the ramp. Hyped. He's thinking about going for the peak. He's dropped down. He's been heard now, and he is going to be taken out of the round. Sky goes for the swing. VHW with a second. And Big Academy now are down to only 2. Apex Rebels looking to make the best account of themselves as possible. Sin takes a massive risk, but it doesn't pay off.
Yeah. Aqua needs to hold on to the M4. They might even be able to go for another reinvestment if he does, but there is Flare on his tail, and Tapeware is gonna win the fight. Clean round for Apeks, and at this point we were just looking at the round difference, you know? The group stage, obviously, for those of you that didn't know, consists only of best of 1 games, and round difference is a pretty important factor if it goes to tied scores. So yeah, Apex Rebels, they want to win as many rounds as possible before they lose the game. Or potentially go for one of the the most spectacular comebacks we've ever seen in the Academy League, but I'd say option A is a little bit closer to reality right now.
Yeah, a little bit more likely, all right. But you know, it is that kind of incentive for these teams to, you know, not give up, to continue fighting until the very end.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what Apex Rebels are going to do. Now, Pistol stand in their way this round, and the Deagle of Aqua, we've seen what VHW can do with it. Aqua is quite trusty with it himself, as he proves so again. Berserk out of the round. This would sting to lose the game like this. A 5v3, and Aqua, he's going to reposition once again. He's looking for more brains. He has the aim. We've seen it already. Is he going to be able to connect on some more? Look at Process, though. He's walked all the way down. No way. Oh, the timing. And he sees Sense going and looking back. Maybe he goes exploring for the bomb again. Aqua with another headshot. VHW is the last player alive. He gets 1 kill, but he needs a whole lot more. Spots out Sin. The USP will not be besting him on this occasion. The AK might have Process as he swaps to the Glock. Runs out of ammo, spots him, trying to take him down. Process stands tall. Big win that round on an eco, and they are going to take the game 16-5. Despair for Apeks Rebels one more time, but Big Academy continue their perfect run.
Wow, that was impressive from start to finish. From the moment when they won all those close rounds in the first half to the way that they close out this game, Big Academy, they played another really convincing series. And so far, I think it's safe to say this is the best team in terms of the first like 3-4 games in the WePlay Academy League in terms of performance. Big, they beaten Apeks 16-2, and now they beat Impure 16-5. They've beaten Young NIP 16-13. They've beaten ENCE Academy 16-9. They continue on their way to an unbeaten run through the group stage, and well, they've looked really spectacular. I don't really think that we can actually be that critical of Apeks Rebels about this game. I think we can just be praising Big Academy all we want.
Yeah, we'll be singing their praises for a long while, and I don't think it's going to be the last game that we're going to be doing it either. Apeks Rebels, we'll touch on them in just a second. I mean, it's been a tough road. It has been a really tough start for them, but they have had some of the toughest matches. Maybe, you know, as we move later on, maybe tomorrow or the next day, we might see them pick up their first victory, but time is really running out for them to show what they're made of, and it could be a big possibility that they are going to be down towards the lower end as the group stage does reach its conclusion over the next week or so. But still, it is a long road ahead, and there might be a few more twists in it, but as of right now, it is a straight line, and it is Big OMEN Academy beelining right towards the playoffs.
Yeah, absolutely. And we can't speak highly enough. I can't speak highly enough of Hyped and Aqua. I mean, Hyped is a person that we expect those kinds of performances from, but Aqua, man, he's had game after game. He's been spectacular. There's been a change in him. I don't know what it was, but it was for the best. He's been absolutely spectacular, dropping numbers, dropping kills that I haven't seen him play like that ever. And we've seen a fair amount of Big OMEN Academy's games. Aqua, he's found himself as a new player right now in the server, and it feels like it just makes Big Academy look so much sharper, so much more dangerous, and it does really make them look like one of the great contenders. We're going to see it here as well. Himself and Hype had a wonderful game. 47 kills combined. Brave, this time around, did try to be the difference maker. Truth be told, VHW had his moments as well, but, you know, when you lose 16-5, it doesn't really matter who had a semi-good game.
Yeah, it really doesn't. What we do know is Apeks Rebels need to try not to get too disheartened by the way things have been going and bounce back as quickly as possible. But of course, Hyped and Aqua, you could really flip a coin to who was your MVP of the game, but it was, of course, Aqua. 107 ADR, 23 and 10 in the end. 5 entries as well. Yeah. So he was really the man to get the ball rolling for that big side, and they continue to steamroll through their group. But Ted, we're going to continue to make our way through these games. And our first two, I mean, they were both rematches. But now, coming up, it's going to be the first time that these two teams have faced off against each other. It's going to see Spirit Academy take on Astralis Talent. But for now, we are going to send it to a short little break. Make sure you guys don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a moment. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the WePlay Academy League Season 5. My name's Zerfer. Ted is joining me, of course, for our final game of the day, but we still have 3 more games to come. This one is going to be a very intriguing one, Ted. The first time these teams have faced off against each other, and it's going to be Spirit Academy taking on Astralis Talent.
Yeah, we expect a really tough battle right now. I'd say that both teams were on the edge of being in the same doldrums today. Astralis Talent surely not in the best spot. They're down 1-3, by the way, in the group stage, and we were considering them to be a little bit of a dark horse at the beginning of the season. I'd say, though, for Spirit Academy, it's a little bit better. Yesterday, 16-0 victory on Vertigo against Eternal Fire really did put their pain and ease just a little bit, and I feel like Art Frost having his best map so far as well is going to be a really big factor, because, truth be told, he was a little bit silent in the first 3 games of the team.
Yeah, I think he is going to be the man that they're going to have to lean on an awful lot. We've seen it on Vertigo. He was hitting some insane shots against Eternal Fire, and we can see there it's actually a 2-2 record that they do have. Astralis Talent, however, I think they've been maybe one of the most underwhelming teams, right? You know, we were looking at these coming into it, and we were saying maybe these guys are the dark horse to kind of take, you know, control, maybe second in the group. Of course, nobody really expected Navi Jr. to be playing as well as they have, but Navi Jr. now have beaten them twice, and yesterday, I mean, Fessor was the only real person that was showing up for them, and I mean, showing up in a 16-5 as well, like, that doesn't really matter all that much, you know. We kind of touched on that previously, but like, it's very disappointing and rather strange to see them down towards the bottom of the standings.
Yeah, absolutely. Right now they're dead last, especially after that Eternal Fire second victory. I mean, not a lot of people expected that, but the only team that's below them in the rankings so far has been Fnatic Rising, and they haven't played a single game. So yeah, Astralis Talent, they need this win against Team Spirit. If they don't get this victory, I feel like we're slowly but surely starting to look at Astralis and be like, okay, maybe they're not even going to be able to even make it into the play-in, which is something that before the start of the season, before the first round, I was thinking it was going to happen 100%. I was like, yeah, Astralis probably, yeah, they probably won't win the group. They're one of the teams that I can put my money on that they're going to be in the play-ins.
Yeah, I mean, it was the same for myself, you know. I think for a lot of people as well, but it hasn't worked out that way whatsoever. We're going to jump into the veto, and we're going to see which way this one is going to shape up. We've no kind of idea what way it is going to go, because, you know, we can't go off a prior game to this. We aren't going to see Nuke or Ancient, so we're still on the lookout for those. It has pretty much been a Mirage and Vertigo event so far, and it's going to be exactly the same. We're going to go for another Mirage. When are we going to get some variety, Ted? When are we going to see another map? I think we've only seen Dust 2 once as well, but it's been Overpass, Mirage, and Vertigo only.
Yeah, I think we just had that one Dust 2 between Navi Jr. and Spirit Academy. I think that was the only Dust 2 we've had so far in the tournament. Mirage and Vertigo. Vertigo, by the way, is an actually odd one for me, because it's one of the least played maps on tier 1 level. So yeah, Academy team's actually preferring that one, but we're gonna be focusing on every Faceit player's favorite map. It is going to be Mirage. We can see that Astralis Talent, they've had some more success on this map in recent history, but truth be told, it's been looking kind of shaky. And you pointed out, Mirage for them has been Fessor or nothing. It's either Fessor's day and Fessor's show, or they lose the game, and sometimes he even has a good day, but they still lose it because there is pretty much no support for him. I even remember yesterday, at one point, he just got so infuriated. He was just going for white peaks alone towards middle, just picking up fights left, right, and center. And truth be told, he was winning the majority of those fights. But the fact is that you don't want that to be happening, right? You don't want your biggest star to kind of get infuriated because of him realizing that maybe the way that the IGO is calling is not gonna actually help him out to win any rounds. And he's like, well, I might as well just go and go for the Hail Mary play. If it works out, we're gonna win the round. If it doesn't work out, well, I don't think we're gonna win the rounds regardless, so it doesn't really make a difference. We don't want to see that today. We want to see a well-structured Astralis Talent that works well, because I feel like, especially after yesterday's result against Eternal Fire, well, at least I guess so, Spirit Academy should be on a really high note.
Yeah, they should be, right? I mean, they play quite well. There's no reason for them not to be. And, you know, looking at this Mirage game, they've already beaten prospects on at Spirit Academy. So, you know, they're unbeaten so far, so to speak, through the Academy League on it. They've seen that Astralis Talent aren't perfect. They've seen probably the flaws in their game. They maybe know where the weak points are, and they might try and isolate them as much as possible. And not for the first time today, but the second, Ted, we are going to be heading over onto Mirage to see what is in store between these two teams for the very first time.
Yeah, Astralis Talent starting on the CT side. We had them actually on the CT side in their matchup against MOUZ NXT, and they were onto a really good, I think it was a 5-1 start. So potentially doing something similar here might be able to set them up for a pretty decent round. But Spirit Academy nonetheless are going to kick things off with a nice default beer rush.
Oh, well, Vigo put under pressure. He gets dinked up, still manages to get a kill out of that, so it's not too bad. Hasanator is going to be taken down. But the bomb is going to be planted here. Fesser already out. Nice kill onto Donk, and now goes looking for maybe the bomb planter. Notaneki though finds him first. Mister out through the window. Owner trying to offer his support, but he's going to be taken down. And it's Notaneki now in 1 versus 2. Sees both. They line up, but Mister finds the headshot. 2 kills for him. Astralis Talent do get that first round, and it was a pretty decent hold all in all.
Yeah, something interesting, by the way, I want to highlight. Normally, we've had Notaneki and Hasanator swap their spots, right?
Yes.
But now Zontix isn't going to be playing, which is kind of interesting, because Zontix is normally the guy that goes for the entry. Like, he is the hard entry of the team. And both Hasanator and Notaneki are players that are well known for being lurkers, right? So that's going to be an interesting thing to actually look forward to on the T side of Spirit Academy. I'm curious on what happens now. I guess you can always send Owner in first, because he's been owning it so far in the event. But yeah, something to be careful about. Something to look forward to.
Well, Spirit Academy are going to look to try and get out Palace this round. They have done so. Razor has spotted the first little bit of information. Mister is going to get the first kill of the round, though. Oh, nice headshot from Hasanair with the deagle. Fesser trying to put a stop to the rest of the T's, trying to cross. The bomb has not made its way over, and Notaneki has now lost his life. This one is going to be very difficult for Spirit Academy to get back into the round, because Vigo's just going to swing wide. Donk was the man with the rifle that was just cowering in the corner. He needed to be the one to take a little bit more contact, unable to do so, and Astralis Talent will get a second round.
Yeah, and that was a team ace from Astralis Talent as well, by the way. Everyone doing their job, everyone getting a kill apiece. A pretty decent start. It was the force buy for Spirit Academy, obviously, and they don't even get a bomb down, which means that now the money is going to be a little bit tougher. And, well, who doesn't love a TeamSpeak round early on? We're going to jump into TeamSpeak of Astralis Talent right about now.
Jeg starter med egentlig... Ja. For lige en B i starten. Ja.
En jeg spiller bag Edward.
Ved! En lå B. En B-hus, en B-hus. Jeg tjekker UG nu.
Han gik
jeg sidder og holder.
Jeg går mod B,
Han var helt tæt. Hold top, Frederik. Jeg har top. En undergrund low.
En UG og en tæt B-gang.
En to B nu.
Indhakket Benær.
Ja, til højre eller venstre?
Ja, det ved jeg ikke. Jeg gør begge.
Jeg går lige op og smukker Palace.
Ja, gør det.
Ude rampe død. Hvad er der for Mikkel?
Det må jeg jo face. Det var 2 mod B.
Jeg smukker Palace.
En Palace.
Den let. Nice. Det var ham fra UG.
Ja. Palace tæt.
Vent lige med. UG clear.
Jeg sætter dem bare lige.
Jeg flasher lige over fire.
Palace var sidste.
Nice.
Slikket han meget.
Ja, det var helt sygt for mig, mand.
Var det dog?
Okay, from what I've heard, I can actually make a difference between this TeamSpeak round and the previous ones we've had from them in the previous matchups. I feel like the atmosphere is a little bit better, and you can hear that everyone was speaking quite a lot, and they were actually less talkative in the previous times we've had the chance to listen to their TeamSpeak. So you can tell that the Astralis are going with their heads held high into this game.
Yeah, maybe trying to work on that. You know, maybe just trying to work on the communication. Maybe that's one of the issues why they've been, you know, a little bit unsuccessful so far in their endeavors in the WePlay Academy League. Successful here is going to be Fesser towards the underpass. Headshot onto Donk as he now just tucks himself away. Needs to make sure that Spirit Academy don't try and run him down. They're not going to be able to do so just yet, but he is just being cautious about the idea. Still, though, not resting on their laurels really whatsoever, as we see Apeks continue to get aggressive. Oh, but that time it doesn't work out in his favor. Oh, and Fester's down as well. That is massive from Hasanator. 2 massive kills, and now he can make his way onto the B side if he wants. The rotation from Vigo is going to be over, but he is still solo for the moment.
H4 in the name, HS in the game. 2 brilliant shots from Hasanator, and now Vigo is the only one towards that B bomb side that can save the day. He needs to be a hero. He needs more than one. The AWP is rotated as well. Breezer is going to help out with another, and that's the bomb. That's the C4. Vigo, he can lock it in. He's still wondering, where is that second player? And Breezer, he's found him for him. A 1 versus 3 for Owner, and Vigo really quick on the reaction. What a nice flick shot, and what an insane recovery in the round for Astralis Talent after that phenomenal showing from Hasanator.
Yeah, lovely 2 kills, and I mean, he's going to be a little bit disappointed. You know, that didn't go their way to try and get out onto the B side, but the rotation of the op was perfect there. Getting him in a position to find that kill, it made it a lot easier for Vigo just to hold on. Now, Deagles for the Spirit Academy side, and they're still in search of their first round, but they might have to wait just a little bit longer until they get it. Donk. Oh, he's in a whole lot of trouble there. Somehow manages to come away with the kill, but the refrag is going to be gotten by that Molotov.
Yeah, it's just the pistols right now for Spirit Academy though, so they're going to be looking for the maximum damage. 1 for 1, still going to be alright, even though you're just operating with the lightly armored Deco. Well, it was alright before Mr. Joined in. I was actually wondering, do we embrace the meme from Shuey, or it was Shane, and just start calling him Mr. every single time?
Was it Shane or was it Shuey?
It was one of them, but I don't remember.
I think it was Shuey. I think it was Camille, I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think it was Shuey as well. But the meme doesn't change. It doesn't really matter who it was. The meme doesn't change.
Is that the best TeamSpeak round that we've had so far?
Oh, for sure.
Yeah,
for sure. And the other one was the who was it? It was against ENCE Academy, the 4 versus 1 on overpass on the pistol. Guys, let's not troll. And that was in finish. Oh yeah, it was ENCE Academy. Guys, let's not troll.
Yeah. Well, it was actually translated on Reddit there. I had a look at it, and it was Milty asking for permission to troll.
Okay.
But yeah, I mean, maybe not the brightest of ideas, but the brightest of stats of this round from Mr. as he gets that quick kill. Ooh. And Brazier, nice flick.
Yeah, a 5 versus 3 early on. And Astralis, they've done a really good job, but actually getting those kills and getting away with murder. Like they're not even giving Spirit Academy the chance to fight back, and you can see Vigo already getting a little bit aggressive. He's not going to peek into it, though. This is why this position is so good. He's actually going to wait for the noise. He's going to wait for the B-bomb side to get tested, and he's going to start moving now, so he has a really quick lure. The AWP is ready for it, but misses the shot, and this is the bomb.
Oh, and it's another clean round. Another clean round for Astralis. And it just begs the question, I mean, you know, where has this been? Because they look very, very complete at the moment, right? I mean, they haven't put a foot wrong. They look very, very strong indeed. And this is really the first time that we've seen them like this. Maybe with the exception, right? Maybe with the exception of the MOUZ NXT game, because I believe that was a 5-1, 6-1 scoreline as well, like starting things off on Mirage. But they're starting really, really strong here on this CT side. We're going to see a tactical pause from Spirit Academy already. Money an issue in this round. So I'm expecting just a little bit of a half bite. Pieces of utility here and there, maybe a little bit of a set piece coming out from the Spirit boys, but this one is just beginning to turn more and more in Astralis Talent's favor, and you just wonder, when is that first round gonna come for Spirit Academy, if it's gonna come?
Yeah, well, you're not implying that we're about to see Spirit lose 16-0 after they won 16-0 yesterday, right?
That would be cruel, wouldn't it? That would be how the mighty have fallen. A taste of their own medicine.
Yeah, that would be the greatest fall in human history. But yeah, I don't think it's happening either. But yeah, Astralis Talent surely right now are just focusing on winning as many rounds as possible before Spirit Academy even get their way on the board. Like, especially after the really good game that Art Frost had yesterday. Right now, he's 0-6, yet to register his first kill. This is phenomenal right now for Astralis Talent, because you know that the player that yesterday was hitting pretty much every single thing, every single pixel moving on his screen right now, is really slow to start. And you want things to remain like that. You don't want to even give them chances in round like that with the pistols. That would have been a 6 shot, by the way.
Second bite of the cherry. Gobbles it up. Nice shot. Onto Dunk as well. Owner has picked up 1 kill with the Deagle. They're just going to keep peeking him from connector. And he is still hungry to add more and more kills to his tally. Still 3 players for Spirit Academy. Deagle has to be perfect here from Hasanator. Brazier might want to be a little bit cautious about going for that peek once again. You don't want to give too many opportunities away. Owner, dead right, absolutely owning Altex. And now they're going to try and make their way over towards B. Hasanator has been caught. As now, Owner is just going to be clearing that site. Nobody here from Astralis Talent, and Owner can get quite close into market here.
Oh, Fester, he spotted the bomb carrier. The HE is going to do a lot of damage. Doesn't take him down, though. He's going to close out the distance. They should realize that there could be a player down in kitchen, and now they've spotted and tagged him. This is perfect. The AWP is going to find the kill onto our Frost. Mister is going to finish things off. There's going to be the 7th round. A little bit out of control there for a second, but they managed to control it quite well. And in the end of the day, okay, maybe there was some arguments about who should be the diffuser. Thankfully, we're not playing the V game, and it doesn't really contribute with ult points. But yeah, it's for the MVPs.
Yeah, I mean, a little bit of a disagreement there, and we're actually going to have the chance to jump into the TeamSpeak to see if it was a disagreement or not.
Jeg stiller mig op balken med et...
Ej,
og jeg har ikke jumper ind på den her computer. Nice.
de booster hurtigt. Booster på mand. 3 med. Men de har smukket ind til vinduet. Jeg tager slisker.
Kan du ikke bare larme ned slisken, så går jeg ind paller samtidig? Jeg ser ikke noget paller på B. Jeg trækker.
Jeg holder overkortet nu. Kan
du ikke sende mig et jumper ind?
Ja, det tror jeg ikke.
Jo.
Kan du smukke bag mig sliske? Ja. Så pusher jeg den.
Smoke B. Jeg kommer.
Kør B.
Jeg muller til højre for dig. Flasher bag dig venstre her.
Det er
med B-gang.
B-gang 2. En AV holder. Holder midt, jeg står kort.
Ja, jeg tror, du skal komme om lidt. Gå op med det.
Ham der owner plejer at lykke med.
Op, Apeks.
Det er tank. Og en nede side.
Du har timing nu, tror jeg.
Jeg skyder ham der, jeg skyder ham.
Jeg tror ikke, han sidder og holder dig lige nu.
Det er godt. Ej, jeg kan flank.
Ej,
Mentiler.
Backside. Halv HP.
Hold løbet ud med det.
Tror jeg.
Nice! Hvor er det sygt.
Sygt Victor også, mand.
Han kan sende mig det der jumper ind nu.
Jeg har lige gjort det, men jeg ved ikke, hvordan du skal sætte det ind i konsollen. Men jeg gik bare ind på Benjas.
Jeg kan skaffe.
Okay, that was a textbook retake right there for Astralis Talent. An 8th round on the board. And I just want to really highlight the fact that when they realized that they were 3 towards the A-bomb side, they were really proactive towards Palace and Ramp. You can see how they wanted to clear it out. Altex realizing he's all alone. The moment that the hit comes in, deploys the smoke towards bench, falls back towards backside. Same for Vigo. They were just waiting. And you can see how well calm that retake was as well. Fester just goes, guys, just wait a second. I think I have a timing. I think I have a free kill. Astralis Talent 8-0 up Jack. This game continues being really one-sided again.
Very difficult for Spirit Academy to really get anything going. Oh, the smoke of that HE cost Brazier his life there. Notoneki gets that opening kill. And now Astralis Talent have a decision to make if they want to get aggressive to get that refrag, or if they just want to batten down the hatches and play from the sights.
Yeah, and now they slow down. Is going to be the B split once again. There is only one player. Vigo's down in window, so he can't really support his teammates towards the B bomb side. Or I should say his teammate. As Altex, he's going to be all alone. Drops the first one, but he needs some support. He needs some help.
Oh, he spotted Donk there, trying to dink him up. Owner in towards ladder. Vigo, no idea. Turns, does damage, but not going to get the kill. Now Apeks swings wide, getting over to electric, but Donk takes him down. And now it's all on Fesser and Mr. to make their way onto the site if they want to go. Owner still towards short, not ready for Fesser in that position. Unaware that he was already that far up the catwalk. Now, Molly onto D, fuck up, clear the mouth, Donk goes for the peak, Fesser gets that kill, and now Mr.'s going to swing out onto the site. No Neki takes him down, 1 versus 1 on the card, surely not another retake going in favour of Astralis Talent, and Mr.'s just going to get on the bomb, he's just going to stick it.
Oh my god!
Arfrost has to line it up, and does. It's a first round for Spirit, but they had to work so hard for it, and Arfrost just about gets it done.
Wow, that was such a huge clutch from Arfrost, and to be him that wins that round, I mean, he's been on to a really tough start of the game. He was 0-7. Now he's found a handful of kills. That was a double kill in this round, if I'm not mistaken, as well. So, yeah, Arfrost kicking things off. And at this point, if Spirit actually managed to get a couple rounds on the D side, and Arfrost does manage to actually get things going for himself, he could try to transition that onto the CT side and potentially have a good game, but they'll have to follow up with consecutive rounds right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's 23 ADR in the first 9 rounds from your Opper is probably not ideal. But there's still time to recover. And we are hearing a little bit of typing there, so I...
Reset?
Yeah, I'm considering that there might be a little bit of a reset here. I'm not sure who has lagged out, if anyone.
I think it's Owner.
Yeah, it might be Owner.
Yeah, he hasn't moved in a long time. Okay, Vigo's gotten a kill, so...
I wonder, did Fesser take damage is the question. Now, that's...
Vigo seems to be playing the round.
Yeah,
and Astralis is playing the round. Yeah, Owner's lagged out. But apparently we're not getting a reset. Apparently the round will be played out, and we just have a... Okay, now something's happening, definitely. Or no? Okay, that's awkward.
I'm not too sure, to be honest.
You know what it is? Maybe they've just decided, you know what, we're going to try to 1v5 this round, and we're just going to let people go 1v5 one after the other, and Owner is just the last one to win it.
Well, we hope to get some confirmation on what's actually going on. It is a little bit messy at the moment, but maybe this is the break the Spirit Academy need, right? I mean,
losing around like that, I don't think you need that.
Nah, I mean, just to have a little bit of a breather, though, if that round actually stands or not. So we will see. But what I wonder is, was there already damage done before?
I think,
before it was called out, because Fesser was tagged down to 91 HP. So I think that round might stand by the rules, but
yeah, I don't
want to make assumptions. I really don't, but
I think I saw the same thing. So yeah, probably, but we're gonna get some intel on it any moment now. Unfortunately for obviously Spirit Academy, if it doesn't get reset, because that's gonna hurt, right? You're down 1-8 already. You need to start winning consecutive rounds, and then out of nowhere you lose a round like that to break your potential start of a streak or whatever. Nick is gonna be able to rejoin the server any moment now, from what we're seeing. So yeah, hopefully things get fixed, and hopefully the game can continue without any technical difficulties, because, you know, especially from Spirit Academy's point of view, you finally win a round and then you get to experience those problems. It's really, really unsettling.
Yeah, it's definitely not a good place to be in.
Oh, it's a good moment to do something really fun, by the way. Okay, I want to run a survey in the chat. Okay, guys, we're gonna go for the ultimate clash. Do you prefer burgers or pizza? Type 1 for burgers, type 2 for pizza. I want to see those 1s and 2s. What kind of a person are you, Jack? A burger person or a pizza person?
Definitely pizza's unbeaten, man. It's unmatched. It's unmatched.
Okay.
And I hate to tell you, but if you choose otherwise, you're sadly wrong.
Oh,
everybody's entitled to their opinion, but it might just be the wrong opinion, you know. And I will die. I will die on that hill. I will absolutely die on that hill.
Okay. Well, looks like we're good to go. The round is gonna get reset, which is nice to see because Spirit Academy just won the round beforehand. So yeah, it would have been a little bit disappointing for them to lose the next one after a player lagged out. But hey, it's gonna get reset, and we're gonna be ready to kick things off with another one. Now, Artfrost, he started to wake up just a little bit. We pointed that one out. He's found a couple kills, and well, so far no one's been able to kind of step up. In terms of performance for Spirit Academy, I guess you're looking at Owner if you have to look at a star rifle player, right? If Fesser is the guy that you're gonna be seeing on the Astralis lineup as maybe the big carry, like the gem in the mix, Owner has to be that guy for Spirit Academy. I mean, so far he's been owning it in the Academy League. He's averaged 1.29 rating, and that is with his team losing 2 games as well, which is low-key impressive.
Yeah, it is an impressive stat. Nevertheless, we are going to get underway with this 10th round, finally. Hopefully no more technical issues, which of course would put a dampener on things. And for the most part in this round, we seem like everybody is still mobile and going. And Spirit Academy are going to be mobile towards that A site, it would seem. Throwing a little bit of a fake out towards middle, a little bit of pressure towards B, but ultimately it is going to be the A hit coming in, and it's an aggressive stance here from Brazier. Oh, he spotted a toe, he spotted a foot, he does damage to Donk but no kill. He's going to be able to deploy a nade. Molly goes down as well, just to keep Spirit Academy from swinging out. Brazier's going to have to drop down through the molly, but no, NXT elsewhere is taking care of Fesser. 50 seconds left. Spirit Academy are going to make their way back towards A, where Astralis Talent have nearly all of their men, and it's Apeks once again solo towards this B site to defend.
Yeah, someone needs to rotate quickly and support him. Vigo, he's gonna be troubled though. There could be a player in jungle right now for the T side, so Vigo can't really just run towards the B bomb side. Apeks, he needs to hold on. That smoke is gonna slow them down just a little bit, but Vigo, you have to be really quick on this one. There's the smokes, there's the flashes. Apeks, he needs to fight back.
He's been spotted out now as well. He's running out of space now. His teammates are arriving slowly. Just needs to delay his death as long as possible, but he's picked up 2 kills in the process and done damage to Owner as well. It's going to be a 2 versus 2. Astralis Talent smoked out for the moment. 10 seconds, they need to go and get the bomb down as Mr. tries to rush the plant, but Artfrost puts a stop to it. And now it is Brazier alone towards the market. Artfrost takes him down. You spoke about him waking up, and Artfrost is definitely not cold. He is very much heating up in the server.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like yesterday we saw the best out of him, right? Even though he wasn't putting himself into scenarios where he would hit the best, like the easiest shots, he was still managing to hit all those uncomfortable shots that he was getting himself into. And this is what you need from him, right? We know how capable those CAS opers could be. Artfrost can be a game changer. He can be the same thing that is right now hat-trick for Na'Vi, let's say, and that is hyped for Big Academy. He needs to be that one guy that is able to just produce one moment of brilliance and turn around the entire game with his individual performances. He's been able to do so in that previous round, but needs to hold on, needs to continue doing it. Astralis Talent, though, this is the last bite that they have on offer. They lose this one, they're gonna get harshly reset.
Yeah, and this round really opens a door for Spirit Academy if they're able to win it, to just completely get back into the game. Brazier's going to be boosted up to clear out all of middle. The majority of Spirit Academy are going to be making their way towards this B site very shortly. That smoke is going to delay a little bit longer, but actually they're just going to push on past it and push on through. Flash is going to be good. Apeks is going to get the first kill, looking for a little bit more, but 2 players on his screen and he will get none of them. 40 seconds, bomb's going to be planted. The swing is going to come out and Artfrost is going to connect. Brazier is going to be kept busy by a Hasanator and he's actually going to be taken down as well. Fesser backs away. So does Mister. It's going to be a Spirit Academy round. Astralis Talent realize where their economy is, and they need to make sure that they keep these rifles in play. And Fesser has the op at his feet also. He can pick it up maybe a little bit later on, but he is very nervous about Hasanator's position.
By the way, I'd like to highlight the shift that we've seen from Spirit Academy in terms of their approach to the T side. I feel like in the beginning they were trying to be really aggressive in the first couple seconds. They were trying to kind of fight the aggression of Astralis Talent with some aggression of their own, right? Whereas now they're just playing it in the really standard stuff. Like, they're playing in the same way that Big Academy used to play on Vertigo. Just playing the slow default in the beginning, waiting for the CT side of aggression. If nothing happens for around like 15-20 seconds, then you group up and you abuse the bomb side that you feel like is the weaker right now. And so far the B bomb side has been the weaker one, and it's not, I don't think it's Apeks' fault, by the way. He's just been isolated in a lot of these scenarios. He's actually able to find a kill every single time they attack him, but it's been really tough for Astralis to kind of get an idea on what's going on and have that extra man towards the B bomb side to support him. There was one really good example of a round where they did push towards Ramp and Palace. They had the information, they were able to rotate quickly, and they stopped them and won the round. But Astralis, they went a little bit too passive, and well, that absence of any information and intel and idea on what's going on around the map does make it really hard for Apeks to operate all alone towards the B bomb side.
Now, 2 MP9s in the equation for Astralis Talent, as we are seeing the effects of the CT economy dwindling. But Fesser still has his rifle that he saved from the last round, and it takes down Owner. 3 players now behind the ramp, 1 more player to find towards Palace. Hasanator trying to go for the pre-fire out. Fesser has to drop down as Mister has lost his life through that smoke. A little bit unfortunate. Notaneki is going to be on the opposite side of that though. It's a 4v4, a minute and 5 seconds left. Arfrost just holding the flank. Vigo, he thought he had something going, but it's just been snatched away.
Yeah, and now you start wondering, is there a player towards underpass? Could there be a timing towards middle? Because they were holding for it, and it's fairly early in the round as well. I mean, there's 1 minute left, and they're holding further back towards T-spawn, so Vigo going down, you can see it's going to make Apeks fall back towards the B bomb side, and now Spirit, they can just slow it down and recommit towards this A bomb side, but Apeks seems to have an idea, and the AWP's already dropped donk.
Nice shot from Brazier as Spirit Academy have to commit here. 30 seconds, not a whole lot of time to go back towards B. The flash is going to be good, and Fesser takes him down, spots the bomb as well. They can have everybody now manning this A bomb site. That's exactly what's going to happen. 15 seconds. Brazier has Hasanator locked in towards Palace. Apeks doesn't need to peek out. Fesser spots him out. Hasanator is going to be getting away from there. It's going to be the save from Spirit Academy. Artfrost will take 1 more head with him on his way out the door. But Hasanator makes sure that he doesn't go down after time. Fesser gets that kill. It's disappointing, yes, to lose another rifle, but it could have been a whole lot worse, as his money could have been completely damaged by that one.
Yeah, but the money of Spirit is completely damaged by this round as well. I mean, they have another reinvestment in the bank, but it's going to be only that. So Astralis could potentially still go for double digits, and they can even go for 11 or 12 rounds. And you can see how Spirit Academy actually tried to switch things up in this one. They tried a different approach. Planting the seed of the B-bomb side is a massive issue for you, so you're probably going to send the 3rd player. Now we're going to focus A, but it doesn't work out.
A little bit of aggression from Apeks is going to work out, however. Donk loses his life once again. Astralis Talent man advantage the dink from Vigo through the wood into the B apartments. Not too often you actually see that connect. I actually don't remember the last time I've seen a kill gotten from that position. It's been a while, been a long while, but the dink is going to be more than enough. It's a sound cue as well, so they will know that there's 1 player low. The flash goes in, the double setup towards Catwalk. Vigo's found 2, and now it's Fester's turn to maybe get 2 himself. Only gets 1. Artfrost alone, and he will not be able to find much more. Vigo with 3, Astralis Talent with 10, and Spirit Academy now find themselves again with no money in the bank.
Yeah, I feel like this is maybe the biggest difference so far in the performance from Astralis Talent. Vigo and Fessor, they've been so proactive around the map. You can always see that they're engaging into fights. They're always trying to switch up their positions towards connector and short, being really proactive, going for those individual combats. And well, we pointed out, I think we spoke about it yesterday, that Mirage is statistically the best map of Vigo, so no surprise that he's feeling comfortable going for those fights. Oh, yeah. You shouldn't be greedy.
We've been treated to some nice Deagle shots today here. We really, really have. Vigo gets a quick double. Owner gets away to safety for the moment. Vigo, he's run out of bullets in his M4. It doesn't matter. He's going to take the fight with his pistol. And he actually is going to win that fight. Dunk will win 2, though. We find ourselves in a 2v2. HP, a bit of an issue, so it shouldn't be too much of a problem for Altex on the Galil, unless one of these Deagles hits the mark instantly.
Altex. Oh, timing could be a little bit of a problem. He's worried for short as well. Should have at least the first one, and there's the refrag. Donk actually gets a bomb plant out of this one. Fessor, 1 versus 2, and he's gonna force the issue. Well, no bomb plant, which means that the money isn't gonna be that great for Spirit Academy in the next round after all. Still, they're gonna have a pretty decent buy.
It's okay.
Yeah, you have the AWP, you have the AKs. It's because of the loss bonus, but Astralis, at least they make sure that they get at least 11 rounds on the CT side, and a potential 12 would be enough. There's a replay, a really nice shot from Donk. Some pretty decent damage.
Last round of the half, Astralis Talent looking to get a 12-3 score against Spirit Academy. And if they are able to close it out, will be one of their most convincing wins. I mean, there isn't very much to choose from. The other one is 16-13 versus Eternal Fire, but they have performed a whole lot better here. There's a lot of positives, and we were very critical that Fessor was the only player to kind of show up from time to time, or the majority of the time for Astralis Talent, but everybody is really showing what they're made of here. It is going to be Spirit Academy, however, taking a little bit of mid-control. They are going to fall away. Astralis Talent not really overly interested in fighting for it. It has allowed Owner to get into a pretty nice position towards ladder, as he can activate later on in the round, but Spirit Academy, they are going to test out this A defense for the final time of the half.
Yeah, once again, you've just played the slow default, just waiting for the CT side aggression, and when nothing happens, you're just going to fall back and play the A execute. There is one player towards Underpass, that should be Owner, if I'm not mistaken. That's going to play later on, but again, Astralis, they seem to have the right idea right now.
Oh, Brazer's dropped Owner. Hasanator finds that kill onto Fessor. Mr. tucks himself nicely into Sandwich. 20 seconds left on the clock. Mr. gets the first freebie, looking for the second. Donk takes a whole lot of damage, but he is still alive. Brazer looking for Artfrost, and he nearly found him, truth be told. Donk's going to be taken down. Burns to a Crystal Vigo, and it's all left onto Artfrost. A 1 versus 2. Usually the standout performer for Spirit Academy, and what a round this would be if he could clutch it, but there is just no time left on the clock. 12-3. Astralis Talent with one of the best halves we've seen from them so far in the WePlay Academy League.
I think is the best one so far this season for sure. That's one of the best performances from Astralis Talent I've witnessed, especially on Mirage. I feel like this is the first time we've actually seen Fessor and Vigo work really good as a duo as well, and everything just seems to work out. Breezer is doing his job wonderfully well. The anchors on the two bomb sides are really good at understanding how and when to approach different situations. And well, now we're going to hop into the team speak of Astralis to see if the atmosphere is going to be good enough for the pistol.
Kan piker også.
Udkort.
Udkort.
Tæt, Edward. Jeg flasher.
Edward og backside.
Helt ved.
Backside.
Ved kort.
Backside
og kitchen. 2 ude backside.
De er kun gode med pistolerne.
Jeg blev hvid, mand. Jeg er sådan en dårlig pistol rundt det der jo.
One of the quickest pistols that we've seen so far. And it is going to see Spirit Academy take it. Much needed, truth be told, Ted.
Yeah.
They really needed to make sure that they put their best foot forward here in this second half if they want to even have a comeback in the conversation. Oh, and some nice shots there from the USPs.
Yeah, must-hit shots from Spirit Academy. This is the pistol round that could pretty much seal the deal. Once again, right, we're speaking about best of 1 games right now. It's not BO3. It's not like, yeah, you can lose the pistol. It's going to be all right. No, the pistols actually have some pretty big value and pretty vital when speaking about best of 1s. You win both pistols, you convert the rounds, you're pretty much halfway there. So, yeah, Spirit Academy, especially when you lose the first half 3-12, you lose the pistol, you're pretty much out of the game. So, that at least gives them a little bit of a saving grace here, and it's going to be the full eco from Astralis Talent. A pretty interesting one. I don't think I've seen that one before. 5 people towards under, looking and holding for a peek, and look at how disciplined Spirit Academy is right now, by the way. They really don't want to be giving anything away for free.
Yeah, not at all. I mean, if this were me, I'd be running around with my MP9 trying to find them. Probably throw it around for my team, but Spirit Academy definitely don't want to tempt fate too much. Owner finds the bomb falling right towards him. Runs out of bullets, sadly. 20 bullet M4 costs him his life there. Misters takes him down, but surely his teammates can just mop up the rest of these kills. And yes, they will. Big double HG from Hassanair. Donk can kill Mister before he gets the reload off. And it is a 12-5 scoreline. But Astralis Talent, they've got their first buy round coming up already. 5 AKs in the mix. Utility aplenty as well. The toughest task for Spirit Academy so far.
Yeah. There's going to be no way to BP for the CT side either yet. So the AKs can actually go out middle and try to go for a little bit of a fight. I say that there's going to be some aggressive presence towards middle. They're going to be really quick with their reply. Spirit Academy. Nodaneki already finding the first kill. That's going to be Reezer going down. Apeks looking for an equalizer, but oh, he's going to find his demise. Spencer running out of balance, gets one, but there's the refrag. Vigo, oh my goodness, manages to spray transfer under Palace. What a chaotic round that has been in Vigo. Somehow he's left in a 1 versus 2 clutch.
This round a little bit all over the place, but Vigo, now he's looking for both players. There's the first and the second. Vigo with 4. A massive round from Astralis Talent. And it is only going one way. Vigo, he's just celebrating with his mates behind him, just having a look. Did you see that, boys? Did you? Yeah, unreal.
Did you see that? That was me.
Yeah. That's just what I do. I'm at work here, lads.
And we were praising Vigo for being a really solid Mirage player, and this being his favorite map, we can see that it is his favorite map. This is such a massive round. Look at the money on Spirit Academy. I mean, this is one of those scenarios where under normal circumstances, you'd want to reinvest, right? You'd want to reinvest and kind of start, like, well on the CT side in a way. Like, not allow Astralis Talent to chain up consecutive rounds. But in that scenario, you can't really afford it. You need to just swallow this pill, let Astralis Talent get 14, and then try and work your way out of there.
You spoke about Mirage being Vigo's best map, and he's showing us exactly why with that beautiful 4K Fesser. Stepping up, taking these pistols down. 3 Deagles left in this round's equation for the Spirit Academy boys. Now, still with a chance, but it is only a snowball's chances. The herd is being thinned more and more, and everybody falls. It's 14-5. Astralis Talent really looking to right their wrongs, and we were describing this one as a must-win for both of these teams, and more so for Astralis Talent after their disappointing start 1-3. But they're gonna get onto the exact same score if they end up beating Spirit Academy. Both teams will be on 2-3, so it will be a little bit closer in this group if Astralis Talent are able to close it out. A little bit of a failed flashbang there, and it nearly costs a few players their lives, but not to be. Vigo is going to be taken down nevertheless, and Owner is going to be getting out of there with his pockets filled with that kill.
Yeah, Apeks once again looking for the equalizer, and this time around he's gonna get the better out of Hesinator. Look at Fester. He's gonna walk up connector. They have no idea. He's picked up one. There's the response though. No to Neki. Now he's gonna get put under a lot of pressure. He's all alone. There's no one to support him. Surely he is just a dead man walking. Mister is gonna take him down. Owner, the first rotation. He's gonna get double mollied off. The only problem, the bomb is still in T-spawn.
Yeah, I mean, they have enough utility to delay for a little bit. Mister's going to be holding. Nice headshot on the first. Donk gets the refrag, but now they have the information. They know where the last player is. Brazer's going to hit the shot. They don't need that bomb because they're going to kill absolutely everybody. Map point for Astralis Talent, 15-5. Spirit Academy will buy what they can. They'll muster up whatever the bank accounts will allow. But it is not going to be all that much. Really good showing from Astralis Talent, and they are definitely out here to prove a point that they are still to be considered a threat in this group. Oh, the tag onto Brazer and a tag onto Airfrost, a pretty fair trade. Oh, the Spirit Academy need a whole lot more than fair trades in this round.
Yeah, I think Fester's heard the player towards under. Mister is going to be able to drop Hesinator in the meantime towards the A-bomb side. They've been really good at opening things up towards the first letter of the alphabet. Astralis and Apeks is going to put another nail in the coffin. Owner manages to fight back, but Breezer is going to be holding his back at 2 versus 4. Low HP, 28 combined for both Spirit Academy players, and surely this is going to be it. Even though Owner is going to be able to find another one, but there goes the AWP, and there goes Owner in a 1 versus 3 clutch. 7 HP. That would be spectacular.
7 HP, not looking too healthy on a few Astralis players, but still, it's quite wishful thinking, isn't it? Especially because Vigo has heard the steps. They know exactly where he's coming from. And
he's going for the knife.
Oh, that would be cruel.
Take your time. Take your time and get it, King.
He's gonna get it.
Yep.
Well, adds insult to injury. It's Danish Delight on Mirage, 16-5 as Astralis Talent take it. And, I mean, there was absolutely no way it was going to go anywhere else. They came to dominate this one. The retakes in the first half were near picture perfect, bar maybe 1 or 2, but they just looked like a really strong outfit today. And it's a breath of fresh air for a lot of the Astralis fans out there.
Yeah, absolutely. This just comes to show that Astralis is a team that can still fight for the play-ins, right? Because, like, it is a little bit disappointing to see them start 1 and 3, but when you think about it, they've lost twice to Navi Jr. That's leading the group right now, and it's still unbeaten. And to MOUZ NXT, that is MOUZ NXT, right? So, in terms of it, outside of the top 2 teams, top 2 other teams in the group, they've actually won every single game they've played. So, I feel like for Astralis Talent, that victory meant a lot, simply because of them beating 2 of the, let's say, 2 of the really, really tough teams to take down in the group, bar the top 2 dogs. So right now, Astralis, what they've done with that victory is just establish themselves as maybe the 3rd best team or the 4th best team in the group, which in the end of the day, this is what they need.
Yeah, they really needed to make sure that they didn't let this get to their heads whatsoever, and it looks like they haven't. They really came to show us all that they are still a massive threat to be considered, and it's a little bit disappointing now for Spirit Academy. It was a really good performance yesterday of the 16-0 against Eternal Fire, but that one kind of gets flipped on its head completely. It is a 2-3 score for both of these teams now, and they are going to be still battling it out. That's only the first time that they face, so they will meet again. Who knows? Spirit might be able to get their revenge. But for now, there is a short little break coming up. It's going to be Lucy and Brandon taking over from myself and Ted, but we do have the Finns versus the Swedes coming up. It's going to be Young NIP taking on ENCE Academy. It's coming up in around 5 minutes, so make sure you guys don't go anywhere.
is over. We are back for more WePlay Academy here with the last 2 games of the evening. It's me, Lucy Luce, once again with the dog, Brandon. How's it going?
Yeah, really good. Well, I'm extremely excited to get this one straight underway, Lucy. We've seen some incredible games already today. We can take a look at the schedule in just a second, probably, and have a look at what we've seen. But for the results and the games coming up, we've got ENCE Academy taking on the Young Ninjas.
Yeah, that's going to be a really exciting matchup that gets kicked off. Both of these squads have had their ups and downs so far in the season, and I think they really have something to prove here in this matchup against each other. And then the game to close it out this evening will be Astralis Talent versus Prospects, which I think has a lot of potential to also be a close one.
Yeah, for sure. I think Prospects, although the results haven't really gone their way, been very impressed with what I've seen. That's the Lil Mix score that now have come over into the Prospects roster. And then you've got Alex that's kind of heading up that IGL role and really trying to knit it all together. Prospects transitioning from this international roster now into this Swedish core, and it's very exciting to see. And I think Astralis Talent, they've been putting up the results that have been a little bit inconsistent. They looked incredibly dominant in the game that we just saw on Mirage, and I'm excited to see how they really match up against the Prospects later tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. But the first game we will be looking at is that ENCE Academy versus Young Ninjas. And as mentioned, these two teams have had maybe a little bit of a rougher start, both of them actually with a very similar opening, having secured losses against the same teams, OG and Big. However, there is one more win for ENCE. We can actually take a look at that schedule now, so we can see so far today, Eternal Fire Academy beat MOUZ NXT. That was an upset I don't think anyone saw coming. And then we had Big Omen Academy. I think we saw that one coming, the win over Apeks Rebels. Yep. That was the rematch on the same map as well. Although Apeks Rebels did manage to get 3 more rounds, so improvements are coming. And then Astralis Talent with a dominant affair against Spirit Academy.
Yeah, I mean, fair play to Eternal Fire Academy. You go from in 16-0'd Spirit Academy yesterday, and then they come out and beat MOUZ NXT, and that's it. We talked about these games already, but ENCE Academy versus Young Ninjas up first, and then later on Astralis Talent versus the Prospects. I just want to reiterate that though. Eternal Fire Academy gets 16-0'd on Vertigo, and then they move. The next day, the best of 1 is against MOUZ NXT, the 4-time winners of WePlay, and they just win. It's like on Mirage. It's like, okay, great, good job.
You don't know what to expect with this tournament. It's exciting. It means any of these games could go either way. That's the nature of these best of 1s, right? They can be very unpredictable at times. Although one thing that is predictable is Mirage, which we've seen plenty of today again as well, and I expect we'll probably see some more as this night progresses. But Brandon, looking at ENCE Academy versus Young Ninjas, what are we expecting to see out of these two teams in this matchup?
Well, take a look at the tournament history for the Young Ninjas first. We did touch on it a little bit. These two teams have kind of had a similar run in the tournament. They lost, well, actually, Young Ninjas, they won their opening game 16-12 against OG Academy on Inferno. Looked quite dominant there, then beat Apeks Rebels 16-9 on Vertigo. And then they actually lost against Big Academy 16-13 on Overpass. And also lost the rematch to OG Academy on Overpass as well, 16-10. So Overpass looking like a little bit of a weakness, but they do tend to play it. And it's the same story for ENCE Academy. They were up such a high scoreline on OG Academy on that Overpass map. They were 10-5 going into the half, and then they ended up choking and losing out the game. Do I think we're going to see Overpass, though? Yeah, I think we will.
Yeah, both of these teams have been playing it so much, right? And the mixed success, it doesn't feel like one team is hugely stronger than the other. So it feels like a comfortable location for this veto to finish, but we can see it kicking off now. Nuke getting banned. I don't think we've seen Nuke this tournament.
I don't think so.
I feel like it's just the map that's just not made it through for any team yet.
No, save it for the best of 3s potentially, but yeah, the Ninjas, they ban out Dust too, as well as Ancient, which is a shame. I'm a big Ancient gamer, kind of love it, but that leads up to ENCE Academy, and oh, okay, Overpass immediately out the equation. I even had some stats ready about some highest rated players on there, but we'll just put them to the back
in the
pocket.
bin.
Yeah, see you later. Might see Inferno here. Inferno or Mirage.
Please don't be Mirage.
One of the two.
Inferno, please.
But yeah, for those of you who've just joined in.
Oh
no! Me and Lucy, I think every night without fail have casted at least 1 Mirage, if not 2. And look, we love Mirage here at WePlay Academy League. WePlay Academy League evening session of Mirage. It's tried and tested. It's biblical at this point. So I'm excited to see it. Let's have a look at the stats.
WePlay Mirage League, it feels like. But here's our pre-match stats. Now, the thing with the ENCE Academy stats you have to keep in mind, and we're going to keep reiterating this, is it is a debut tournament for this roster. So the stats aren't really going to be fully there, particularly here where they've just had the single Mirage game, which is against Big Academy, where they lost that one 16-9. So obviously the stats aren't going to look great, although the T side round percentage is pretty decent. I think that was where they were quite strong. They actually won the half. It was an 8-7 half. But it was the CT side where they really struggled. It was just MOUZ that was kind of able to step up and perform there. And the rest, well, just felt like they couldn't quite get it over the line.
It was one of those games where it felt really close initially. It was 9-9. It was back and forth. It was such a closely contested first half affair, and then Big Academy just almost kind of ran away with it towards the latter stages of the game. And, well, ENCE Academy picked the map, which means that Young Ninjas will pick the side, which means that we'll actually see ENCE Academy more than likely starting on that T side, so at least they're on the front foot going forward, so it's going to be their best side going into that best of one to kick things off. And the Young Ninjas, yeah, they've played it 3 times already. They've looked pretty good on it, I'd say, on the whole. It's just kind of that final challenge, that final hurdle just to overcome and just close out the game, really, which I think is a big factor for the Ninjas.
Yeah, they haven't played it yet in the Academy League, though. They've been favouring Overpass, Vertigo, and Inferno, so this will be their first time playing it here in the league. And I'm not sure if they've played it with the new core either, because they've changed a few players around in the past months. So interesting to see how that all comes out and plays here. I think they technically, on paper, are the stronger team, just a bit more experience under their belts. And the fact that ENCE is this brand new roster, as we've mentioned, they're just such an unknown entity. But they put up such a good performance against Big that I feel like the upset could happen.
Yeah, potentially could. I'm interested to see how this one could go down. I think it all hinges on whether ENCE have gone away and done their homework after their game against Big Academy and really just going to tighten up their defense a little bit. Big Academy, they were exploiting the mid and A pushes quite a lot, even just contacting out of ramp at times, and it really caught ENCE Academy off guard. And so if Young Ninjas just throw a little bit of just kind of aversion their way, just not really executing onto the bomb sites so like telegraphed with utility and just kind of contact walking out, that could really catch out ENCE. And I'm excited to see whether they've really just worked on that, whether they've improved on it, because that will be the deciding factor. If we see basically a similar story of yesterday, the Young Ninjas will run away with this one.
Yeah, I think for Young Ninjas, it's all down to those individuals. It feels like it can be a bit kind of up and down with this team. Some players really step up at times, and sometimes it feels like it's missing a couple of those big names that we expect to be performing, like LNZ, ZTR. Really need to be seeing everyone kind of playing at the same level, particularly on a map like Mirage, which is a very frag-heavy map, as we've said so many times. We get this fun little animation, the bomb being operated with a knife. That's not going to pass the health and safety check, but it's going to pass. In fact, where is that going to drive to? That van. Anyway,
through the window.
Think about. We can contemplate that now pistol round's getting underway.
I'll let you ponder that one, Lucy, as we get straight into the action here. ENCE Academy will be starting on this T side. It's going to be a quicker one. They're actually just going to run all the way in towards B apartments. Market window smoke being lined up for MOUZ. There are 3 defenders here for the Ninjas. So as they barrel on in, the defense is going to be ready.
Yeah, 2 have pushed up to short there, so they're not going to be on the site as the utility comes through and a smoke has been deployed. Maxter, he's in short there and he's able to get that opening kill under Seb, but LNC goes down out. Both these players in towards short and they're just taking the duels. Purdy doubles up. That's Leap Chiquidio, who's just stepping in for this roster now instead of Era, so that'll be a talking point to get into. The bomb can go down, but it's an extra amount of advantage here for ENCE in the retake.
Trying to make it work. There's a smoke and a kit, so the defuse could be possible, but Poddy's hitting all of the shots. It's a masterclass from him on this B-bomb site. ZTR is all that remains. It gets cleaned up by Henu. ENCE Academy, keep it simple. Execute onto the B-bomb site. Overwhelm the Ninjas, despite them having numbers in their favour. It's all onto Poddy. What a round from him. 4 kills.
I believe it's a 4-on-1. You don't give Poddy the opportunity to go for that ace there. He could have easily set him up to try and get that one, but fair enough. Play it by the books. You don't have to give him the ace. It's just, you know, it's nice to see. You did so much work opening that one up, finding those entry kills, and just blocking off the retake completely from Market. Those long-range duels with the Glock towards short, usually not favoured in that engagement against the USPs, so it's great to see him able to step up and open the round up for ENCE and secure it in the end.
Force Spy coming in for the Ninjas. Chiquinho, let's talk about him whilst we've got the opportunity to. Era, not part of the roster, just not here right now. He's disappeared on Twitter. I think he was going on holiday from what social media reports are best believed. So we're going to have Chiquinho standing in instead. He, well, Well, he's got a bit of a history, this man. He was on the Fnatic Rising roster for a little bit. Then he was on Fnatic for a little bit as well. Then he was actually signed by a UK organisation, Coalesce. He was with them for around about 5 or 6 months and trying to make it work with the likes of Emmy as well on that roster. That was actually quite a cool one. Unfortunately, didn't really pan out as he would have hoped for. And now he's standing in for the Ninjas. And he's in this 4 spy. Let's see what he can do with the scout.
Well, ZTR with the 5-7 might be first contact. Hino here. Fnatic also a UK org, so we can adopt him. I mean, I'm not British, but you know, I live here, so I say
I love him.
We can adopt him as a UK player. Not many of those out here in the league, although Fnatic Rising does have vaults, so
yeah.
1 at the very least.
WePlay.
2 if we count, you know. Oh, we'll see. Going with the AK shots there. Gets tagged by that scout, so he's brought down low early on. That's going to make these deagles more potent, but need a few more tags than that. Poddy's looking for something in towards ladder. LNC is the only one over towards B, and that's getting a little bit scary now as these T's get ready to go for it. Oh, good fight there. ZTR is able to get the kill and get the AK. This is huge. Now Short completely uncontested. He can push up and support.
Yeah, and he can back up LNZ, right? As Uisi finds a kill over towards Palace, it's going to actually put ENCE away. Are they going to walk all the way back, try and play with the rotations? I like this. Using Uisi as that lurk player, as although he's revealed himself, it means the rotations have gone all the way to B. But now, got to be careful because Max is pushing ramp. And as LNZ gets the information, Young Ninjas, they can rotate in.
Info play on info play. Max gets the first, can't quite convert into a second, but that's maybe enough there. That's going to slow down this assault, and ZTR can rotate over with the AK. Made his way through to Ticket where he can play this angle. Chiquino's also playing the crossfire, but he's going to get smoked off. Close range, Mac 10 as well. So ZTR's the man we're looking for. And LNZ on that flank is slowly coming through. Zerva with the Mac 10, able to do the damage, but gets tagged in the process. UC is able to get that kill on the ZTR though. That's the AK taken out of the round. Now they know exactly where both these CTs are. For ENCE Academy, this gets a lot more comfortable, and well, they're going to bring it over the line with ease in the end.
Really like that mid-round. As soon as Uisi gets that kill, it's just a typical lurk play, but in fact, they decide to go off it, and it just keeps the Young Ninjas guessing. And although Maxa does push ramp, it comes to no avail. ENCE back-to-back rounds. Let's jump on board with their comms as they try and tackle this eco.
Oli pelata.
Hei pomiesto.
Saaks Insta. Siellä on Insta, mä valotin yli.
Valo siis.
Näytetyn linkin.
Varko kebuboost.
Tulee linkki ehkä, Varko.
Kebuboosti, Varko.
Ikkunassa puskas. Jep, se on lämmön kebus. Mulla on valokebus. Utka syvällä ja kebu. Joo. Mulla on yksi valo sinne.
Mennään, mä oon siimusmylly.
Mä nouden ikkuna oikein.
Mäkin haluun mennä tolle. Se on se kebus, mä noidetaan se.
Poltan ikkuna.
Ikkuna vaan sen yksi. Mä oon linkis.
Joo, mä holdaan vaan työntöä.
Kebus on ollut yksi vieläkin.
Mä voin lähteä leittin tuosta alta.
Kebus jumissa yksi.
Joo.
Onks mä noin linkiyden? Mä voisin tsekkaa jonkun.
Sä oot tietysti polttoa, tietysti kebu. Sen puupaskan sieltä ikkunalta.
Aika pommi.
Mä droppaan sulle.
Voidaan splittaa.
Voidaan splittiä, pitää talvoa.
Saut ikkuna.
Mä tuun montusta sitten. Mä voin valota teet jungleen, jos te tuutte linkistä 3.
Mulla on mikä vaan. Joo.
Mä sit raidaan toi jungle.
Mulla on valo valmiin.
Valataan. Venäyttä se ei muita.
Joo.
Me vaan mylly, me vaan.
Menkää linkistä nyt vaan.
Joo, löyty valo.
Lähti valo nyt.
Me jungle.
Polti sänkkeri.
Jungle oikein lähin. Holdaan.
Partial.
Nice. Holdaan jungle. Jep, se on jumissa.
Partial voi vielä olla. Niin ja tyhjä. Mä tuon haastaa jungle.
Se on ollut siinä lähi oikein.
Partialla.
Ja monttu selkä.
Nää. Sämpylä tiketti monttu. Viistoista.
Voit saa stack.
Chop!
No.
Siis vittu se kebo ja tuli vittu Silent Dropper vissiin pois.
Jep.
Ei mitään.
Well, I'll tell you what, we get some entertainment out of these Team C crowns. I hope you guys enjoyed that one at home. That was a bit of fun. Trying to escape the punting players that weren't even there. We enjoy it. We love it. Anyway, that was a crazy round from Young Ninjas. They managed to steal that one away with just a couple of upgraded pistols and mostly USPs, in fact. And it comes off that huge flank that comes through, right? Being able to take that AK down in towards Sandwich and just throwing the round into disarray.
It's also a case of Chiquinho being baited in under Palace as well. So when they do kill out LNZ, they're just not ready for him at all. Very unfortunate, but a well-telegraphed and played out round for the Young Ninjas. And that's left ENCE Academy on a little bit of a weird bye. They have forced into this one. It's 3 AKs. There's also a finish day in the team speak, because sometimes they do communicate in English, which is quite cool to see. But not today. Chiquinho going for a peek in towards the connector, joined in by ZTR. That grenade is going to be well placed. It doesn't do as much damage as I would have initially anticipated.
A lot of mid presence here. Oh, Chiquinho through the smoke's going to find a kill in the server. Giving them the man advantage here. I see it's an awkward duel, but Chiquinho comes out ahead. He's doubled up now in the round. 2 openers for Young Ninjas off the back of the fresh player on their team. But there is going to be a chime in from the Desert Eagle. Purdy trying to get 2. He does it. Wow, what a shot. MOUZ also able to find one. And, well, the man advantage now back for ENCE. They've opened up this A bomb site completely. Both these CTs rotating in from B. And it's shut out.
Really well played from Pody. Desert Eagle shines and reigns true, and now MOUZ peering on in, trying to eliminate Maxter. Has spotted him out. Gets supported in by the flashbang, but Maxter isn't peeking. Critical engagement's coming on in. That flashbang, oh, it's so perfect. MOUZ sprays them down, a hat-trick on the site, and ENCE, they secure 3 rounds on the board.
What a lovely round from both MOUZ and Purdy to make that one happen. The 2 Deagle shots were amazing. That second one, D, was beautiful, but MOUZ is the one that closed it out with that nice little spray down, all the supporting flashes. You can see they were baiting in. Here we get to see these Deagles once again. Oh, this is the first one. We get to see this lovely spray down. 2 easy kills. Love the one tap onto the head to finish it off.
Really nice discipline as well. Shoulder peeking, spotting the player, waiting for a first flash and then a second as well. ENCE Academy, really nice procedure on that afterplant, making sure that Young Ninjas can't find a way back in. Chiquinho operating with the only sniper in the server right now. It's another force up for the Ninjas. Peeking on in over towards the connector. Can't spot anything out, but ENCE Academy, they've got numbers in middle.
Smoke's all going to come through now, so Chiquinho's vision might be limited in a second. It's going to fall behind him. Max is playing down the smoke. The CTs are dropped. He's going to get spotted out. Damage done through the smoke. Going to be his warning signal to back out. Mid control has been secured. There is this player in ZTR in towards ladder though. We've already seen some shenanigans he's got up to in this position previously. Keep an eye on him. Getting a bit weird. They're spread out all across the map. ENCE looking for the opener. It could just be Pody in towards connector. That gets it. Minot. Chiquinho spots him. Finds that kill. The response from ENCE is take that bomb towards B.
At LNZ as well, so far up, but this way UEC could potentially activate. Chiquinho not looking the right way right now, but it doesn't matter because the action is taking place on the B bomb site. LNZ with the thirst, even willing to fight in, and now Chiquinho has turned round on a swivel. This is all falling apart for ENCE. They're going to have to run away.
You're going to have to, well, either hard rotate or just save. 20 seconds left. Yeah, I just want to hold on to these AKs for the next round. Not how you wanted this one to pan out. They got what they wanted as well. They got mid control, right? They were able to get control of it without losing anybody either. They had full control, had a player up, posted in towards Con. They had short down on lock. It all just falls apart. A couple of picks go askew. And Young Ninjas, Chiquinho in particular, picks them apart.
They kind of deployed their utility a little bit early and towards middle without securing the kill and connect. You saw the Maxer took a little bit of lick through the smoke, but the fact he manages to stay out and survive means that rotation can just naturally come through for Young Ninjas. They don't really need to over-rotate in towards middle. They can just stay where they are, and that just allows Chiquinho just to keep posted on the connector position and find that opening. And as soon as it all collapses in mid, ENCE try and push the extremities, but unfortunately for them, they just can't find any openings at all. LNZ in the advanced position as well, shutting down B before it can even begin.
I think the big question for us is, will this early performance we see from Chiquinho continue? You know, we've mentioned his sort of experience that he brings into this roster, bringing in to replace Error for the time being, and off to a good start. But Error has been, well, was their kind of like standout performer in the games that they've had so far, right? So the question is he going to play to that same sort of level? Be able to Young Ninjas a couple more wins here in the group stages.
Yeah, ZTR's been playing well as well. So I wouldn't be surprised if we saw his name creep up the scoreboard by the end of the game. Bit more of a standard one for ENCE Academy in round number 6, just trying to take underpass control with 2. Is that man in question actually, ZTR? He'll be challenged towards the connector. Needs to make sure he's looking towards this underpass angle as ENCE are about to explode on in.
Buy after buy here. This action-packed game of Mirage. Mid-smoke deployed. Mid been the focus of ENCE. There's so many of these rounds. And this force buy going to be one of those. Pretty going in first with the Tech 9, so that the trades are there from the players with the more valuable weaponry. Alongside server here, but not finding anything at the moment. Maxter, he swings out. Potential to spot a few players here.
They could eliminate the rifle as well, but Adam B goes for that aggressive flash, but it gets punished. Jaquito is now on his shoulders, creeping on in. There's the flashbang to enable safe passage towards Ticket and Triple. That bomb can now get planted as well. Another flashbang comes in. Sniper eliminated. Now Poddy can be thrown into it, but LNZ with the immediate trade. It's flash after flash, but this one doesn't blind any of the defenders. 3-on-3, Molotovs being deployed on the bomb site allows LNZ to capitalize on UEC. MOUZ is next to fall, and now it's all on Henu. They don't know where he is, but if he flashes, they'll have a pretty good idea.
Not much in this bomb though. Has to put up some magic here. Both being deployed. Just makes up the spray through. He gets both. Doubles up. Amazing clutch there in the 1 versus 2. Only a few seconds left on that clock. They had to stick the bomb. They had to commit to it. They just line up for the spray down.
Almost bodyguard-esque. Get down, Mr. President, on the diffuser, but not to be. AK's got enough bullets and enough damage for the penetration. ENCE Academy, another round on the board. This is so back and forth right now.
See at the back of it's another one of these rounds where it's just the upgraded pistols. We saw Young Ninjas win one of these earlier, so I don't count them out. One of the 2 rounds off the back of these. Certainly not going to have the weaponry for the job. Again, it's mid-control. Early focus from ENCE Academy. Positioning up towards short early on. That bomb being collected. Does look like B is the inevitable ploy here. Only deploying a bit of utility. Firing a few shots. Trying to get a bit of info on who's at home. Gonna find Maxter. Do some damage to him. And now the cavalry is going to arrive. They're going to be storming into the site. MOUZ and Purdy find one. A piece, and Server finds one of his own. So Adam B going to try and do something with the Deagle, but the Mac-10 long-range spray does the job.
Much better from ENCE Academy on the anti-eco rounds. This time they're using their utility effectively, clearing out all the nooks and crannies with the Molotov towards the B balcony, and then just executing it as a unit. The trade spacing is perfect. Well, all that means is that they do convert the round and they don't fall victim to another one of these anti-ecos. Because in fact, that's been a consistent thing for them. They have been losing it, but let's jump in with the team speak now.
Jag hoppar UG eller Erik? Nej, låt Linus, han har bäst spann. Vi går och dubbelswingar CV. Det är skitsmart. Lägg en flag. Top mid, eller?
Alla det window.
Window top mid, akta kanten. Jag stannar B. Wide end då, Max.
Ja, vi krigar mid. Kör retake side.
Jag vet, de fejkar sönder just nu, boys. Akta A då. Det här är sidor. Ja. Jag står och hoppar B. Jag kommer backa B. Jag kommer lägga smoken sen, Max.
Okej, top corner. Akta A top.
Jag kommer nida AUS. Jag står anti-AUS. Eller för AUS.
Byt AUS.
Nice. En slope. Bara slope.
Bomben ligger default.
Han målar mig, jag måste lägga. Jag kan inte dö några, vi behöver pengar. Jag backar in Top Gun. Top på vänster. Kan de vara uppe? Ja. Kommer jiggla. Jag jigglar från djungel just nu. Pika på. Du kan gå upp trappa om du vill. Jag jigglar djungel. Hon svingar på hjärtan. Yes, wide up på din Linus. Ja, får inte någon slope. Sandwich.
Okej.
Jag håller sen.
Bomben ligger default fortfarande.
Nej, wide mig. Jag gömmer mig. Apeks. Bakom trappas.
Ja, pika default med va?
Ja. En mot han widade Apeks. Jag smockar av mig själv. Eller jo.
Boys, jag
väntar. Jag är AUS boys. Båda var slow, visst? Ja, båda var uppe. Med alla bara. Då kommer jag smyga med kniv. Ja, gömmer bara.
Tog bomb.
Sista var sight också.
Plantar. Reverse. Håller inte.
Överlev, jag har dem.
Nice.
Det blir för bra löst va?
Well, from the NICE, you can probably gauge that we were listening to Young Ninjas there on the microphones as they were closing that one out. But fantastic defense on the B side. That nade, perfect. And then the spray transfer, the two sort of crossfires were just set up onto Palace. And that waterfall effect just didn't really feel like it had the utility behind it. There was no flashbangs coming through, nothing to really allow them to get out safely.
Yeah, it didn't really have the same potency as what we're used to seeing on these exploding executes from ENCE Academy. Young just done really well there to shut that one down. Look at the economy though. This round, it's a bit of a swing for either one of these sides. It's a full buy across the board, but the money and the bank balances are falling weak. ENCE Academy trying to burst out towards the B apartments, but LNZ says no. Joined in support by Maxter. Meanwhile, UEC, he's just on A, just behind these wall of smokes, trying to make something happen, keeping the Young Ninjas interested. And it's going to be another one of these rounds where UEC finds impact and ENCE are rotating, but there is a big flank on the way. ZTR, he's gone for underpass.
Yeah, this has been an unintentional fake in a way. You can see they were faking with the smokes, and the idea was B was the hit. But the bomb gets spotted B, falls back, and now they actually get the A site. So it works out in their favor in the end, even if it is a little bit strange. And Potty now can start up with this AWP, try and keep one of these positions on lock. The utility can be redeployed as well. That bomb can go down into this 4-on-4. There is a flank coming through though. ZTR, this is going to be the perfect timing. Gets the first. Kyle does the spray onto the second, onto MOUZ, trying to find this third in the AWP player, but not quite enough bullets for the job. So over in towards stairs, hasn't been spotted yet. So know where one of these players are. You have a bit of an inkling that he has to be over that side of the map. Putting on the jump peak, he's going to get spotted as well. Server going down, the AWP just has to be saved.
It's another one of these rounds where Young Ninjas just throw a flank at ENCE Academy and they're not accounting for it. And it's a kink in the armor that just needs to be fixed immediately. I think it's off the nature of what we've been saying, right? UEC's finding unexpected more impact than what his role was supposed to be. He was just trying to distract on the bomb site. Instead, he finds himself completely alone within it. So that just kind of changes the plans and changes the narrative, and that's probably why the ENCE Academy, they're not cognizant enough to consider the flank again. It needs to be something they fix up going forward, but for Young Ninjas, well played. It does work out in their favour. Poddy on the boost, and another flashbang, but Jaquinho wins out the fight anyway.
Yeah, I feel like that one shouldn't be going that way. The M4A1S able to get the job done against the AWP. That's 2 bullets required. This is the one. They try and aggress further to try and punish these T-sided players. It is just this AWP. Save one over. Now there's no armor behind it. We'll see the one holding it. Now looking to find another kill. He's going to get that one onto Hanu. That AWP, it's going to continue to juggle through all of these players, each one trying to get it done. It's going to be Server this time, does find the kill, but they're going to peek onto him, and ZTR doubles up towards the end.
And that's a freebie as well. Nothing invested for Young Ninjas in terms of the sniper department, and now Jaquinho can just keep his bank balance. So a pretty good result for the Ninjas. I thought the AWP might have been in safe hands with MOUZ as well, because he used to AWP on Enterprise. It looks like Poddy is taking the reins of that primarily on this ENCE Academy squad. There is 5-5. We're in a tie game here. Another full buy fills the feed potentially. Only Henu is operating with that Deagle. But it doesn't matter. Poddy wins out the opening kill. That grenade is going to miss the mark as well. So Poddy actually stays alive.
Yeah, I can see why he'd be on the rifle if he can get entries like that. That's fair enough. And be going for a bit of an info play in towards Rap. USC is consistently a Palace lurker. Feels like almost every single round we'll see him up there. That was like in the matchup yesterday. Here today we're seeing it again. And he gets a lot of success done here. 2 CTs towards Rap and 2 deep onto the B bomb site. As these T's group up for the hit in towards A, the utility's going to come through. Do a bit of a bait and switch here with a double CT setup. Adam B playing this off angle. He's going to find the first kill. Can't quite get a second. Max is not revealed yet. Molotov out, peeks in. Actually, it's Max that gets removed. USC is going to go hunting for that kill. That has to be the safe call again.
Yeah, it really does. And well played by UEC. Heads up play. He's aware that Young Ninjas like to flank, although it wasn't strictly a true flank in the sense that no players rotated all around from B. It was a bait and switch setup over towards the ramp. So nice job, just actually clears it out, makes sure that they don't get caught with their pants down. And well, ENCE Academy, they plant the bomb on the bomb site, and finally it will tick and explode for them. We're talking about the money, it's not in the best spot really, so holding on to the AWP and an AK going forward, it's not too bad at all for the Ninjas, but this game right now, it's as close as you can call it. Very similar shades of what we saw yesterday with ENCE Academy versus Big.
I was going to say, it's sort of the same story. And it was ENCE's T side that was really the shining light for them, but it was the CT side where things got a little bit dicey. So we'll see if they've made those changes here, but if they can get off to that good T side start, secure the half, they'll be feeling a lot more comfortable going into that second half on the CT side. There's so much money here for Young Ninjas, courtesy of saving those 2 rifles. They've been able to fully buy into this one despite losing and keeping only 2 alive. So that's a good position to be in. Little pause comes through.
Taking a moment. But it's okay. The countdown is well and truly back underway. We can get round 12 on the cards. It's been a good game so far. It's been very back and forth, scrappy, exactly what I kind of expected out of both of these teams facing off, and I think it's a really good test for ENCE Academy against this Young Ninjas squad. Although they are playing with a stand-in, he's of good caliber, so I'm excited to see the rest of this game pan out. ENCE Academy looking to take middle, and Adam B trying to have a fight in ramp with UEC.
There's 2 of them here trying to double up and take this control. We saw this double ramp setup played out last round as well. They're not going to push any further. Adam B's just going to hold this off angle. And his teammate is going to move up in towards Palace. So they've got this triple deep setup towards A. Very committed defending the A bomb site. Not really in positions that can easily rotate towards B. Clearly now that Server's made his way into connector, kind of flushing out that position. Sentry is actually going to burn him down very low. Almost goes down purely to the Incendiary. I'm not even sure they even knew he was there. The smoke faded and they just threw it in. He's down to 5 HP. That is unfortunate. Is Nate gonna do it? Oh, Jaquinho does it to him with the utility. And now it's going to be the burst off towards the B site. Utility deployed LNZ. He's tucked in on the corner here. Might not be cleared. Bit of a funky angle to B, and he gets sprayed out onto 2. Gets the 3rd and the 4th. The transfer from LNZ. That is ludicrous.
ENCE Academy once again not clearing their angles, but it doesn't even matter. LNZ, it's a moment of brilliance. The players line up for the first 2, and he just holds MOUZ 1 and just transfers into the apartments. Well played from him. ENCE Academy, whenever they execute on towards this B bomb site, it's always quick and with pace, and it's very expected for the Ninjas. But let's look at this again. Let's not take anything away from LNZ. Look at this spray. Keeps it going. Just locks it all in. What a hold, and MOUZ wants a grapple hold on towards middle. Choke slams Jaquinho out through the connector. Adam B gets delivered a clothesline towards the ramp, and now Maxter is trying to extend on in, help his teammate. It's a good grenade, but he can't catch the players through the smoke. Be careful not to extend too far, because MOUZ is there ready and waiting, and Henu will catch him out. So ENCE Academy, it's a quicker one, this time towards A, and it completely blindsides Young Ninjas.
I give this one a look in. TR and LNZ, the main man from the last round, well, he's the only one left now. No chance to get that 4K this time around. He's going to save onto that AK-47. You can see what Maxter was trying to do. He really wanted to get that trade kill so quickly in towards mid, particularly that nade comes through. He jumps up onto the railing to try and get that advanced off-angle position. But because that smoke obscures the vision, he can't quite see them in towards connector. He can't move from there. He can't drop down, because as soon as he does, that's a massive sound cue, and he knows that he's in danger. So he stays up there, tries to commit to the angle, hoping that someone comes back in, and he just gets cleared. It's unfortunate for him, but you can see what he was going for.
For sure. And with LNZ saving the AK as well, he could drop an AWP over. In fact, they could even get 2. So Young Ninjas have got money to burn, potentially. Although I wouldn't spend it on 2 sniper rifles. Especially with the pace that ENCE Academy have been throwing at them in the last couple. Poddy wielded one of his own. 7-6, you really can't call this. And ENCE potentially are called in a B rush in this one. There's 4 players starting there early, and there's only 1 defender.
Now, he's going to get info towards mid quickly, though, pushing up, trying to find Server, but Server's going to get the best of him. Nade comes through in response, but He's already past that, pushing up towards his short smoke. That's going to be Adam B now. Both flashed off, though. No one spots each other as they enter onto the site here. Max is holding this off angle to try and catch them off guard as they swing in, but going to be going down on the site. All these defenders falling. Chiquinho and Maxter left in market. No way to look into this round, and there's still one more to play in the half. They want to hold on to this weaponry so they've got something to work with.
Yeah, definitely. Run away. As soon as that kill comes in towards middle, server opens up the round, and that's the go signal. Accelerator pushed for ENCE Academy as they just explode onto that B bomb site. And Adam B is just completely overwhelmed, and the rotations just can't come in at all. Nicely done, ENCE Academy. First time in a while, consecutive rounds on the board for either one of these teams as we head into the last round of the first half. And Young Ninjas, they're not going to be working with too much going into this, just the saved weapons.
Yeah, I would have liked to have seen USC go hunting. Just full HP in the rifle, plenty enough to buy into this round. Could have gone for a bit of a hunt to try and find one of these players, but playing it conservatively, I guess. But yeah, there was not really a need for it. I guess you could have just gone hunting. It doesn't hurt if he goes down. But anyway, doesn't matter. They still get the round, and they still get the half.
Yeah, I like the idea of the hunt as well. There's always an element of how many players do you send at it, but in that instance, it's perfect. Yeah, just send UEC. See how it ends up. That's right, I got you. Double smokes being deployed. That's to counter the window Molotov. Said Young Ninjas deploy one towards top mid, and Chiquinho finds the opener towards ramp.
Yeah, the smoke's going to be coming through, so they are committing to this attack onto the A side, particularly off that kill there. Chiquinho caught off guard. Molotov out of that really awkward angle with the AWP, but Max is going to double up. Nade and the rifle get it done, putting it into now a 3-on-2. Server, he's on top of stairs in the smoke with the bomb. This could either win or lose the round, and it's going to find a kill. Henry's also found one in towards mid, so now it's just LNZ. 1 versus 2. Incendiary thrown forward, fire at his feet, but he's going to charge through and find the headshot. Henry reveals himself, but is able to get the kill, just closes it out through the edge of the door. Oh, but LNZ, I thought he might be able to steal that one for a second.
Oh, that's scary. You could see it, couldn't you? You could almost see the spray whiffing a little bit going into the wall and LNZ just delivering a headshot. But unfortunately for Young Ninjas, not to be. ENCE take 9 with them going into this defensive half of play. And here are the question marks. Didn't really see too much inspiration from them against big OMEN Academy. And it's a similar level of opponent, and they're really going to need to have to up their game. Very impressive what we saw from them on the assault, though. The Young Ninjas, it's just a case of individuals at right points stepping up for them, delivering. This LNZ spray is absolutely disgusting.
Yeah, so ENCE against Big Academy got 1 out of the 10 rounds they played on the CT side. So that's a pretty damning statistic. So we'll see if they've made some improvements since that game. Going to be an attack onto the B bomb site. Utility being deployed by Young Ninjas as they trickle out here, but a very defensive setup from ENCE Academy. Not going to have anyone on the site. It's going to allow that bomb to go down. Adam B, he's just continuing to push forward, finds a kill with the Glock, and he's a little bit stuck in here towards CT. Has some teammates to support. That flashbang's going to allow the swing out, and USC's going to hit the headshot, though. Let's put it back into this 4-on-4. Chiquinho is tucked in close, and a flash of their own is perfect. Blinds both of them. Henu and USC double up. Maxter and ZTR now into this 2-on-4. Smoke gets deployed. Nelson's able to find the first, but behind Maxter, playing around this smoke does eventually get hunted down. The numbers, they do it for ENCE.
I like the idea for the Young Ninjas, trying to take the control off ENCE Academy to spoil the rotations, keep them back at bay. But I was praising it in the first half, and immediately the first round in the second I'm going to again. These flashbangs coming in the post-plant situations for ENCE Academy are absolutely perfect. Without that one towards Ticket, they would have never have won that round. That totem setup looked to be impenetrable. But ENCE, they find the pistol, they convert it, double digits on the board, and now they just go up against Deagles and a Tech 9.
So there's small things where you kind of need to have someone playing anti-flash right in that totem pole so that they can respond. And these are the details that you have to slowly work out and get, find those small, minor improvements. That could be the difference, just as it was in that round. And this round, Chiquinho is going to find a kill. Through the smoke, damage has been done. 2 Deagles, and that's a PG-50 there for LNZ. All sitting in this smoke, and a single defender in server with an MP9, holding a little bit of an off angle. He's going to swing out and spot them. They can overwhelm him. There's a bomb site open here. That's the bomb that can go down, plus a MP9 that can be retrieved.
Yeah, let's not rule them out just yet. Poddy, though, rotated in, immediately eliminates Chiquinho. That allowed Young Ninja's entryway on towards the bomb site. The bomb plant is good enough, but can they convert the round? You see the ENCE reinforcements gathering in. 2 from Market, 1 from Short. They attempt to split on him, but Adam B is trying to get closer, but Miltsy will silence him. And now LNC is all that remains, gets cleaned up by the MP9, and the fuse can now come in. ENCE Academy survive just about the anti-eco.
Considering it's just a couple of upgraded pistols, I think they're going to be happy with that round. They find a few kills, keep the economy a little bit honest there, get the bomb plant. That's not a bad round in the end from Young Ninjas. I think they'll be pretty happy with that one. But who I'm interested to hear from now is ENCE. Now they got off to a good start on the CT side.
Niillä on tosi vasta, olikin, että niillä on varabossia. Jep.
Älkää rikkoa se. Muistakaa mut käy.
Joo, mä puustan.
Ei voi puu.
Aha.
Rikotaan pois eritellä.
Joo. Nevana.
Lähes toinen paljon meni.
Midin tuli ilman paljon. Linsta top link. Lows linkki maailmasta. Tän palatsee sulle jos. Etälinkki vaan. Palatsee. Etälinkki bossi. Joo. Opala.
Lähti.
Vittu se on.
Lähti äänillä pois.
Se on varmaan ihan vitun paskassa se.
Monta savuina on
käyttänyt. Ne on linkissä.
Yksi meitä on vähän.
Tuli ikkuna.
Päkkäs.
Jos on sun valolinkki.
Ei oo.
Mä lobaan tää ikkunassa, mä oon ihan vitun kusas portaan.
Mä tuun kohta simpleen.
Tuu defaulttiin.
Lobaan.
Mä ready beef.
Onks sulla mitään kamaa linkkiä?
Ei oikein.
Ei näkynyt linkkiä.
Mä beefaan.
Valti ikkuna.
Ei näkynyt se linkki.
No hei se
Käännä päälle.
Jep. Mä vedän portaalla oli niin.
Vedä vaan leveä, ei näkynyt siellä.
Meillä on backsi täältä. Pakita sit penkille.
Joo.
Tähtään partsia. Enää linkissä ketään.
Rupaa tasavuista.
Kusi on Kusi jatko letkele.
Savutti B tulee B.
Makamutse.
3 läpi.
Partsi vielä.
Hyppäs alas ehkä joo.
Oltiin defaultissa.
Sitä. Jep.
Penkille yks. Ne voi hyppää.
Pommi defaultissa.
Onks sun valo Miko yli?
Ei oo mitään. Savu, noida.
Ei tästä voi crossaa, kun se bossi holdaa.
Pitäisikö se estää?
Joo.
Voitte melkein.
Mä haen ton linkkiä alkaa.
Tää on tush.
No tulee kyllä aika obvious, et... Mun pitää kyllä hakea tilaa tosta taas.
Ei se mitään.
Vittu mulle bindin nadalle.
Ei mulkaan. Nyt mä vedän legit rullasta.
What a really good round by Young Ninjas, and I'm not going to pretend that I understand Finnish, but I got the general gist that they kind of had a good idea what was going on. You see Server setting up the bait and switch, carrying a distraction with the smoke grenade, and then that allows entry to come in. But LNZ opening up the bomb site, striking off every single ENCE Academy defender from the record in round number 18, and elevates himself to 16 kills. What an entry from him, and it just completely secures that round.
Too easy for LNZ, as they say. That was dominance. Just finds all the openers, little headshots. Clean, actually like all that experience coming into play. He's had a lot of experience now at the upper echelons of Counter-Strike. On that, standing in on that main NIP roster. As a ZTR, to be fair. So plenty of experience on this Young Ninja side. And he's going to find the opener onto ZTR as soon as I mention his name. Going to be caught out by that FAMAS. Bit of a shonky buy here for ENCE Academy off the back of just saving over those 2 rifles. It's left Server with a deagle. At least the FAMAS is able to find a kill early on.
It's always the way. It's the caster's curse in full effect. So, one piece of the puzzle of the experience for Young Ninjas has been removed. Rest of the gang going to rotate all the way over towards ramp. Chiquinho leading the charge. Scoping in. It's a long way back as well, so no audio cue at the very least. UEC worried about the connector presence that currently isn't coming in, but Maxter could be there on a late lurk. Here come the smokes. It's now the intention given up. Final destination will be the first letter of the alphabet as Milty works his way in. Gonna try and bait and switch UEC in here towards his ninja.
UEC is getting spammed out there. They haven't fully cleared it though. They just had a few cautionary bullets in. He's gone unchecked at the moment. Can still find some impact here. Gonna try and find the kill, but Adam B does jiggle and find it. 3 CTs now coming in from CT. Jaquinho holding with the AWP. It's an easy shot for him. And LNZ has progressed towards jungle as well. Maxter and Connector. I mean, for Server, there's no way into this round. Has to be on Purdy and on Henry to open this one up. Already finding the first on LNZ. The tapping through the edge of the wall there to find that one. Server's even recovered an AK that he can deploy now with the smoke. Max is still in towards Connector though, and it is planted for him. He can swing out. Kino's actually going to hit that shot. Still defusing through the smoke, getting away with it. They're not quite able to find it this time. He's going to ninja defuse the bomb.
So unfortunate for the Young Ninjas. They had everything there as well. Jaquinho gets the kill in towards ramp, even flanks all the way around mid. That's where the bomb's planted for. Gets the kill towards jungle, but it's not enough. ENCE, sneaky B key diffusing through the smoke. Steal that one right out of the clutches of Young Ninjas.
The Emperor A4 would have been able to spam that smoke long enough to find the kill, just saying. Anyway, going to be going into this round. Still a full buy off the back of the bomb plant. ZTR's going to open up with the opening kill there onto Purdy. And still MP9s for ENCE Academy, so they're keeping it high tier economy-wise. USC wanting to get close combat with that MP9. And the SMG's range advantage here. Going to get him a kill. Can't quite net the second. Does a tiny bit of damage onto LNZ. That's kept the man advantage now for Young Ninjas. They make their way to the A-bomb site. 2 players towards Connector and Stairs. Henry, you can see he's holding for it. He get flashed off the line, trying to find any head that will protrude and give it to him. Server's nowhere to be found. His flank is going to come in very late. That bomb is only just going down now. The spam comes through the box, but they do get it off.
Ran out of bullets. Maxter creeping in towards jungle. Silencer yet to reveal itself in. Milty is here to join the party. Chiming in. This smoke allows them a little bit more of a safer passage, but that server flank is eliminated, and ZTR can even do one better, and now Henu is all that remains, and in fact, he's trying to get out of dodge real quick, but his flank, it is being held, so even if he gets this kill, which he won't, because ZTR is just that much better. 4 kills in the round, and secures Young Ninjas their 8th.
Yeah, just crouch walking around like a crab, but a crab armed with an AK-47 to get it done. 4 great kills. Secures the round for Young Ninjas, and they can slowly start to crawl their way back into this one. Still 4 rounds deficit though, and 4 rounds is as many as ENCE needs to close this out as well. It's still an uphill battle. At least I'll be going up against another forced investment here from ENCE. It's a FAMAS surrounded by Deagles. I'll tell you what, the action does not stop here. It's buy after buy in this matchup.
See if the FAMAS can do some damage. I know you're a big fan of it, Lisa.
Yeah, words no one has ever said.
Oh, tell you what, that Deagle could do some damage. And the second as well. Hang on a second. Rifles could potentially be recovered. UEC locking down the bomb site, but gives Young Ninjas a good idea that no one's home on B, so their rotations are going to start to scamper for ENCE Academy. It's a foot race. Who will get to B first?
They're going to get there before the bomb. In fact, the bomb is having second thoughts, so it's all mind games here in the server. As Adam B is considering mid. Henry, he's here with another Deagle of his own. Not spotting anything at the moment. He's over towards the left side. Ooh, ZTR definitely has the hint of it. Spots him. Gonna drop the Molotov. It's gonna burn him out. No HP left on Henry, so that's a kill for free. Getting them closer. Closing this gap between these two. Kinyo and ZTR were brought so low though, so those Deagles become so much more potent. Now the bomb is going over towards B. ZTR's the man I'm interested in. He's in towards Connector.
Oh, but he loses his life. That's information, but it's all on server. Just gonna try and play close to the window. Jaquinho, oh, he's not considering it. That's the kill needed, and now trades can come in. Poddy rotates. AWP retrieved, and ENCE, they get it done with such minimal investment.
I can't believe they get away with that. 4 Deagles and a FAMAS. Why even buy a FAMAS when you can buy 2 Desert Eagles? That's my advice. But, well, I got 1 kill. Yeah, that's true. On a player that was looking the other way, the Deagle would have done it just as well. But anyway, fantastic round for ENCE Academy. Again, one of these rounds where it's the pistols that steal it away. time it's the reverse. It's ENCE doing it against Young Ninjas. And it opens up in such fantastic fashion as well. Those 2 initial 1Ds towards the A site, that completely sends Young Ninjas scrambling. You can see towards the mid-round, they weren't quite sure how they wanted to play it out. They were initially looking like they wanted to go towards B, then there was a bit of a mid-lean. They find that open onto ZTR, and they're like, okay, we're going to commit to B now. They lose their lurk player in ZTR, and it all falls apart.
Yeah, and you know how ZTR died, that lurk player? With the FAMAS.
Oh, yeah, right. Yeah, the player he wasn't even looking the right way, okay?
He was.
Don't try and talk up the FAMAS. Come on,
I
chat.
like the FAMAS.
The FAMAS sucks. Agree with me. No polls. We had a poll earlier. Ted was polling burgers versus pizza. I'm gonna poll. Desert Eagle, press 1 in chat if you're a Desert Eagle fan. Press 2 in chat if you're a FAMAS fan.
Well, you can't compare the Desert Eagle to the FAMAS.
It worked last round.
Oh. Okay, Silence then 4 works in this one. Doesn't even need to see his opponent. Jaquinho hits the deck, and now Henu. Oh, he's just tip-tapping away, and it's all clean up for ENCE Academy over towards B. LNZ with a hand cannon of his own. Let's see how many he can provide. Not enough, just the first. ENCE Academy are now within touching distance and closing out Mirage against Young Ninjas.
Hey, what? It was that CT side that we were questioning, that we saw such a dismal, frankly, performance against Big OMEN Academy. You mentioned at the start earlier, they had 1 round out of 10 on the CT side. That was where they lost the game, but completely different team it feels here against Young Ninjas. It looks like they fixed a lot of those mistakes. The rotations are perfect. Utility usage looks quite on point. And really, it's quite impressive, considering this is such a new squad, to see such a performance here on Mirage.
It's multi-kill after multi-kill in the server as well. ZTR's come up with 4 in this half. Henu, he just had 4 of his own. So we're really being spoilt here. For the best of 1. UEC. He loves Palace. That's his home.
King of Palace.
Young Ninjas currently the paupers of Underpass, trying to make it work. Henu deploying the incendiary, preventing the movement. He even blocks the smoke. There's a little bit of a gap now. Look at that.
Oh, I like that from Henu. Not going to be working off it though. He's going to back out now that he's done his job. 4-player lean from the CTs towards this A side of the map. At the moment, Young Ninjas haven't committed anywhere. Oh, they lose Maxter as well. That's in towards mid. Henu does regroup and finds that one through that gap in the smoke, in fact. But Jaquinho is able to even it up at the very least. Finds Milty. It's back into this 4-on-4, and the bomb can now make its way towards A. But there's still 2 defenders here.
A couple of Galils as well. Galil versus FAMAS. That's a better argument. CTR.
It's not even an argument.
Do you know what? Fair. CTR being re-smoked in by his teammates. I really want to encourage this lurk. LNZ is always so good on these entries, and now it's up to Bodhi with the big green peeking on in towards Ticket, joined in support by Server. And where is Henu? He's on a crawl of his own out mid, and LNZ through the Ticket eliminates. And that's all but round done, in my opinion, unless Adam B gets caught out here. Hang on. This could still be under wraps. Flashbang enables Henu to peek on in towards Palace. 2 versus 2, it's all to play for, but ZTR in this advanced position. Is Henu expecting it? Not quite, and the Galil actually wins out against the M4.
Look at the utility there from Server. He can drop a smoke here, knows that damage was done onto ZTR. Gonna tap the bomb, but time is ticking down and the spam comes through. Yeah, there's no chance now. Started to believe with all that utility that he might be able to steal. It's went away, finds LNZ. Not going to get that parting one. Oh, ZTR, salt in the wound. Through the smoke, finds that kill. Even upgrades that Galil to the lovely AK-47. Everyone's favourite piece of weaponry. Still though, 5 rounds of deficit. It's a long road back. And LNZ, it was a great round. You could see Cody, he wanted to go for that wallbang onto the bomb planter, and it looked like he was about to take that shot. Like there was maybe half a second more, and he was going to hit it, and it would have been the wallbang. It could have potentially stopped that bomb going down and been a completely different round. But LNZ, he does not leave anything to chance.
Just calling a pause now, are the Ninjas. Trying to work this one out, and also maybe have a discussion about where their economy lies, because on both sides of the server, it's not actually in the best state. After winning the round, though, you can only imagine that they will be forcing into it. Another Galil fills Adam B's pockets, and a Mac 10 for Maxter. Let's take a look on the other side of things. ENCE Academy working with an AWP. M4s as well across the board. Server just operating with a Deagle. No FAMAS today.
Probably happy for that one. Anyway, looking for the initial contact in towards mid, but it's Adam B. Gonna find Purdy and then ZTR, the run boost on top of the mid boxes. Finds Henry on the other side of the smoke. That's 2 openers early on for Young Ninjas. And they're all moving back towards the A site. See, CTs are scrambling here, trying to work out where this hit's going to finish. ZTR throws a flash over towards B. Try and keep them interested, but CTs are all grouping together.
Oh no.
And they're going to the wrong side.
The flashbang, well, it definitely kept them interested.
$200 round win. Well, actually, the opening kills are what did it. But $200 to secure the round is not a bad investment.
Great bait, mate.
Great bait, mate. Rated 8 out of 8.
The Young Ninjas aren't going to be getting 8. They're going to be getting 10. 4 rounds now, the deficit between them. And we can start to talk about it. We can start to think about it, Lucy.
Well,
double digits. Yeah, it's there, potentially.
You don't like to come back, Brandon. You're always negative Nancy.
Well, not always.
You're always like, Lisa, don't you get a bit excited about the comeback, and it's like the scoreline would be like 15-13. You're like, oh
no, it won't. It would be like I'll say that when it's like 15-6.
Look, you gotta build up the storylines, Brandon.
Yeah, of course.
Everyone loves an underdog. Everyone loves a comeback. That's what gets us fans so excited, right? It's the thing about Counter-Strike. It's not momentum based in the sense that like other games where you're building up items and all sorts. In this, every single round, it's a new opportunity.
Yeah. That's quite poetic, really.
Yeah, it's a beautiful game. The beautiful game.
We love Counter-Strike.
We love Counter-Strike here at WePlay Academy. So who's not loving it? ENCE Academy. Got a bit of a funky buy now because they've saved 3 rifles, but 2k across the board, which means, well, they have to make a decision. And it's going to be not to invest around those players, so they all keep 2k, right?
I like it. Securing up the economy, making sure that each one of them can buy if this does go a little bit pear-shaped, but also it gives them opportunities. Probably can scope in with the AWP, deploy a rifle in between middle and the A bomb site. And currently, A is where Young Ninjas reside, and YN could be the difference maker. Drops a smoke grenade, extinguishes the molly, and finds the opening as well. Position now given up, but it allows Poddy to swing on in, but he's getting caught out as well. Henu with a pistol can't get it done, but it will be MOUZ NXT rotating away, stealing the AWP and trying to get out away. But it's still 2 versus 2, Lucy. It still could happen.
Yeah, they can play this one a bit more chill now. They don't have to go for these chaotic kills. Smokes are deployed. There's a long flank though. See it on the mini-map. ZTR, he's making his way through with this Galil. That's gonna hit the perfect timing to catch both these players off guard. And well, now it's just Server. Go for the wallbang here, and there's that flank. It comes through hot and heavy. ZTR finds Server and retrieve that AWP as well.
Since we've had a Young Ninjas flank, but it's happened enough that I still call it a consistent threat that ENCE still need to be worried about, even if they've swapped over sides as well. UEC does a good job trying to get the kills, but unfortunately the P250 can't quite close it out. Although it was brought down close, ENCE Academy, they do fall by the wayside, but as a result of ecoing, they do have full rifles coming into this one. There's no sniper though.
Utility is a little bit light across the board. They've got a little bit less to work with. Master gets spotted on the cross from Henu, who jumped from window to short. Now it's a bit of info as well. Both these teams. Playing around this smoke here. Adam B going for the info towards B. Not going to spot anything yet. ZTR. Pauper. As you were saying. From below. It does look like B is where they're interested in, and that looks like it could be the right call. Just 2 defenders on this side of the map. Getting deployed, MOUZ. Oh, gotta find the opening onto ZTR. Huge kill. Gonna be making their way onto the site now. Henry gets the first onto Maxter. Server's still here as well, not checked quite yet. Playing this off angle and gonna be slowed down as Adam B, and that allows him to go down. Purdy on the rotate, gonna drop the bomb, and before you know it, it's just Aquino left with an AWP. Trying to find some kills, misses first. It would be the 1v5 to pull it off, and they don't want to give him the chance. They are hounding him, chasing him down, going through the walls. Even the Molotov deployed. He's burning away, backing off. He's got 30 seconds before this flank comes through from behind.
Yeah, he really needs to hold on to this, but I really don't think he's going to be able to. Even being spammed through the wall as well, Jaquinio. Oh, it's horrible. He's isolated and pincered in, and as he makes his way away, YN/GamerPay will close it out. No AWP can be saved, and look at the economy for Young Ninjas on the right-hand side of your screen. Yes, Jaquinio can get an AWP, but for ZTR, can maybe drop 1 AK? Is that going to be enough? One of these players will not be on a great buy.
That point now. YN/GamerPay all opted to keep the AK over the AWP towards the end there. So no AWP on the side of ENCE Academy, even though they could have had one. So that's a intentional decision to keep 3 AKs on the board. And I think partially they'll know, right, that Young Ninja's economy, it's not going to be great off the back of losing that round, of how close some of the prior rounds have been. And so they want to prioritize these rifles so they can win these engagements a little bit more handedly.
Take a look at the scoreboard. Maxter not having the best game. Jaquinio, though, good standing. 17 for 16, although they're not winning the game outright. It's good that he has actually showed up to the party.
LNZ with the little major attendee quarterfinalist symbol on his profile. Bit of a flex in the Academy League.
Oh, why wouldn't you, though?
Absolutely. Going to be aggression from Henu towards top mid. Not going to spot anything. Be a bit careful here. He's not going to get spotted either. Jaquinio, we mentioned him. Can't see this player, but there is one directly in his crosshairs. Not going to fire off the warning shot, so not rewarded with the freebie. Novak. Going to be typed in chat for that one.
So it's going to be Henu trying to make waves. Sole defender in middle for ENCE. Being aggressive. Standing his ground. Trying to conquer it, but the AWP will chime in. Opening kill falls away the ninjas.
Max said he's going to want to retrieve that rifle, which he should be able to do because it was so close in here. That smoke providing cover. It's an AK now in his hands. So Young Ninja's in a good position this round. Strong control in towards mid. 3 players. 1 in towards ramp and 1 palace. So they're getting ready for this A crunch. So again, this double setup in towards ramp on the defense. Rotation has come through from Purdy, so they're going to have a few players here. This is going to find that first. Milty gets the second as well. This assault is falling apart. YN/GamerPay even able to find Maxter, and now it's just Jaquinio and ZTR. And they're scrambling. They're running away, trying to take that bomb over towards B. And hit that nice little jump up, so he can get through. He can actually plant this bomb, and with that AWP posted where it is, he can make his way back to short and has a decent post-plant position.
Yeah, it is, because he can just lock them off here, Jaquinio. As they rotate over, there he goes. Plucked out the sky of the first, and gets information on the second. Doesn't need to reveal himself. YN/GamerPay has got to clear his angles. And he does win it out. All the meanwhile, ZTR and Pody. That's now the next fight, but Pody's not revealing himself. He's waiting, tucked in just for a moment, trying to get YN/GamerPay just to close the gap. ZTR needs to isolate the kills, and he can't do it, and that'll be it. ENCE Academy will remain victorious over Young Ninjas, 16-11.
Yeah, what a CT half from ENCE. It's exactly what we were hoping to see out of them, and it's a really great sign for such a new roster to be able to bounce back from the loss they suffered towards Big Academy, and such strong performances as a team. It really felt like, there was a few individual moments, but it really felt like a team effort to get them across the line. It wasn't like 1 or 2 players that were, 30 bombing to get them there. It was a real standout across the board. For Young Ninjas, we did see a few of those individuals step up. LNZ, the man you just saw that 4K from, he was definitely one of them. But they didn't quite have that same level of performance across the team. And, well, that's what, in the end, what's going to result in them losing this matchup against ENCE.
Really nice mid-round calls from ENCE, not only on the T side, but also on CT. And round number 30 is a perfect example of that. As soon as they lose control in towards mid, they double up and take aggression elsewhere, try and strip the control away towards ramp. And that means that when Young Ninjas are funneling in through connector, there's no way through on towards that bomb site, have to go towards B, and ultimately it ends up being their downfall. Really well played from ENCE Academy. They look revitalized after the close defeat to Big OMEN Academy. It's a really good proving ground for them. They're taking a massive scalp here at the Academy League.
Yeah, it's a huge win to find for them early on here. An unproven squad to get off to this good start. Start to get a couple of wins under their belt. Obviously, they won against Apeks Rebels in that second game. Very close game against OG Academy for their opener. So when that rematch does happen, I think there's definitely a chance they can come out ahead. And they could be potentially one of those teams that could upset and have a good run here in the group stage and potentially make it through to those playoffs. The Young Ninjas, not exactly what they were hoping for. They started off the season with 2 wins against OG and then against Apeks Rebels, but this is now their 3rd loss in a row. They went down to big OMEN Academy, they went down to OG in the rematch, and now ENCE Academy have put them in their place as well.
I think the Young Ninjas is a time for transition as well. They are playing with a stand-in, let's not forget, it is best of ones right now, but I feel like give them a few seasons, they'll actually be title contenders. I think their squad has got a lot of potential in it. Let's have a look at the stats though. Henu is just leading the line. In fact, all of ENCE Academy, it just really highlights this team effort that you said. Look at them, all the kill distribution is very even. You take a look on the other side, it's LNZ and Jaquinho, the ones that stepped up, and Max are just down at the bottom, not having a great show in here.
Yeah, it's that experienced core that was stepping up, right? LNZ, Jaquinho and ZTR who have all played at a fairly high level for some time and have had a lot of experience playing against the absolute best in Counter-Strike and among the best. And you can see that shining through here in Mirage, where they were able to still perform individually, where the team was falling flat. But it wasn't enough. Like we mentioned, you need more than just those individuals to step up, and that's what ENCE showed us. They didn't have that necessarily star power, so to speak, that maybe Young Ninjas has on paper, but because they operate as a unit, they're able to get it done with relative ease.
Yeah, it was very impressive with them, and congratulations to ENCE Academy for being victorious over the Young Ninjas. But we're not done. We've got another best of one to, well, excite you for the evening. We've got Astralis Talent taking on the Prospects. That's going to be in just a couple of minutes, so don't go anywhere, and we'll see you then.
back, everyone, to our last game of the day here at the WePlay Academy Season 5. It's going to be Astralis Talent taking on Prospects, Brandon.
Yeah, and, well, I'm just going to throw a crazy prediction out there.
Alright, go on.
Alright, well, Astralis Talent have played 4 Mirages and 1 Vertigo. And Prospects have played 4 Mirages. So, I reckon that the map...
That's 2.
Maybe. I don't know. We'll have to wait and find out. But let's take, if we can, let's take a look at the results just for today. And we can bring those up and we can just talk about what we have seen. Because it's been a cool day today. We've seen Eternal Fire Academy actually take on and just win against MOUZ NXT. And we mentioned it just before that came up. And they got 16-0 the day before by Spirit Academy. So fair play to them. But in fact, I'll tell you what, let's just take a look at the vetoes. Let's not mess about here.
That's not mess about. We're gonna talk through this as if something other than Mirage is going to be the end result from what we've seen so far. All right, come on. Let's keep Vertigo in the mix. Give us Vertigo. That'd be something different.
Or Enchant.
Seen Astralis Talent play it.
Yeah.
You know what? Given the fact that Prospects have played it, but even the fact that Prospects have played Mirage literally every single time.
Oh, they could ban it. Yeah.
They could ban it, right? They have the opportunity to kind of throw a curveball in the mix and have this lang where they want it.
All right, yeah, let's see it. Astralis Talent, what are you going to do? Are you going to anti-strap Prospects because they've only played Mirage, or are you going to just stick to your strengths and play Mirage? Well, it's interesting. Inferno, see you later, out of the equation. Mirage is still here. Oh, yes! No, it's gone. All right, it's new. It's new. What is it? Overpass or Ancient? Ooh, go on. Let's see an Ancient. Go on.
Right.
Oh, yes, it is.
Let's go.
Oh, I have not seen an Ancient yet. This is exciting.
I think it's the first one. I feel like it's like an eye cleanser, right? Because we've seen so much like sandy, awful, dry maps. And now you get the cleanse with the beautiful greenery of Ancient. I mean, there's some stats to look at as well.
Yeah, we do. Okay, look, let's take the Prospects onto the grain of salt, because they're a new core. If you guys didn't know, Lil Mix, that core, they played in CSGO ESE8 Advanced. They're now on the Prospect side. They've got Apeks as well, new IGL. He's been playing for a team called Capybara before this. Not to be confused with Capybara. But he's, been leading the line. They've been having some time to gel and mix in, and I think that's why we are seeing Mirage. It's just one of those maps where they just want to try and get it a little bit more consistent. So the fact that they banned first means that Astralis Talent have counter-picked into them, and actually we're going to go for Ancient. But it does mean that Prospects can pick the side, which means they will be started on the CT side of Ancient. Since the changes, it still is the most CT-sided map in the pool, and it's going to be interesting to see where this one ends up.
Interesting conversation to have just because of how dominant the T sides have been at WePlay Academy across the board. It's felt like that they have been the more dominant side, so ones that mostly teams been able to get the most work done, and I wonder how much of a factor that will be here in Ancient. I guess particularly because Astralis Talent have picked into this, and so you assume they're going to be coming prepared, knowing how to unleash on this one. Train. It's not going to be Train, guys. Don't get excited.
It's reminiscing.
Intro cinematic here as Train, Historic, perish, go off the rails, replaced by this beautiful lush ruins that are Ancient.
Yep. Let's see it then. Oh, this is weird. It's a weird feeling. We cast a map that isn't Mirage. Astralis Talent extended out towards mid. Oh, it's explosive. Hype now needs to bring it for the Prospects and just delivers with 1 kill of his own. Breezer and Mister trying to make it work towards A, but BobXD, he just tries to punish, and now they're just being overrun. The Prospects are being hounded down by Astralis Talent. Alex is the only defender here. 1 versus 3. What can he do?
Funky fresh there, but with Breezer fighting that double kill, it pretty much guarantees this round. Alex is going to try and creep out through the smoke, but it's being held by Breezer. He gets 3 in the round as well. Huge amount of impact from him. Now, so after it got a little bit weird and towards me at the opener round, the opening kill goes the way of Astralis, but then they kind of get stuck on each other as the flashbang comes through. And it looks for a second there like the CTs might be able to bounce it back in their favor, but the trades are strong for Astralis, and they go for that double pinch in towards A, which pans out.
Insta-smoke for red. 0 Prospects. Operating with just USPs. Astralis Talent wanted to take control over towards middle, but instead rethinking their options. It's a stack on the B-bomb site for the Prospects right now. Some utility is going to miss, but it doesn't matter because it's not the true intention. Here comes some other utility towards the side of the map. CT smoked off. Astralis Talent about to go in A.
This as well, right? Because we see so often the B stacks from the CT squads, and particularly on pistol rounds and so those eco rounds. It's definitely a better side to be stacking just because those fights are so awkward as you're making your way up. So Astralis make the correct gamble play. Throw some initial utility to confirm it, and it's all theirs for free. They can plant that bomb. Now I'd like to see Apeks maybe go for a little bit of a hunt with that MAC-10. Try and farm up some of these USPs, and that looks exactly like what's on the menu. Branson, oh, he's going to tuck tail and run.
Me and Apeks have the same MAC-10 skin, fun fact. Pretty
Scary.
cool guy.
Yeah.
It's me, and that's Apeks. Bomb planted on that A-bomb site. Zero prospects. Don't want anything to do with it. Might get given an opportunity for some backs turned. Alex thinking about going around the corner, but instead, as Astralis Talent hunt, they're not going to find a kill. And do you know what? That's also quite important because it means that there's no SMG money that can be farmed up, even though there's only one available. Prospects, nice. Just rotating all the way over, making sure that they can't be eliminated.
What a unicorn round. No one goes down. There was damage done, so it wasn't the perfect round, but you don't see those every day.
No.
Not a single death. But now the guns come out for the CTs, and this is where the challenge really starts. This is where it gets a little bit spooky if you are a T-side player, because the CTs have such an advantage on this map, as we have mentioned. The question is, how much experience do prospects have on it?
I thought Spooky was on CT side.
Good one.
Thank you. Astralis Talent using their utility to creep their way out towards middle. All the meanwhile, it's a 3-man lean for the prospects over towards B. Aggression in cave with the MP9. And they'll actually get a kill. Apeks is first to fall. Mister trying to spam through the wood paneling. But it doesn't actually amount to any damage. It's a good early kill and a good pickup. Even more damage being done to Vigo as well. Prospects, they've got an arm and a leg up in this situation.
Still quite a strong lean to the B side. The utility's going to come through. That Molotov's going to do a fair bit of damage onto Spooky. He's going to smoke it off so that he can hide in there. But the wall spam comes through. Breezer finds him. Has all the info from the sound cues. Knows that he can go for that spam and secure the kill. That's even it back up into this 4-on-4. 2 players low on both sides, so it's even Stevens until Festa finds that one onto Hype on the lurk as well. That's going to keep these 2 CTs interested and the rotation leaving as well. BobXD wants to clear out towards mid, and that's going to leave A open, which means that bomb make its way in for free.
It's the perfect mid-round call from Astralis Talent. After losing the player early, they keep the pressure on towards Cave. That just gets all of the attention of the prospects. Catches them completely off guard. Mister even extended over towards CT. Will be traded out. Professor's already on the flank. Franson is about to be hunted down. He's trying to hold on to this M4. Because otherwise he won't bring it forward with him into the next. And the economy for the CTs is not in the best spot.
Again, the way Astralis are hunting this is very passive lines, just sitting where they has to escape to, and it's going to be the easiest kill of Fessel's life as Franson just slowly walks back into his crosshair. So a fairly good round there from Astralis. Those mid-round calls, as you highlighted, that was the key to success here. Festa finding that kill onto Hype as well, that's huge because it keeps 2 players interested, causes that late rotation as well, gives them the round at that point.
And he's a player that you want to look to on Astralis Talent. It'll be Fessor and Breezer, AWP player for this Danish side. Let's keep our eyes out on those as more instant utility comes in. And in fact, it's going to be a rush instead. Mister eliminates Hype and Spooky. Gets 1 kill with the Deagle, but immediately traded out. Astralis Talent overrun the bomb site. Just as they should do on paper. It's going to be a clean-up job, but Franson is trying to throw a spanner in the works. Breezer is missing the bullets, but he actually transfers all the way over. And it is cleaned up in the end. Astralis Talent, they keep it flawless on the scoreboard. 4 rounds to 0.
Yeah, not flawless to the kill feed, though. There's 3 players there, which is not what you want against these upgraded pistols. It felt like they should have had that one for free. They find the opener as they run into the site. Spooky gets 1 nice deagle, but Franson shouldn't have been allowed to get so many kills then. That was maybe a bit unfortunate from them, but still going to get the round, keep 2 players alive. They can fully invest into this one. Now we get the AWP out for Hype as well, and 1 for Breezer too, so it's going to be contested. He's going to get boosted up in towards B to go for the pick. There's no one on the other side. AWP from Hype, that's actually just throwing some utility at the moment. He's sitting back, but he is going to move over to B now.
A lick of damage on the boost as well from that Molotov Breezer. Gonna fall back, and they're gonna deploy some smokes. And all the meanwhile, it's a contact play out towards A. Just as I said, they dropped the utility, but Mister finds bob_xd in Donut, and that's the bomb site once again being gathered by Astralis Talent, but Franson through the smoke at least denies the bomb.
Yeah, hero play there. Great stuff from Astralis just to bait out the rotations with that single player throwing all the utility. Now these two can group up and meet up with their teammates. You can see 0-0 Prospects are so wary about this flank coming through. Fessor is in towards mid. It's going to be Alex that's going to actually catch him off guard. Playing a bit of trigger discipline, but no one else to clean up for him. So that's giving them the man advantage on the retake. Fantastic flashbang flash. They clear out everybody. Mister gets a spray out of both though. Fantastic transfer, and Bigo's good for one as well. Alex is in towards Donut, but he's by himself. He's been spotted, and Bigo's going to swing out and finish the job.
It just feels so easy right now for Astralis Talent. They just throw a couple of grenades over to one bomb site, keep a few players there just to keep the interest over, and Prospects bite down hard on it each and every time, rotating. And Astralis Talent, they've got not too much contention when they do execute onto their preferred bomb site of choice. This was nice, walking through the smoke, just trying to deny the bomb, but that's the only positive I can really take from this. Look at this spray down from Mister. 3 kills in the round as well. 5-0 on the T side of Ancient. You normally look at it and you normally just say, okay, the golden rule is 6. 6 rounds, if you can get that on the T side, it's absolutely perfect. The Astralis Talent have got 5 and 5.
Yeah, that's not great signs here early on for Prospects. Could have been that punish pick. They were maybe hoping Mirage would be where it ended up just because of the reliance of Astralis on that map as well. But you know, you're mentioning Fessor and Breezer, and we also saw Vigor have an incredible game actually earlier on Mirage itself. But it's Mister that's getting it all done here. He opened up that previous round and closed it out. And he's really stepping up on Ancient. So maybe he's their pocket Ancient player.
Mr. Ancient.
Mr. Ancient. That's what they call you.
Yeah, good reason. I love this map. Mid control being gathered by the Prospects. Trying to get a kill with the pistol. Vigo is trying to say no, but in fact, Hype will answer the call, deliver a crucial headshot, but the rifle can't be retrieved. It's too far removed.
Yeah, they've got that one on lock and key. Rotations from Prospects at the moment. They are moving as a pack, rotating towards the B site. No commitment yet from Astralis Talent, but info has been gained towards A long. bob_xd has pushed all the way deep into that angle. Breeze has found an opener as well. They can collect this bomb.
Careful.
Ooh, bob_xd going for the info. That bomb is by itself, and Altex doesn't spot it. Will bob_xd hit this shot? It's going to be a difficult one, and he really has one opportunity to do it. He's not going to get it done.
Oh, look at this. Flanks on flanks. As Prospects push ramp, Altex, he's secluded with the bomb, but here comes the rest of the party. Astralis Talent completely backstab the Prospects walking through cave, and it's easy as you like. Bomb can now get put down. It's all left onto bob_xd. He can grab an AK, and that's probably the best he can do. Because Mister finds his head. Astralis Talent looking incredibly dominant on Ancient.
Well, it's unfortunate. I like some of the ideas that Prospects are going for there. Obviously, there was a couple of opportunities. Bob_xd finds that kill. That would have been the round ended because that push could have come through and they would have had 4 players holding that bomb. And I like the response. They lose bob_xd, but they know that bomb is coming through from T-spawn. So they go for the push down to ramp to try and isolate, try and drop it and get a bit of a strange situation. It doesn't work out, and well, Alex is going to find the opener onto Altex as he charges through. That's a very deep smoke, so these T-side players can still come a little bit behind it. There are so many smokes here, and it's going to be the CTs that find all the openers around them.
Astralis Talent trying to just throw pace at Prospects, because they haven't really had rifles for a while, trying to make them uncomfortable, but in fact, it's the Swedish team that comes out on top. Mister will deploy a Molotov. That's not going to make Alex move a muscle. Now you can potentially find Mister, but the clear. Oh, he doesn't look. Vigo with the immediate trade, but unfortunately bob_xd is there lurking in towards middle. It might have taken them 7 rounds to do it, but Prospects Unless a foregone conclusion of a miracle happens. Should get one on the board, Vessel. That's an incredible tap.
That's a nice little one to go down on with bo1. Doesn't let them keep too much money into this round, although with 3 alive, they can at least drop a couple of rifles over. The prospects get their first on the board. Maybe a little too late, but we'll see. Still potential to sling some of these together. The money's good for Astralis Talent, so they can full invest into this one. Even once again, seeing that EWP out for Breezer. Another one for Hype as well. Don't see too much of this orb head-to-head so far, but this might be the opportunity for it.
Astralis Talent are just leaving mid alone in the last couple of rounds, been focusing more towards B ramp. Trying to entice this fight with the prospects over towards Cave. 3 players on this T side trying to make an opening available. The prospects, they're playing this bait and switch. Hype can take the contact, and the Spooky's just tucked right in on the corner.
We've seen that corner work out in the prior round. There was a change in towards this position where it made that cubby a little bit more narrow, but hasn't really stopped it being used for a player to tuck in for this bait and switch. This time I expect they're going to be a little bit more thorough on their clears, but this is where Hype comes in. It's the shot on Defender as well. It's a millimeter gap, and now Spooky, he can swing out and find a kill onto Breezer. It's the perfect bait and switch. That even gets a second on the spray through the smoke. Vigo removed before he can get anything done. Now it's just these 2 Ts left, Mr. and Ultex. And they're split up, but Mr. has gotten deep in towards Red House, so this can still get a little bit weird.
He could play spoiler potentially, but they're just too far removed the T's. They need to group up and try and work this one out. Franson's even holding for this flank in, so I don't think Astralis Talent can really get too much done. 25 seconds left. Bomb rotating over through towards A main. It's bo1's responsibility to lock this one in. And as Ultex reveals his position, that's going to allow Mr. an opportunity to creep through the gap. It's only 10 seconds.
And now he's reeled himself as well by finding that kill onto Alex. But they can go for this bomb plant here, but bo1. He's going to swing out and get it done. Doubles up. Prevents any shenanigans there on the A bomb site. And prospects get 2 consecutive, and that one's quite clean as well. They only lose 1 player. So now they can start to build up that base. They can start to get a foothold into this game.
It's more what you expect on the CT side. It's a lovely bait and switch to get the first couple of kills in round number 8. And this one through the smoke as well. It's just ridiculous.
It's like a first bullet as well. It wasn't even just the spam connecting. Lines up perfectly, tracing those traces. Branson going for a bit of aggression in towards mid. It's just going to be upgraded pistols around a hero AK for Ultex. That's an nade. Not quite going to do it. This is going to skirt away before it does any damage.
Skirt. Golden opportunity. Prospects to really get this round on the board. But in fact, bo1 is going to throw caution to the wind, and that's going to be his downfall. That's another rifle that could be retrieved for Astralis Talent.
Yeah, now they've got 2 already. Flash coming through. Hype is rotated with the AWP though, and Franson's here towards Donut, so it's 2 players over here towards B, keeping it on lock, and they've just boosted one up. Vigo's here with the Deagle. If they do decide to push for info, he'll be ready for them. You can see no commitment yet, so Hype is moving around.
Astralis Talent are doing this thing again, putting all of the pressure over towards one bomb site and drawing out the rotations, but prospects, they've actually cottoned onto this, and look at this. The rotation is now back on the B bomb site, and as players slowly working their way over, Hype can now move into position. They're in a good spot for this B execute.
Yeah, and Vigo now, he's accelerating and he's not seeing anybody towards B, so he can be quick on this flank. He's going to arrive there at the perfect time as this execute comes through. And Astralis are waiting for him. They're waiting for Vigo to get closer, to be able to find the opener here, and Hype has his back turn. This is a kill for free. There's no way he misses this one. Engagement going on. There it is. Finds that kill. Everybody's falling. And Astralis, they pull it together. That was, it felt like prospects had maybe repositioned to the right place there with the AWP, but that opening, Vigo, the Deagle, he's able to push through, pick up that AK, and flank works.
Yeah, there's a little bit of a weird one as well, because you had Franson all the meanwhile playing that mid-lurk position. If he just goes maybe like a second later as that contact comes in, he could have shot them all down in the side. It's a game of real fine margins in this round, but Astralis Talent will prevail and come out on top. The buy is still there for the prospects, though. Having one consecutive. And they're trying to aggress in towards A-Main, try and just keep the pressure away from this side of the map. Meanwhile, Astralis Talent, they're playing a little bit more reserved. They're not trying to take the fight to the prospects in this one. In fact, they want the prospects to come to them.
Yeah, a bit of a change up. Astralis Talent maybe not expecting to win that round there with the Deagles and a single AK, but they steal it away. Already 7 rounds. 10 rounds into this on the P side. That's a very solid start here on Ancient. Now, off the back of having 2 players so deep in towards A, you gotta wonder when they decide to change this up and either go for the push or rotate off, because that's a huge commitment. The rotations on Ancient take forever to come through. Oh, and Festa through the smoke. No way. It's no way. Okay. I thought he was going to get both then. That was absolutely filthy. But he finds the first and does so much damage, enough to get it done, and the B site completely opened.
Well, there's your Vax in chat. That's ridiculous. But to be fair, prospects, what they have been doing all throughout this first half is pushing the extremities. Here, we've even got another classic case of it, and Breeze is accounting for it. But Bob XD is going to hit the perfect timing. Breeze, the internal timer's kicked in. There's another flank as well. Franson's joining the fray. But Breeze should just lock it in. They're just playing for exits right now, are the prospects. AWP isn't eliminated, but an AK will fall in the process. And in fact, this is quite big because Astralis Talent, they don't really have the money.
Hey, Breeze, that bomb's going down. He's going to scamper away. Really wants to keep that AWP. Big investment. They are going to have enough into the next.
Oh, yeah, of course. Yeah.
Issue of winning the round, obviously. But still, losing players that maybe they could have kept on to. Getting a little bit eager with some of those peaks. But you can see why, right? You remove those rifles, and for prospects, that would mean that they would have to eco into this one without economy. But because they say both, they're going to be full buying around it. It's not going to be the best. Going to see an MP9 on the board. Hype is, well, he's going to be also an MP9 late purchase there. So it's not ideal.
Well, Astralis Talent, they want to go quick here. Boosted up potentially. That Molotov misses, but it trickles down anyway, and Spooky is just trying to play around the gap, but it's actually going to be the MP9s to do the damage. Hype and Alex combined, and now Astralis Talent, they're in dire straits, working their way up to the B bomb site. It's the only piece of control that they have, but there are quick rotations on the way.
Franson is so fast in this flank, and a second player coming in from mid as well. Going to catch Breezer off guard, definitely. That's the kill for sure. And now Mr. He has 37 HP, knows at least one of these players is coming towards ramp, so he's repositioning, but Franson's good for it. The flank, it does it. It was really the MP9s that got it all started. There was just so much chaos in towards lane. And I felt bad for Spooky because it felt like he had a kill for free there, gets flashed off, and it's just all a bit unfortunate with the timing for him. But it's really those MP9s pushing down ramp that get it done, and we're going to see that again here in the replay. Doubling up for Alex, and then Hype getting one of his own.
Playing anti-flash as well, just to make sure he definitely cannot get caught off guard by Astralis Talent. Prospects, they do really well when they just throw chaos at Astralis Talent. When everything goes a little bit crazy, it just feels like that this CT side is coming out on top. And there's still a road to recovery, especially in this first half. 8-7, whilst it's not ideal, it's certainly not the worst, considering how the state of play looked at the early stages.
Going to try and make these consecutive. Try and get some of that momentum. That's been the difficulty here. If they lose this one, their economy will once again be in dire straits. And Astralis Talent, they've been able to get these buys out almost every single round. So prospects have really been fighting against it this entire time. Well, a timeout coming through. A lot of strategy to be discussed here.
Yeah, double timeout being called. Just want to make sure they definitely are all on the same page. Because Astralis Talent have won out this first half. And they could really just snowball this momentum. But it's up to the prospects to stop it. Give themselves somewhat of a semi-stable foothold in, swapping over to this T side. LWP on Hyped. Let's see what he's got up his sleeve. I don't think we've really seen this AWP head-to-head yet. I'd love to see it. Round number 12. Let's try and make it work.
Feels like they're always going to different sides of the map. This time, going to be no different. Breeze going for the peek into mid. Branson on that smoke. Ooh, it looked like Breezer was thinking about going for the shot there, but Decides not to reveal himself. Doesn't want to give away the info that the AWP is sitting in towards bottom mid. And Altex is going to find the first on the Spooky. Second time he's given up this kill, going for an aggressive play out towards lane. And he's punished for it once again. Astralis, they don't have to commit immediately off this. They can slow down, wait to see if any more comes through. But Alex is going to be good for the trade onto Fessa. Let's see, he's pushing up now. Gets spotted though from Vigo, going for the jump peek, and he's going to go down from the back of him. But Breeze is good for the trade. The bomb has been dropped, so he's going to have to get up and get that one. But there's no one in response. They're going to be barreling in towards mid now. Hype, the sole defender on the A side with the AWP, misses his first shot and deploy an incendiary to try and back away now, but he's actually going to burn out Mister. Maybe getting a little over-eager on the play there, but the flank is coming through. These rotations. This is a weird round, Brandon. Things are getting strange. The bomber's in CT spawn. Breezer with it on his back, thinking about how he wants to play this one out, because Altex is about to get contact with all three of these members. He's going for the commitment, the close range combat. Alex closes it out with the double.
Going on? Hype single-handedly wins them that round, not by getting any kills, apart from the incendiary one, obviously, but he stays alive, and that allows this mid-rotation to come in through Donut. Prospects reinforce the bomb site and Astralis Talent. They've got no information. They do not know that Prospects have moved all the way off B, and it's Alex, the IGL, leading by example, constantly finding these multi-kills, not only at ramp, but now in towards A. And look at what the buy Astralis Talent are working with. Just Glocks, a single flashbang. bob1 fully blind. Oh, it works out. M4 can be retrieved from Franson. He's here to clean up, but the Glocks are finding all the damage. Hype rotating at the very least. The bomb is being planted, but Spooky is here. And thankfully, it can be cleared up for the Prospects, but that looks scary. Astralis Talent get a lot of mileage out that flash.
Yeah, that flash does so much, right? The sole defender on the site just gets overwhelmed by the Glocks. Just a little bit too wide on the swing. Can't tuck in, fully blinded. And all the headshots come through with the Glock. Like a multi-dink there to bring him down, and it gets a little bit spooky there. You think maybe some of these rifles could be recovered, but it's not really a lot of utility to work with to kind of close off any of these choke points. So even though the bomb goes down, there's no way to back up the defense. You can see what they were going for, trying to double up in towards Donut. If they find that kill, maybe there's an opportunity, but not quite able to get it done. But off the back of it, at the very least, they get the full buyout. Once again, 8 of the P for Breezer and 4 AKs across the board. Troll towards B taken from Prospects this time. They've been fighting for it quite consistently. This time they definitely get it with Fessa going down.
Once again, that man, Alex, doing it all. And look at this rotation. Look at the flank. It's well on its way. Astralis Talent, they take mid-control. In the first few rounds, it nets them lose success. Trying to see if they can replicate it here in round number 14. Alex needs to get a move on. This rotation, it's long, but it really could be everything. He could be the fawn in Astralis Talent's side. Meanwhile, Hype scoping on in, worried about Donut. They've got no information there. In fact, all of Astralis Talent, they're bursting out towards A main. Good for the first, potentially. And drops the molly on the bomb. He's buying the time. Alex, he's on this rotate, but Hype does one better. Not even needed. And now it's a 2 versus 3.
Mister is going to be able to get this bomb down. That Molotov has been deployed. Allows that to happen, but that flank, it has come through. Now Vigo, 1 versus 3. He's managed to reposition himself into a bit of a cheeky position, but he gets spotted on the jump peak, and Franson's able to get it done through the box. Bam. Irons his head. Yeah, you're right. It's Hype there. He gets that opener, drops the Molotov to slow things down, and then gets the second kill. That lightning fast quick scope gets it done.
This was 6-0. And now it's 8-5. 8-6 even. I can't count. Prospects working their way back in. Last round of play now in the first half. Will the Prospects make it 7? They've got a good buy. They've got all the utility to do so. The Astralis Talent with one of their own, but there's no AWP in sight.
It's going to be the straight contact here. So much utility deployed in towards mid to prevent any sort of aggression. Altek's going to be looking over towards the A site this time. Lurking out that way. It's a bit of a spread across the map. Players holding down every one of these choke points, but 3 in towards lane. This has been a point that Prospects have liked to contest. It's going to be this round again. Flashing out, but Fessel doubles up the spray onto 2 heads. It's huge. Even gets the 3rd. Heads are just rolling here at the hands of Fessel. Hype has gotten close here with the AWP, but this is a once and done position. He's able to reposition. Can get almost a second, but Fessel's good for it. 4 kills so far, all headshots, ready for the last, but bo1 peeks onto him, and he's dropped the bomb as well. It has to be the 1 versus 4. Pulled off one of the kills already, but they know where he is. They are hunting him, trying to reposition, trying to find a way into this, and he's going to get spotted by Breezer. Astralis, they close it out, and it's off the back of the heroics from Fessor.
Forget the round from Fessor. What a first half from Fessor. 17-9. And he just single-handedly just goes and mows them down. Look at this. Even the 3rd kill as well. See you later, Franson. Not even a chance. And whilst Hype does find 1, he's no match for the Dane. And what a performance from him. 9-6. A lot closer than what it potentially could have been. And it gives the prospects something to work with. But Astralis Talent now, they've swapped over to this side. The favoured one. The defence. 118 ADR. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, it feels like 9 rounds going into the second half on the CT side is a foregone conclusion, but this pistol round, that could be the determiner. If prospects can get this one and get off to that roll, get the conversion, get the gun round, they'll be feeling a lot more comfortable with an even scoreline. So there's a lot of pressure here on this round. And they're making their way towards A. Info from Astralis Talent, they've pushed a little bit out and they're gambling over towards the A site, so it's the right read. The utility comes through. The smoke's going to block off Fessor. He's going to push forward in front of it. Apex and Fessor on the site. They have to hit the headshots. Hype's going to find one with a nade, but Fessor's doubled up already. The trades do come through, though, so they have the man advantage. Hype has found 2 kills of his own. Breezer with the dualies is smoked off at the moment, but that bomb being planted, he's going to go for the spam, but not able to find it. Now he is alone. They know where he is. 2 pistols, but only 1 life, and it's removed by Hype.
Yeah, and Hype removes 4 of them in that round as well. Crucial entry, stabilizing. And it was all off the back of his HE grenade as well to open up the account. Nice and simple. I think Oltex heard the smoke grenade pulls being pinned. Sorry, wrong way around. Smoke pins being pulled. There we go. And that allowed that rotation. That's the information. But it doesn't even matter. Prospects overwhelmed. And they now just reduce the gap. 2 rounds in it. All to play for here on Ancient.
Now the force though from Astralis. There's an opportunity for them to bounce back and ruin the dreams of prospects here. Just looking for a bit of aggression in towards mid as well. He put that smoke in towards elbows so we can focus on this position. Spooky's got a bit of a read on it though. He's keeping an eye on it. There's only 2 players on the site. They've got a very spread out CT defense at the moment, but luckily for Astralis, prospects aren't committing quite yet.
Breeze is in spawn with the scout, so he can rotate over at a moment's notice. You can see the little lines of the crosshairs as well. Altex going for a pop shot, not going to find anything. Here comes that utility. Raining on down, long and short smoked. But Fessor, he's tucked in towards the bomb site. We know how good this man can be, but it will be Alex instead with 1 through the smoke of his own. It's a multi-kill to open up the account. And the bomb, it's not going to be denied.
Oh, huge double from Alex. The fact that he gets that second just on the pre-fire, that wins the round. You can see Astralis, they're backing off. They know that next round they've got to eco it, so they want to hold on to what they've got. So at least they've got a little bit to work with into the follow-up. They'll have those deagles, they'll have that scout, and they'll have an opportunity to maybe steal something away. For prospects, this is the perfect start. They win that pistol, and they keep this conversion clean. They don't lose a single player in the take.
It's the first Ancient we've seen in WePlay Academy League Season 5, and what a treat it is. As close as can be after what was an incredible whirlwind of rounds coming out the gate for Astralis Talent. But prospects, they've dug their heels in, and they bounced right back. 9-8 the scoreline. Interested to see how this one unfolds, because it will be a bit of a bonus across the board. Just the MAC-10s, the Galils. Trying to overwhelm the armoured opponents of the Deagle and the Scout. Going to be interesting.
Yeah, prospects shouldn't be in a good position here, particularly if they go for something fast. Those Deagles and the Scout are going to be relying on slowing things down, going for these long-range, single-shot engagements. But if you're just charging in with 2 MAC-10s supported by rifles, supported by utility, it should be an easy round. See what happens. Going to be actually spreading out early on here.
What a nade.
Oh, that is juicy, and that makes this Scout a 1-shot kill. Oh, not even hitting the right player. He hits the head, though. Hype's able to double up with the MAC-10 in response. So it gets a little scary. but Hype's done 3 kills. So now it's no longer scary.
Battle at the top right now. Fessor versus Hype. As soon as one pulls away over multi-kill, the other counterpart pulls one right back. And as Ultex is next to fall, it only leaves Vigo alone. But he can't even find the kill. Mac-10 farming up a little bit of cash at the very least, but it was just to save weapons for Astralis Talent. Now it's going to be this full rifle investment, and they're actually going to have a better buy than the Prospects.
Their chance to really put the nail in the coffin to show why this map came through, why they decided to play on it. It has such a dominant T side, but not sure to get anything on the CT. But now with the rifles out, AUG for Ultex as well. A rarity these days. The AWP for Breezer, as mentioned. All the weaponry here, and they get the opening kill as well into Bob-XD. Damn coming through. Not going to connect onto Alex, although a little bit of chip damage done with that HE. And one in response as well.
Oh, HE exchange, but it's the gap in the smoke that allows Alex to get the trade kill. 3 versus 3, as close as you can be, as the scorelines are tied up. Prospects waiting outside cave, waiting for this smoke to dissipate. And trying to make their move, retaking control over towards Jaguar. Nobody home for Astralis Talent, but Breezer's rotating over with the AWP.
There's so much pressure onto Fessor here. So he falls back, gets the rotation through. They're going to be peeking straight into his crosshair any second. There comes the first Alex. It's a kill for free, no trade potential. And Breezer here with the AWP. A smoke is going to get deployed. More gap there, though. He can exploit this, and there's the bomb. Gets dropped right into his crosshairs. That's going to be so difficult to retrieve. Hype's just going to be charging through, trying to find it, but the smoke is too deep. The AWP holding the line. Has to find another avenue into this. 3 players to find, 2 of them on the other side, and the 3rd on this flank, Ultex with the AUG. He closes it out. And upgrades to an AK.
Yeah, buys a really expensive weapon and then just trades it out for the AK because it is so valuable. Nicely done from Astralis Talent. And also, nicely done by the Observer. I saw that. Bird's eye view transitioning into the spray over towards cave. We appreciate you.
Shout out to the Observers. I feel like it's been spot on this entire event. Amazing stuff here at WePlay, as always. Love them for that high quality production. Now, it's still going to be the full buy for Prospects, though, just courtesy of getting 3 consecutive. So they have the AKs here, but there's an opportunity if Astralis can convert this one to put Prospects onto the back burner. They'll have to eco if they can't convert this. So it's a critical round for both these teams, really looking at that money.
Fessel's got ahead of that Molotov. But unfortunately for him, the Prospects don't want to peek on in. It says it's going to be Mister to take the first contact, and he succeeds. And that allows Fessel to swing on in, try and do some more damage to this attack. Instead, they're going to be scurrying, trying to trade out towards the middle. It's 1 for 1, but that still leaves the numbers advantage with Astralis Talent.
Yeah, and Hype is brought so low by Vigo as well, spamming in towards the double doors, and he wants more. He's hunting, and he's not being quiet about it, and that's going to allow Alex to get a kill for free. Maybe a little bit over-eager. Bob-XD is lurking out towards A by himself. There is a defender here. Ultex is keeping his eye on it. He's going to find the kill. Alex, that's a bit of a keen spray, and Fessel's going to deny it, which leaves it now onto that 10 HP player in Hype. And it would be a very Hype 1v3 if he could pull it off, but it seems incredibly unlikely with Fessel so close, and you're just going to spot his little elbow there. It's a bullet to the funny bone to get it done.
Runs out of bullets as well. Literally, last bullet gets the kill. So that could have been interesting if he didn't find the mark. But not to be. Astralis Talent now consecutive rounds of their own. Trying to pull away just a little bit from the Prospects. Trying to get all the gears and cogs whirring into action. This machine on the CT side needs to get churning before the Prospects make a proper road to recovery. Just the Deagles. Not armed with too much. Hype on the AK, though. See how much he can perform into this, but Mister's got good control in mid.
See so many of these hero rifle rounds surrounded by deagles here at WePlay Academy. I think we've seen like 3 tonight at the very least. And this boost, this is cheeky. This could be rewarded, but he gets spotted, and there's not quite enough person below him to allow him to swing out enough to get the kill. And in fact, he's going to go down, getting a little bit over-eager there. Mister punishes. The bomb's going to make its way over towards B, where there is an opportunity because there's the sole defender in Altex, but going to be calling for Breezer on the rotate with the AWP and looking at the utility for prospects. Well, it's not great.
Oh no, it's not at all.
No, it's nil.
It's woeful.
There's none. There's 0-0 utility here for prospects, and
Nice.
well, for Altex, there is a flashbang to slow down anything, and they just can't commit to it. They have no way into this.
Yeah.
And Breezer's holding us the AWP, so when they go for the stride peak, which they have to do, he's just there to punish, and off the back of it, they're going to rotate towards B. But Viggo's here with the M4, and unless Altex hits an incredible shot here, which not going to get the opportunity, almost, does a little bit of damage, but it's not enough.
Yeah, this reposition as well. Every member of Astralis Talent is here. It's a foregone conclusion. Cleaning up that eco nicely. 0-0 utility. 0-0 players left on the server in round number 22.
Now their prospects of staging this comeback not looking fantastic either. 3 rounds of deficit. Astralis starting to build up this CT side. That economy looking healthy these rounds consecutive. Looking a lot more comfortable after they lost that initial slew of rounds early on in this half. 3 in a row now. Not looking like they want to stop.
Astralis highlighting that there are a group of talented players on the server. And that's the last one, and we're going to stop now. But, there you go. Pushing down towards B. Prospects gathering outside A. Altex thinking about swinging in towards Donut. Just playing this little off angle. Can take a kill and then fall back in, but a boost up could be the difference maker. Shadow spotted. Information gathered. Flashbangs rain in though. Prospects trying to overwhelm. bob1 with the first, doesn't consider the second. And there's more where that came from. All of Astralis Talent rotated on through. Well, meanwhile, Spooky's got a little bit of a lurk. Doesn't matter. Bomb planted on A.
There's a huge kill to find. The bomb is planted safely over towards that CT side. That flank can take his time to come through because there are 3 CTs in towards Donut. And they don't feel comfortable. They are very worried about Spooky. And they have to reposition. If they're given a kill here, they might consider it. But at this stage, they're just looking to try and hold on to these weapons. Keep it as by the book as possible. And, well, Spooky does go down. That's the flank, but there's no time left. So prospects finding the exit here. Vessel wanting to stay alive. Oh, not going to be allowed. And Alex is going to hunt him down. So it is just Altex left. And a good bounce back for prospects. We're talking about Astralis getting onto this run 3 consecutive. They bounce back, keeping it a little bit tight here.
Look at that at the end as well. Alex steals the AWP away and gives it to Hype. Just transitioning on in towards A. Breezer stuck between a rock and a hard place. Spooky's bullets turned to ghosts on that spray, just completely disappeared. But crucial kills from Alex, and an incredible job retrieving the AWP as well.
Pause coming through. Last tactical pause for prospects here in the latter stages of this best of 1. Knowing how important these rounds are now as they get close to evening out the scoreline, but Astralis Talent still have enough to work with for this round.
Not too bad overall for the CTs. Just looking at the buy. AWP comes out again. Haven't really seen it sing though. Haven't really seen like a Breezer like highlight moment. Which is what I kind of pointed out in the first half. I was like, okay, this guy's pretty good. Excited to see what he can do on Ancient. I'm sure he's got something left to show us. As Astralis Talent, it's a consistent feature of their defense. They always take mid control. They've done a good job here, but it does mean that there's a lot of space that's been left unoccupied over towards A. Look at this. Prospects are about to walk in for free.
There is no one there. The closest is Altex, who's now rotating over. Breezer is on his way, and prospects are taking their time. That's going to allow some of these rotations to come through. Altex in towards Donut. Breezer gets smoked off, so he can't contribute quite yet. But one Altex here to find a kill, fully blind. His white screen, he's able to get it done. Even looking for more. The flashbang comes through. It's perfect. The spray down. He's able to get one and damage onto another. Oh, they're falling apart here. Prospects. It was an empty bomb site, but not anymore. It's full of dead bodies.
Nicely done. It reminds us of the old Astralis Guard. Just the utility raining on in. Flash after flash. Prospects cannot move an inch. And it just allows the rotations to come in. And Astralis Talent don't even need to be on the bomb site to defend it. 3 rounds away from closing out this punish pick of Ancient.
I was starting to see why they picked into it. That T side looks so strong, and now getting underway on the CT is starting to see a lot more out of them. Breezer with the collateral gets 2, trying to find more as well. You were talking about looking for that highlight moment. Well, he opens it up, and he gets this 3rd. They're going to swing on him. Spooky is able to find the kill, but just no chance of getting anything done.
I respect the no-scope attempt. I see you, Breezer.
Yeah.
I like it. 18 kills. He's still playing really well. He's been Mr. Consistent throughout the server. We talked about Mr. Ancient. He's up there as well, 15 kills. But it's Professor, it's that man. 26 to 13 right now. Having an absolute blinder. And for the prospects, the light slowly beginning to fade. Will be a rifle round at the very least, but no AWP in contention. Have been favouring A quite a bit. Have to see if that remains true. As they do extend out towards B right now. They'll be tickled by the utility. But they will find the opener. Alex leading from the front, eliminates Breezer.
They're not overcommitting to it. Keeping control in towards lane. Now they're going to start to make their way up. And Fessor is here, the man with the 2.0 KD. Need to increase that number further still. Playing around this smoke. Rico's going to pick up the AWP and the smoke as well. Mister, this could be the critical moment. Molotov's going to come through. He's going to back off. So he's not going to give up the kill. But he has given up control in towards Jaguar here and moving in towards Cave.
Maybe thinking about getting aggressive down towards the ramp. You can see how close Fessor is just on the edge of the smoke. It allows the AWP just to hold this angle on towards Cave. It's a typical one. So definitely be considered. At least you'd hope so for the prospects. There we go, flashed off the line. Blind shot does not convert. But a re-swing in, that's brave. Even with the second, but not to be. Alex with the immediate trade out, and now Fessor trying to just lock this one in. It's a dangerous one because Oltex is all the way over. He's got to do it all on his own. Isolate the gunfights. There's the first kill, but not quite the second. Franson will end his reign of terror, and prospects will post an 11th on the board.
Oh, I believed. Fessor. There was a man to do it. It was him. He finds that opener. It looks like he's got the timing there to get that second kill, and then you can just see it all falling into pieces. But unfortunately, not quite able to do it. And you can see that change that's come into that pillar, right? It becomes such a more pivotal point. It's actually kind of introduced to make it a bit more favorable for the T's, right? So they could set up in the post plants and get the bomb down a lot safer. But you can see it coming into effect there as he darts around it, trying to use it to isolate these duels to great effect.
Yeah, it comes in both ways. It's good that it's there, though. It means that you can plant safely without too much risk of just being eliminated through the smokes, which is always a sticking point of torment that most of the community didn't really like. So, positive changes. 14-11. Prospects looking to change the way the match outlook is currently facing them. AWP on both sides of the server now. Round 26. Are we going to get it? Orp v Orp? Maybe. Who knows? Breezer aggressing out towards middle with it. Oh, and Hype's here as well. But they're not going to peek into each other just yet.
As close as they've been so far. Holding this angle. The AK getting ready to swing. Apeks D. Waiting for something. Not going to be deployed in towards Red House. AWP is ready for it. Breezer holding the line. Just going to walk straight into his crosshair. That's a freebie. Doesn't have to work too hard for that one. Hype's going to deploy smoke to block off the vision of the AWP, but he's out of there. Breezer's on the full rotate. Look at this reposition. He's going all the way towards the B side, and he's going there quickly. He's going to be here as the T's rotate over.
Bogdan's Law. Fessor swapping on over because he got dinked down through the wall by Spooky. Prospects reset towards ramp, and that's exactly where the stack of Astralis Talent resides. Still a minute, though, so they could really just assess their options, don't have to commit into anything too hastily. Still only the one-man advantage right now for the CTs, and they have not moved from A. So if the prospects all aggress in as a unit, they'd have the numbers advantage on the bomb site.
So many players here. 30 seconds left. Waiting for the smoke to fade. They're ready to swing out. You can see Franson on the ramp. Okay, here comes the smoke. flash off for Breezer. Blinded. Fessa trying to play around this tiny gap, but not quite able to do it. It's going to be 2 kills coming through, a third, in fact, for the T's. Fessa is still here on the other side of this smoke, but it's staying up, and he's not giving any way into it. Repositioning now with such little HP. This is going to bait in this player, so he can reposition here, but no one's giving him the fight. They know that there was an AWP in play. He's just not getting an opportunity and just has to back off. A fantastic side take from Prospects.
Nice nade, but unfortunately the HP of Spooky is just a little bit higher. Does 60 damage though, that's incredible. But nice, really good execute from the Prospects. As soon as it comes in, it's completely telegraphed. The flashbangs are perfect, and the Prospects capitalize upon it. And it was just a really good round from them. Despite losing the player early in mid, they reset and they group as a unit. They completely destroy this defense over towards B. They're doing it. There's still a question mark over this Astralis Talent defense, as the Prospects have made quite the resurgence on T side.
Keeping these 2 rifles means they're going to be interested in buying into this one. We'll see what it looks like. Okay, potentially from what we're seeing, a couple of pistols, it's going to be playing around these 2 rifles rather than full investing into it. So looking at Fessor and Mister to get this done. They're the ones with the armor and the upgraded rifles. M4 and AWP. And well, the AWP is removed. It can be picked up by Breezer. You can see he was there alongside Fessor intentionally for that. Ultex is... Oh, Breezer actually found the response. Okay, he can rotate now. They're going to hear this coming through. Ultex, oh, he's got the perfect flank, but he misses his opportunity. Now they know he's here. He can stay alive, though. Keep it interesting. Finds a kill. In fact, even the second dink onto Spooky. He gets it all done with the pistol. Alex is going to find the lurk. So they are picking these players apart. And now with Alex finding that kill, he's just going to take B for free. And the rotations can come through. And maybe a bit of breathing room for Prospects.
Well, Alex is considering chancing death. Shadow spotted, but Mister wins out the fight. That's such a crucial kill, because it means now the Prospects are walking into the bomb site that is now currently defended. Breezer has the AWP. Mister's going to try for a hero moment, and it's to no avail. Man advantage, but both of these players are low. Unfortunately, though, for Breezer, he's got the AWP. 45 seconds left. The Prospects, they can even rotate to A.
AWP with no armor as well. So it has to be perfect shots. Tucked in. Hasn't been cleared. Spooky is going to be trying to clear the angle. The quick shot comes through the head. Removed from Spooky. The bomb dropped. But Breezer not ready for where the second player is. Branson, he's picked up that bomb himself. Going for the bomb plant now. Breezer hears it being planted. Trying to gamble with the fact that he hasn't been spotted, but he's definitely been heard now. Repositioning the pick. Breezer, the 1 versus 2. You said, Brad, we needed to see some heroics from this AWPer. We need to see some flashy plays, and there it is, the 1 versus 2. The cleanest headshots you've seen with the AWP.
What a moment to bring it out as well. Really well played, and despite the players being low, he trusts his ability with the sniper. What a shot on towards Franson to secure it. That's the round done and dusted. That's the momentum shattered in the Prospects' favour, and now Astralis Talent are 5 kills away from locking up Ancient.
What a round to break Prospects. Puts them up against map point. Vigor, he's looking to punish them now with aggression. Apeks, he's the one who's going to get caught with his pants down. Got with the utility in hand. Fessa trying to go in for some re-aggression though, and doubles up. Putting it back in the man advantage. And Breezer, he's going to be fighting Bob XD as well. The hero of the prior round strikes true. So it's all on hype now. Going for the jump peak. Trying to get past. Actually manages to dart around the shot of Breezer. Can deploy a smoke. Look, potentially going for the plant, but he wants to go for the fight. And Breezer, well, he doesn't miss those.
What a couple of rounds from Astralis Talent. I like the idea from the Prospects. They know that Astralis Talent favour this mid control early, so they try and fight through the smoke with a pop flash. They even get the kills, but unfortunately for them, Astralis Talent, it's the perfect reaction. Extend all the way through cave and take the fight right back. It's overwhelming. It blindsides the Prospects, and the punish pick and the veto banning Mirage against the Prospects goes in Astralis Talent's favour. It was a little bit scrappy through and through, but they do get it over the line.
We're seeing now in the replay just how one-sided this scoreline was on that tier side from Astralis. It was such a dominant start. 6-0 was the scoreline on the tier side, but Prospects, they managed to crawl it back to that 9-6 half. Then they got the pistol on tier side. Then they converted it. They evened it back out, and it was so back and forth with those critical rounds towards the end where Fessor and where Breezer stepped up. That was the difference, and Astralis Talent bring it over the line, and in such a beautiful fashion too. Those last 2 rounds were some of the best Counter-Strike we've seen so far at WePlay Academy.
And what we also need to mention is the fact that the Prospects gave themselves the opportunity for this even to be possible by having that semi-comeback on the CT side. Well done by them, not only to have the mental resilience to battle back in after having such a hefty deficit on the T side, but also then really taking the fight to Astralis Talent. It looked at one point that they were almost just 1 round away from really toppling this Astralis Talent side, but in the end, it doesn't even matter. The Danes come out on top, and they win the final best of 1 to close out the day.
And for Astralis, this is such a huge win to get as well. They've only had 1 win so far here in the Academy League. Now they've made that 2 with this win over Prospects. We can see that scoreline, the 2 men we were just talking about. Fessor, 102 ADR, 64% headshots across those 28 kills. That is some sharp aim. And then Breezer alongside him on that CT side, he stepped up and delivered, and his clutch potential is chef's kiss.
But what's really good as well for the Prospects looking on that other side is Alex is leading by the front. If they have an IGL that can also put up the numbers, that's really good signs for the Prospects. But look, let's take a look at all the results for today. The big highlight one, in my opinion, Eternal Fire Academy 16-12 against MOUZ NXT. Big Omen Academy on the rematch against Apeks Rebels, 16-5 this time on Vertigo. And Astralis Talent, they've won twice today. First against Spirit Academy 16-5, and then we just saw them win against the Prospects 16-12, and we also, Lucy, saw ENCE Academy beat the Young Ninjas 16-11 on Mirage.
Yeah, we're blessed with a couple of exciting games, but yeah, as mentioned, for Astralis Talent, this has been a big day. They only had a single win so far in the groups. Now they've added 2 more to that tally, so now looking like one of the strongest contenders, particularly because one of those wins was against MOUZ NXT, right? And looking ahead towards tomorrow, we can see it's going to be ENCE Academy. Wait, hold up, no, that's... Oh yeah, no, it's going to be Spirit Academy versus Prospects as our first game of the day. Those 3 games there for a couple of teams. And then it's going to be Young Ninjas, ENCE Academy. Once again, Astralis Talent will see in action against Eternal Fire Academy, where they actually lost in their last engagement in a very close series, 14-16. And then Prospects versus Na'Vi Jr., which that's another one I'm very excited for.
Yeah, Prospects have been doing very well against these teams that are kind of on the cusp of greatness in the Academy League. They've been around for a number of seasons now. They're just getting better and better, and it's really good. The early signs that this new roster of Prospects are really taking the fight to them. Very impressed with how they are performing, and just in general, how every team is performing, because the competition has definitely elevated itself. But look, that is all for tonight. Thank you so much for tuning in and sticking with us once again. It's been a great day for the Academy League, and we've got plenty more throughout the coming week. So hope you have a wonderful start to your weekend. Take care, and we'll see you tomorrow.